Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! It seems it was just a dream. I walked through the darkness wherever my gaze fell. Everywhere there was only impenetrable blackness, but I felt the flat floor with my feet and walked forward as if some force was calling me. At that moment my mind was clouded. The question of how I ended up here and why only some force that gave off a painful pulsation in my chest was leading me, and I don't even know how long I walked like that, maybe a couple of minutes or a few hours. Even in my time I wasn't sure, but one way or another at some point I saw a light ahead, that strange force that was calling me like that, a small purple light. Exhaled for the first time in this place. I was touched by surprise. For a moment I saw purple steam coming out of my mouth, but despite this my feet continued to walk forward. There was very little left to the source of the light when my hearing caught a metallic blare and hesitated. Shoes now on my feet. I found plate boots, and actually not only my legs, my whole body suddenly found itself shackled in dark plate armor. As if from some dark fantasy. What feeling? Surprise becomes stronger, and I raise my hands looking at the plate gauntlets, sharp clawed fingers, many moving parts, and from the thinnest joints of the armor flows dark smoke. Envelope reached the peak, and I just froze. This body itself already headed forward. I was not even sure that it was my body, especially now. I was as if knocked out, and like in some game I looked at this massive figure in plate armor from the side as he walked towards the source of light. Already without my participation I was pulled after him. I was no longer walking, did not feel the body. I was just a weak-willed observer who could not even look away, and now he reached the goal. The source of light turned out to be a man, a young guy with black hair whose skin glowed with purple fire, especially brightly blazed his eyes like white fire. This ghost stood motionless, not reacting to anything, even when the figure of the Dark Lord approached him, and this is exactly the association evoked by this image. The only thing missing was a mace and a ring. I was suddenly drawn to him, and I again felt myself in this body, but now the sensations were stronger. Now it seemed that before this body was simply stuffed with cotton wool, and now it pounded hands. Apathy that subjugates the mind. Somehow discontentedly loosened hand to the ghost and touched him, and immediately golden threads flashed all over his body. The hand of the master touched one of them, and the darkness began to absorb the gold, distorting these threads, and along with this all that power which gushed into the ghost's possessed the Lord. In the chest pain a fire flared up, and I saw how black threads were already piercing the armor, piercing my body. And I sighed with relief. The threads returned to the ghost's sealing clot of power, and together with this power I myself passed into the ghost. The Lord transferred all his power. He was left with only apathy and fatigue. At that moment I felt like a runner on the track to whom the baton was passed, although these threads seemed to restrain the power of the Lord. Now I felt only the weakness of this body, and looked at the mighty figure in armor. His eyes still burned with fire, but not so brightly. His armor crumbled into particles of darkness, and in the end the Lord's eyes flashed for the last time before his light completely went out, and immediately after that the darkness around pounced on me. I inhale sharply and jump up sharply. Emerging from oblivion, I came to my senses on a hospital bed. My breathing was returning to normal as well, heartbeat gradually. After that I calmed down and relaxed, spitting on the bed, looking straight at the game window with the message, "You have one unread message." Actually now everything fell into place. This is a gloomy figure in a dream. This is a hospital ward message, and even My own body looking down, I look at my hands, thin but surprisingly sinewy hands. I could definitely understand that these are not my hands. Like the rest of the body, and I even knew whose body it was. Because just before realizing myself in that strange dream, I remember reading that colorful comic book Leveling Up Alone, and the figure in armor. Is the Shadow Monarch the one whose powers did the main character of the web comic receive, in whose body I am now and woke up now? And I also remembered the cart, haha, laughter burst out of my mouth by itself. I was walking along a historic street. There was just a comic book store, the only one in our city, and suddenly noticed how a child ran nearby and almost got under the hoof of horses. A cart with two harnessed horses cut through the street. Entertainment Ziva, succumbing to the impulse, and managed to grab him by the collar. I remember how I pulled him out from under the hooves, but I myself lost my balance and found myself right in front of the horse. My last memory was how the horse, standing on its feet, ran into my face with its hoof, it seems. Then it also flew at my head from above. Yes, you are normal time travelers. Ice Guy sends a truck and I was run over by a cart. Well, or maybe it wasn't the cart that ran over me, but the horses, although it is extremely surprising that I actually ended up in such a situation after death. Or maybe I didn't die. The collision with the cart cost me a traumatic brain injury, and in fact I am now lying in hospital, only not in this clean spacious ward for one person, but in a shabby ward of a typical city clinic, on a rusty iron bed with a leaky mattress squinting open my eyes, and everything is the same. I even thought of pinching my hand. Sure, I pinched too hard, but nothing changed, dream or not. But I can't just take and wake up, and there is still a possibility that all this is happening in reality, so it would be better for me to proceed from the fact that this is the real reality in which I found myself rubbing my head. I also came to the understanding that the memory of the genie in this Golovishkin did not remember anything about his life. And just when I turned all my attention to the system messages to the side, the sliding doors rustled, and opening them, two people in suits entered the ward. You have already woken up. Sighed with some relief the guy with the seal of severe lack of sleep on his face. Me. A little shorter. I understood exactly what he said, but the Korean language sounded very unusual, and it was extremely a strange feeling that at the same time seemed so unreal, and at the same time harshly shattered my assumptions that all this was part of a dream. I apologize if we scared you. The man handed me a business card, and here I was also quite calmly able to honor the inspector of the Korean Hunters Association. Yes, in this world there are special people who received supernatural abilities, and with them there appeared gates such as dungeons full of bloodthirsty monsters, and to clear these gates hunters unite in guilds, and the Hunters Association controls them both. The guild and the gates. In some cases, the ACO provides the guild with ownership of the gates so that they can extract valuable resources from the dungeons, while other gates the association and guilds clear and close. Actually, even the strongest guilds cannot control many gates at the same time, and they periodically appear here and there, and if they are not restrained, then after some time the monsters from the gates will begin to come out into this world and attack ordinary people. Well, what I remember from the plot of the comic, you 3 days were unconscious. I clearly exhaled calmly. The inspector only briefly raised an eyebrow. I tried to remember the beginning of the manhwa. I don't have memories of the dream of the genie, but I don't really want to tell anyone that I am a completely different person who occupied his body in some incomprehensible way, and I don't even know whether I should declare amnesia or it's better to pretend that I am the genie to avoid possible problems, or else he'll drag some hunters with mental superpowers here. Although, are there such things? Did anyone else from the group survive at all? I asked. Yes, nodded the inspector, including you from the double dungeon. 6 people were able to get out. Hunter Chill lost his arm. Now he feels fine, but with such an injury he will hardly be able to continue the activities of a hunter. As for the huntress Zook, she has traumatic shock, and now she is under the supervision of doctors, but her health is fine. I listened to him attentively, but I understood perfectly well that I would not even be able To repeat the names he said flew in one ear out the other out of all. The survivors I could remember the girl healer it seems that. The inspector was talking about her when he mentioned traumatic shock it seems that she has a fairly high rank but she is afraid of danger and therefore goes to the low bed but I was no longer listening to him particularly attentively the guild representatives themselves most likely attributed my apathy to post-traumatic shock well, as in the case with that girl in reality I simply did not feel anything regarding those events and to some extent I was still really dumbfounded by the very fact of my getting into this situation in this world and in this body we have already received the testimony of the others and the body of the victims but when our inspectors and the people of the White Tiger Guild arrived everything disappeared we found only you lying on the altar no statues the inspector shook his head. This is strange we think so too but the readings match this is only an assumption but perhaps we think that you went through a this happens sometimes usually when a person awakens as a hunter his strength remains unchanged some awaken with a low level others with an average and only a few become truly powerful hunters of the national level but sometimes a weak hunter can awaken again and become stronger as a rule. These moments of awakening do not depend on the people themselves at all this happens by chance or more precisely the whims of some forces standing above this world so you think that when I was abandoned I received a second awakening and dealt with the monsters myself I clarified this is possible. The inspector hesitated the second inspector put a strange device on the nightstand a magical mechanism with purple crystals was more suitable the entourage of a wizard's room of a fantasy world but in a modern hospital this looked simply unnatural this is a meter of magical power the inspector clarified with a tired expression on his face just put your hand on this stone. Okay put it I nodded and fulfilled the request but I doubt that my data will somehow change the instructor who used the device disappointment so. And it got on his face already by this expression alone I could understand that he saw a very depressing numbers I was still a little stunned the monsters did not attack us as it usually happens it was more like a puzzle with traps I have never seen such a dungeon and it seems that this is really something strange but I suppose I survived because the conditions of the task were fulfilled I was sacrificed to the Lord we will take this information into account. The inspector nodded in any case realizing that I did not awaken again as a super powerful hunter these guys almost completely lost all interest in me only nodding indifferently. They got ready and went away well and I left alone in the ward, sighed with relief and then looked again at the system message it was hanging in the air in front of me all the time. But only I saw it the guild representatives did not pay any attention to this thing at all so I stretch out my hand and brother the doors opened again from surprise I involuntarily shuddered I am again being prevented from studying this point of a system honestly I am impatient waited for the guild representatives to leave me alone because I wanted to quickly start examining this very important element. Koum's sister said somewhat hesitantly I was standing in the doorway a young girl in a school uniform and she's pretty how are you feeling? She showed concern I'm still a little stunned by what happened but now everything's fine the girl sighed with relief you as always already somewhat displeased. She said Sister Jin in for some time talked to me but since in this conversation I remained rather passive then the girl's remarks became more and more uncertain and somewhat awkward with you definitely everything is fine and she began to worry yes I just need to rest a little then I'll continue working. I said brother take care of yourself the girl's voice trembled an unpleasant feeling stabbed in my chest I'm not a Jin but I don't want to upset this girl at all with the news that her brother has disappeared and now instead of that I tried harder and harder to portray her brother who was simply stunned and then he is now like kicked P understood the girl stretched out. Well if you're okay I'll go I still need to do the task for tomorrow okay I nod to her sighing the girl retreated it looks like I wasn't exposed but in the future it's better to keep contacts with my family to a minimum but for now since the girl left I could calmly look at My messages reaching out. I touched the translucent screen and blinked it. Disappears and in its place a new notification appears. Welcome. Player unread daily task has arrived. Become stronger unread. So I got 2 messages and immediately I opened the first one. Welcome. Player, the system will help the player develop for failure to follow the system's instructions. You will receive a fine. Receive a reward for connecting to the system. Blinking. I clicked on the small icon under this message and at the same moment I felt a familiar force, the pulsation of the purple energy of the Lord that settled in me. Dark threads that weave nature, and I felt the power hidden in them. If it penetrated my body at once now, then it would simply tear me to pieces, but instead the threads allowed only a small crumb of these forces to seep into me, and I felt how this energy passes through my body, making its way. Plus 10 points of characteristics, and after that a character window immediately opened in front of me which displayed no title, no health, 100% mana, 100% characteristic, strength 9, agility 7, endurance 8, perception 6, intelligence SE. Available points 10. Next to it there was also an image of my body and empty equipment cells as in the game, as well as a window with skills that were empty so far, but there was an additional window of effects, permanent effects, longevity, all diseases, poisons and negative effects, neutralize, sleep, significantly increases the ability to regenerate. In general it looks very useful. It is interesting that health and mana were indicated as a percentage and not as whole numbers. It seems that in the monk it was not so, although this is not a critical change. Sighing, I put my fist to my chest. I feel my heart beating, but if you concentrate you can feel the echoes of that pulsation, the power of the Lord of Shadows. It is already in me, more precisely in this system that entwine my body and possibly soul. It means no matter how I pump the system one way or another, in the end I will get this power at all. I have nothing against the ability of the Lord of Shadows. Is one of those comic book features that I liked the most, and despite all the dangers that this world promises me, the opportunity to gain these powers simply excites and causes awe. I want this power. Coming to my senses, I return to the message window again. There is another one here. There is a daily quest, and as far as I remember, manhwa, this task is better not to ignore. At least now I'm definitely not ready to experience the penalty of the system on myself. It seems like in the comic Genie was in the board in which huge scolopendras the size of a train lived. The essence of the penalty task is to survive in this desert for 4 hours, and with my current characteristics I was almost sure that I would not be able to run away from these creatures endlessly, although it seems like Genie was able to do it, but I definitely don't want to risk it. And therefore the daily task to become stronger. Tasks: push-ups 0 out of 100, press 0/100, squats 0/100, back 0/10 km. Warning: for failure to complete the task within the set time interval, a fine will be imposed. Remaining time 5:32. Swallowed nervously, I looked at the nightstand where the smartphone was lying. Jin Woo, taking the phone in my hands, I swiped my finger across the screen and looked at the time. Yes, it looks like the daily task is updated at midnight exactly, because until 12 p.m. there are just 5 seconds left, and sighing I put the phone aside, after which I closed the system message and immediately started completing the task. And once push-ups, yes. I haven't done such exercises for a long time, but now I don't think that I have a special choice. Yes, and in general it's only good for me 4 when I had already done push-ups 5 times. The thought caught up with me that I still hadn't distributed my 10 reward points, but for now I was in no hurry and just opened the message with the task: push-ups 5 out of 100. There is progress, otherwise I'll knock it off. And exceeded the standard. Not that it is so bad, but from unfamiliarity these tasks can really be exhausting. I continued, but hundreds of push-ups for my body did not seem such a difficult test. In my own body I would definitely not be able to do 100 push-ups right away and feel so comfortable. No, maybe I would have done 100 push-ups, but I would have been covered in sweat and my hands would have simply gone numb and hummed from fatigue. But Jin Woo's physical form was obviously much better. After all, he was A hunter even if he was the weakest of them, but even so he surpassed ordinary people in his physical parameters. After push-ups I also calmly moved on to squats. Tom did an exercise for the press XX. Now I'm starting to get a little tired, and so I opened the status window and spent 2 units of my reward points to increase my endurance to 10 units, and it immediately became easier for me to breathe, and it was already approaching and instantly retreated, remembering the circumstances of the manhwa. I completely invested the remaining 8 points in strength by raising Riku to 1. And the dark force pulsating in my body, a wave of heat passed through my muscles. I could feel my body filling with power, becoming stronger. Strength 17, agility SE, endurance 10, perception 6, intelligence 7 in the end. Although speed and endurance are important at first, strength plays the main role. No matter how fast I am, but if I can't kill the monster, then the only thing left is to run away, and this system is designed to push me to battles and cut off escape routes, so escape is not the best way out, but in general, it is better to increase the characteristics more or less evenly. All the same, although the system will create some illusion of a game, but this is not a game, and all the heuristics are important. Even if I have 100 dexterity points without strength, they will be practically useless, and vice versa. Okay, sighed. Now I'm running, but first I had to look around and change. My clothes were found in the nightstand, and I changed them into my hospital pajamas. I left the ward. A nurse was passing by in the corridor, but she didn't pay much attention to me. Well, the patient decided to take a little walk. It's okay. Only a little later I had to ask the girl at the registration desk where the hospital courtyard for walks was. And of course, there was one. There were no problems at all with my desire to go for a run. Not bad. I went out into the courtyard of the hospital complex and began a calm, easy run. I didn't really run up because there was still time during the run itself. I studied the system that I got. In addition to the status window and tasks with messages, I found a game store. There were a variety of weapons, armor, and consumables. But nothing could be bought yet. My level was too low for making purchases, and for selling I have practically nothing, only the one that I had in the inventory window, a simple steel sword, attack plus 10. I don't know where it came from, but at least some kind of weapon. By this time my run was already coming to an end. There was less than a kilometer left, and the last meters I ran at a sprint, having picked up a good speed. The run itself made me sweat a little, but I didn't feel any particular fatigue. During the acceleration my breathing got lost XX, and now the system will solemnly reward the task to become stronger completed. Get a reward, choose a reward, restoration of characteristic points +3, a box with an unknown. Choosing a reward didn't mean at all that I could take only one thing. All 3 rewards were provided to me. I could just get them one by one. First one, then the other. Although I'm not yet sure about this, at first I took a reward in the form of characteristic points. After all, development is a priority, but then seeing that the message allows you to choose the next reward, I also took restoration, which with a wave of cheerfulness drove all the fatigue out of my body. And finally a box with an unknown and in the box there was a small healing potion. Well, maybe it will still come in handy. I'll put it in my inventory for now. I never liked physical education classes, but now there is no particular choice, and after completing this task I felt surprisingly good, just great. And for a few more days that I spent in the hospital, I assessed my development with the help of a steel sword from the inventory. 20 units of strength were barely enough to hold it confidently. This weapon turned out to be much heavier than an ordinary person looked, and would not have been able to swing it calmly at all. This sword was definitely a hunter's weapon. What's also interesting, for the first daily quest I received 3 points of characteristics, but the next day for the same task I was already given 5. points, and naturally first of all I pump up my physical characteristics, since in the first battles they will be the most important. Along the way I seem to have finally gotten used to the questions. Then the creator of the system will even answer me, but I really didn't want to provoke him. Judging by the monk, this is a very creepy and extremely cruel creature with whom it is better not to joke, at least until I become really strong. Nevertheless, I was confident that that creature would not be able to take the system away from me and deprive me of my strength, even if he was the creator of this system, but the Lord of Darkness had already changed it in part. That is why I started receiving a little more rewards. The task of the system is not to provide me with fair play, but to help my fastest in CHN in order to prepare his body for it could withstand the power of the Lord and not be destroyed by this power. And gradually this system makes me stronger as much as I am ready for it, and for some reason now I am a failure a little faster than Nvu, although by local standards of its development it was already completely absurd. The very fact that the hunter could increase his strength over time was already extraordinary for the society of hunters, but in any case it suited me despite the fact that Nvu was a pretentious navigator in the monk. There were constantly moments when he had to overcome and be on the verge of death. Nevertheless, as much as I would not like to continue to swing for a couple more months due to this daily task, but I did not want to waste time. I do not remember the exact dates, but I know that in the near future this world will face serious upheavals. Monarchs, former allies of the Lord of Shadows, preparing to go to war on this world, and lords, strange creatures that created the gates with dungeons and continue to empower people to prepare humanity for the coming. In the beginning of this war is approaching, yes, even though this power of shadows is so, and it attracts, but I don't like at all what a dangerous world I found myself in. And then I continued to train hard according to the requirements of the system, and actually after another daily task maybe the creator decided that I was too focused on improving the characteristics. During the past 5 I completely ignored the second award, deciding focus on your physical data: strength 20, agility 20, endurance 20, perception 8, intelligence SE, and in general for my first level it was a good foundation for 5 completed dailies. I received 25 points of characteristics plus those 3 more points received on the first day, and 10 as a gift for the very acquisition of the system. Strength, agility, and endurance I raised equally to 20 units and invested 2 more points in perception. As in previous tests I received a box with a reward. I expected that it would again be some kind of potion, but instead when the box disintegrated into particles of light, a green key appeared in my palm. Dungeon key, item rank E. Key allowing you to open an instant dungeon, can be used at the third entrance of the hub station. John, well, of course the reward is designed to ensure that I continue to become stronger. The system showed me the way to development, and it seems the creator believed that I was already more or less ready for battle. Am I really going to do this, I asked myself, and really, having received the key, I did not sit back and just continue doing the daily tasks. Opening the map on the mobile app 1, found the right station, and what luck, it was the closest metro station to the hospital. Well, it's time. I stretched my neck. I've already spent almost a whole week in the hospital. Any day now I should be discharged. I even found my house on the map, checked it with the address in my medical record. Well, in any case the doctors had no doubts about my health, so there were no problems with the fact that I needed to leave for a while. And leaving the hospital I headed to the metro station. Yes, at least I don't have any armor, but I don't have the money to buy it. But I have a weapon, and in addition to increasing the characteristics by doing daily tasks, I have one interesting bonus: passive skills. Fortitude UR0 increases damage resistance by 10%. Active skill Sprint UR2 allows you to temporarily increase speed by 30%, makes dashes faster. Alas, I didn't have the absolute skill of unbending willpower, but by the way, I get quite generous rewards, so I'm not complaining, though less it is worth noting that physical exercise clearly benefited me. Muscles became much more prominent, although such an effect is more likely from the increase in characteristics accompanied by the influence of The power of the Lord, otherwise I would have needed to pump up in the gym for years for such a physique, but now although this is not quite my body, but I really liked being in such shape, and the appearance itself is worth noting. A little changed and the faces became more mature, and perhaps it seemed to me. But I saw in my reflection the old me before the rebirth. Okay. In the meantime I got to the station, and approaching the descent into the subway I took out the key to the dungeon. Let's go. I felt this cloud of power. Something elusive but somehow so familiar. Just squeezing the key in my hand, I take a step forward. From the depths of the subway gushed mysterious energy that blew on me like wind, and the further I went down the stronger the tension was. The key in my hands began to emit golden light. Another step and I passed through a transparent veil. The power of the dungeon, me and the sounds of the city as if cut off attention. You entered the instant dungeon. The system was generous with the message. I just calmly looked back, seeing how the transparent veil becomes more cloudy and impenetrable like a thick layer of ice. Attention, the exit is blocked. To leave the instant dungeon, kill the boss dungeon, or use the crystal of return. If I did not know that something like this awaits me, then this message could seriously worry me. Returns, I didn't have it with me. Returning to the dungeon, it looked like a subway station, but completely different. All the same rooms that I saw during the descent, but as if long abandoned. Sprouts of weed sprouted between the joints of the tiles, dirty walls, broken, lopsided lamps, and a kingdom of twilight. Although some of the lamps were still burning, and that was the only reason there was at least some light here. The steel blade that I took out of my inventory, a simple sword without any frills, flashed with a cold shine. Its weight in my hand gave me some sense of confidence. There was no fear. I felt the strength behind me and calmly walked forward. But only until a threat appeared from the outside. I just got goosebumps on my back, and I turned sharply, retreating back, and then I met the furious gaze of a beast, a healthy scarlet wolf. He did not growl or bark, he just looked at me with hatred. But if earlier he crept up on me quietly, now, seeing my eyes, the beast seemed to have sharply increased in size. His muscles under the fur drilled into tension, visually increasing the figure of the beast, after which the wolf suddenly rushed at me, and having surrendered, the half-snout was ready for this, but this sound was getting through. But the grip of my hand on the sword did not weaken, and having taken a step forward I delivered a stabbing blow. The beast in a jump could no longer dodge in any way. He expected to grab me by the throat. Exactly where I stood a moment ago. Having stepped towards, I simply broke the beast's maneuver, and as if in some kind of numbness, with a mechanical movement I thrust the blade into his muzzle. Astria pierced the soft flesh in his open mouth, forcing the beast let out a plaintive sob. At that moment I noticed a metal structure on his lower jaw, but it didn't interfere much. The blade of the SCM passed by, casually cutting through the flesh. A sharp movement, and I simply cut the wolf in half. The beast falls to the floor in two separate parts, and I turned out to be stronger then I thought. Attention, you have defeated Raycon Steel Fong. Your level has been increased. I can clearly hear the sound of claws on the floor and feel it exudes. I already know that I will see two more scarlet beasts ready to attack. Rock rushed at me, the one that was closer. With a million. He closed his fangs on my sword. Really a steel Fong, but with just a little more effort I cut the wolf's head. It was only a little more difficult than with the first wolf, but I already felt that I was getting used to it. The growling of beasts no longer inspires that piercing fear. The second wolf, pressing his ears, retreats, but you can't get away for a moment. The sprint skill was used, and at that moment I caught up with the beast, striking from below and just demolished, and only managed to make a piercing whine before choking on this sound. Your level has been increased X, while new opponents are not visible here. Well, this is the same dungeon that was in the original story game scripts, and lowering the sword I sighed with relief, and then continuing to monitor the situation, opened the status window. The level increase did not give me new points for distribution, but instead all my characteristics were increased by 2. Units 1 point for each level of course, so it turns out for each level I get 5 points. As for a daily task now, only I cannot distribute them myself, they are invested automatically in all characteristics, but I felt the pulsation of the power of the ruler. This system continues to improve my body, and gradually the power of the monarch of shadows passed to me, although for now it is still just crumbs, but a start has been made. Something else. I approached the bodies of the dead wolves, and touching one received the item. Rakes Fong. The rank of the item is garbage, can be sold in the store. Chuckled recommendation, and just sold the item in the system store, for which I received 20 gold coins to my account. I don't even know if it's a lot or a little. Well, we'll figure it out later. But for now let's move on. My lips distorted an ominous grin. Having felt the increase in strength, I clearly saw bags of experience in these terrible, horrible monsters. And I didn't have to look for them for a long time. Soon, having walked only a little, I felt this strange impulse of threat, and then, having made a dash, I suddenly overtook the beast, which turned out to be unprepared for such a rapid attack. A few more wolves followed him. Already having an idea of my strength, I deliver a swift blow, calculating its trajectory so as to hook several opponents, so I managed to cut 2 wolves at once. The third, threatening, dug up the gleam of steel, and making a half-turn to cope with the inertia of the sword, I continue the movement of my weapon, delivering a new blow. The beast did not even have time to react, as it was cut by the blade. Your level is increased. The beasts were in no hurry to run away. On the contrary, more and more wolves were arriving from other corridors, more than a dozen, and not stopping for a second. I continued the fight. I was already seized by the battle passion and carried away. At some point I simply lost sight of one beast, and my thigh burned with pain. With a wince I do not allow myself to be distracted by the wound, and sharply bend my leg. A knee strike to the wolf's jaw continues with a crushing blow in the hilt of the sword on his skull. I can just feel how his bones break with a wet crunch, and the lifeless body of the wolf falls to the floor. Only for a moment I glance at my leg to see the bleeding cuts on hip, but continue the fight until the remaining wolves were killed. Your level increased. Breathing heavily, I lowered the sword, realizing that I no longer felt the presence of animals, and my sensations just became sharper. I really felt the monsters if they were nearby. Tiredly sitting down near the wall, I took out a medical bandage from my inventory. Of course, while resting in the hospital I got some items that could be useful to me, though I didn't ask anyone, and it was even a little embarrassing to steal first aid items, but I hope a couple of twists of bandages won't hurt them. Well, and disinfectants. Having treated the edges of the wounds, I also soaked the bandages themselves in antiseptic and then wrapped the wound site. Although I must note that although it was early and looked threatening, but I felt quite normal and calmly stood on my feet. Nevertheless, further I was already more careful, but before that I examined the entire body of the defeated monsters in order to collect from them blood, several wolf fangs, and to my surprise, from touching one of the wolves I had in a bundle of clothes appeared in my hands, torn chatter, but a traveler's cape, rank F, endurance, PD, a little, but at least something, was immediately equipped through the status window, and I even felt some effect, but the cape itself seemed to just disappear when equipped. It was not displayed on me in any way. Then a new group of monsters. Your level has been increased, and another fight. I felt how with each increase I became a little stronger. And since I was gaining levels quite quickly, the jump in strength was quite noticeable compared to how I entered this dungeon. Your level has been increased, your level has been increased, your level has been increased. I no longer paid attention to the messages, they were flashing somewhere in the background. Without particularly interfering with the fight, the impulse of danger, feeling the threat, I leaned to the side and struck without even seeing the target, and then lightning fast I cut in half a large monkey with long claws that jumped on me from the ceiling. U1, Raisin, a black shadow. Another type of monster. I continued to kill the beasts one after another, several at a time, and each time it became easier and easier, and my feelings determined these Monsters differently, their impulses of threat became weaker, the difference in our strength changed. After all, I became noticeably stronger. You received the title of Beast Slayer. Effectiveness against animal-type monsters increased by 40%, catching my breath after another fight. I opened my status and checked the title. It still needed to be activated. Which I did, and then went again for bags of experience, and with the acquisition of the title, the destruction of wolves and monkeys became even easier. Monsters turned into an easy walk. Although my sword already looked a little battered, the special weapon of hunters was very hard, that is, completely inflexible. After so many blows it did not bend but began to crack on the blade. Several chips and nicks appeared and also a rather unpleasant crack passing almost through the entire blade. I'm afraid a couple more blows and the weapon may simply break, but this is not a problem because the wolf dagger and such plus PS item worse than the sword, but at least some alternative, which I got from one of the killed wolves, and another of the trophies was the Stone of Return, but I did not use it, deciding to deal with the boss at the Jin Woo it turned out, so I simply have to try. Although imagining with whom I will have to fight, I just felt how everything inside goes cold fighting monsters. I have already passed the stairs leading to the lower level several times, and each time passing by I felt a powerful impulse of fear. The feeling of threat from there was much stronger than from the local wolves and monkeys, although now this impulse is no longer so powerful but still strong. Nevertheless, I have already reached the 16th level. Killing wolves has become very simple and I no longer felt growth, and the monsters continue to be reborn again and again. Just now I hardly progressed. Dream Jin Woo level 16 specialty, no title, Beast Slayer. Health 97%, mana 100%. Characteristics: Strength 35, Agility 35 plus 1, Endurance 35 plus 2. Perception 23, Intelligence 22. Lately I have not used Sprint skill, which spends some of my mana when used, so my strength has been restored as well as health. Wolves have wounded me only a couple of times and I always treated the wounds, but the first wound on the thigh has almost healed. Regeneration with my level of endurance is simply amazing, and not only the characteristics grew. Passive skills: Endurance LVL 2, active skills Sprint LVL 4. Also I got Torn Hunter Gloves, rank E, Agility plus 1. Not much of course, but again at least something, and it's time to go down to the boss. My eyes are wide open, all attention is concentrated and directed at my opponent. Heart froze and breathing stopped. Adrenaline rush that seemed to stop time itself. Blood pulsates in the temples and the loud knock of the dagger blade simply bounces off the scales of the monster, but at the same time touching the fang of the snake. I thrust my sword right into its open mouth. My hand was burned by the spit of the creature, and the next moment when the snake closed its jaws, then I myself drove the blade even deeper, piercing the bone, but from this the blade ached. I barely managed to grab the handle with a chip in order to make a dash the next moment and thrust the broken sword into the monster's eye, and now a dash back. The massive carcass of the monster rushed past. In a hurry the monster crashed into the wall with its head, but at the same time it hit me with its torso and threw me with force into another wall. It was painful, but I felt that this blow did not cause me significant damage. My body became much stronger than before, and going down to the floor I looked at my hand shaking off the purple bubbling. The fight with the boss was very tense, but also so fast I just felt like an equilibrist on a thin rope. One mistake and this could kill me. My heart I almost stopped when the monster's fangs flashed a couple of centimeters from my hand. A furious battle, the outcome of which is decided in seconds, and I honestly do not want to risk it any more time. I came to my senses. I just needed to catch my breath. Attention, you defeated the Lord of the Swamps. Blue Poisonous Race KO. Your level is increased. After all, they gave a level for the boss. I felt like a surge of strength drives away fatigue, and I again became a little stronger, and then followed another pleasant part of the victory over the monster, collecting Loot from the body of the do I got just excellent daggers with poisonous powder. Although the bonuses from the powder are rather questionable, it increased resistance to physical attacks but decreased the strength of the hot, considering that the penalty to strength is fixed. And the bonus to resistance of the measured ones, which neutralizes the penalty of poison. The dagger had good damage and two effects at once: paralysis and bleeding. This weapon was many times superior to my broken sword, and this is the same dagger that the genie received. I just feel like I'm walking on laid rails. Nevertheless, refuse such a gift I was not going to. Attention was killed. The appearance of the dungeon will return to its previous state. Crumpling neck. I looked at myself. Torn sweatshirt, cuts on the leg, bloody bandages. In general, I did not look very good, and at this time the space around was looking for a body. The snake disintegrated into particles of light and disappeared, and a wave passed along the walls and ceiling of the subway that returned this place to a normal appearance. Dirty walls and broken lamps were replaced by a clean room and bright lighting. It was again an ordinary subway. True, there were not many people, but looking towards the stairs by the tone of the light I could understand that it was already dark outside, and the upper level was lit only by the lamps of the subway itself. And indeed, when I went up, I discovered that it was already night around, but there was something else. Monsters, the body of monsters that had escaped from the gate, but these were not monsters of my dungeon, more like some kind of demonic creatures. These dead bodies lay here, and they're pouring their blood on the broken asphalt. There is a crumpled car that was obviously hit with great force, and a few bodies of people who died from monstrous wounds. Taking a deep breath, I looked around. My perception completely changed in just a moment, and I felt a pulse of power to the side. The monster is stronger than the scarlet wolves, but much weaker. There was no threat from it, but some Talika power was felt, considering how much stronger I became. Then I was not even going to ignore such a phenomenon, taking it out of my inventory. Broken sword, heading to the source of power with Aurora. Powerful golem is fighting with hunters. It looks larger and more dangerous than the blue snake, but if you believe my feelings, then everything is not so. This creature is weaker, despite the fact that my title of beast killer also increases damage to monsters. Animals and snakes are also animals. Well, let's see. I grinned, and when I was already close enough, but even without approaching the cordon of military force, a jerk and the blade breaks from my hands at half speed. I put all my strength into throwing a fragment of the sword, but the effect was even better than me expected. The shell simply exploded the monster's head, smashing it into rubble, after which the golem fell back. You defeated the stone golem. The boss was destroyed. It was the boss who had gotten out of his gates in the meantime, when the monster was already dead but had not yet fallen. A fireball launched by one of the hunters hit him, after which the golem finally fell to the ground and people cheered, and I decided not to claim glory and retired to my own. I still needed to return to the hospital, and by the way, I was quite late in that dungeon. The daily task had already been updated. Just returning to clinic, I completed the standard for running, but the value in the task itself did not freeze at 10 kilometers but continued to increase the scale, so I also ran in the courtyard until the indicator of the task for running froze at 20 kilometers. Haha. Interestingly, I grinned. After so many level increases, I was simply overwhelmed with vigor and let the night, but having returned to the ward, I began to do other exercises. The daily task to become stronger completed. Receive a reward: restoration of characteristic points plus 10. Select a reward: blessed box with an unknown, cursed box with an unknown. This time I again received 3 types of reward, but in addition to the fact that the number of us is also E, and the usual box was replaced by a choice of 2 clearly unusual boxes, and from the blessed box I received an ominous red key, the key of the demonic castle. Rank C allows you to enter the dungeon. The demonic castle can be used in the Tower of Sankt-Pa, and for now I only had to put this key in the inventory while I am not exactly ready for. I still need to pump up, preferably also a profession. Get it right now. I didn't want to sleep yet, so I took my smartphone and started studying the manure tape. I also wanted to follow the events, and also little by little I collected information about this world in general and about myself. In particular, Dream Jin is the weakest hunter in the world. I even have some reputation already. In fact, it's not such a famous title besides other things I found. My sister's page on the social network Dream Jin. You need to remember the name. I also found the official website of the Hunters Association with a catalog of tasks here. Entire guilds or separate groups of hunters invited people to joint raids, or the association itself organized actions to close recently appeared enemies someone simply did not have enough people to clean up well, and somewhere because of death squads lose combat effectiveness and look for new members, and of course guilds recruit new hunters. The association also sets requirements for the composition of the raid group, and if there are too few people they simply will not be allowed to clean up. Although for high ranking, what will we say if the dungeon has an S rank? This does not mean that only a group of similar hunters can pass it, and accordingly the boss with rank will be much stronger than a lone hunter of the same rank. And with higher ranked dungeons, approximately the same in Korea, there is generally only one gate and with rank. But since they appeared on an isolated island, they have not been able to close them. A group of rank hunters has proven beyond their power. In any case, there is something to cling to. When I write out, I will need to deal with ordinary dungeons. In the meantime, for some time, I returned to hospital routine rest and daily tasks, which now brought even more stat points due to the increased reward, though I didn't get any more special boxes, but in one of the regular ones I got another green key to the instant dungeon. During this time my sister Jeannie also visited me several times, and these were very awkward meetings, but I somehow started to get used to her. But I also tried to be friendly with her brother. Here I dragged you something to eat. Smiling pretty, this girl showed up and brought junk food. Oh, I even shuddered. Jinah, you just come here. Why? The girl hesitated and hesitantly came closer, putting the box of chicken strips on the nightstand along with a can of beer. I grabbed the girl and hugged her tightly. I love you. My stomach made a plaintive rumble. Haha, it looks like they don't feed you very well here. Yes. Jenna amused me. Not that it's not good, but I just missed junk food in general. We actually got along well, considering that she considered me her brother, and I was in no hurry to reveal this misunderstanding. As for the treats, if everything was fine with the chicken, then alcohol was perceived by the system as poison, and its effect was neutralized by the ability of longevity. Well, so that I generally liked alcohol. I can survive without it. So almost a week passed and I should already be discharged the next day when I decided to visit a new dungeon. Especially now I felt stronger and more confident. Stats: strength 50, agility 50 plus 0, endurance 48 p. 2, perception 25, intelligence 24. Much stronger. I'm already thinking that it's time to increase not only physical stats but also perception and intelligence, although now they are not so critical, but from the same perception I already feel significant benefits, and the intelligence indicator does not make me smarter, but I feel how my magic power is growing. I only have one skill so far, although it is quite useful, but not enough to pay attention to increasing the mana reserve. Too much attention in any case. In the new, I went into the dungeon with full confidence in my powers, and although it was the same errand, but the monsters turned out to be a little stronger. Of course, the dungeon was created by the system and did not appear on its own naturally. The monsters here are somehow suitable for increasing my powers, and this dagger is really good. I smiled. Just one blow, light as a feather and deadly, although I was a little uncomfortable because of the short length of the blade, and even its lightness was perceived somehow incorrectly, but still I directly felt the superiority of this weapon over the one I used before. Monsters in the form of large dark jaguars died with one blow. A little later I came across another cat-like upright humanoid monsters, but they were also animals on which my title GRA worked. I passed this dungeon much faster than the previous one, quite quickly, raising several levels. I practically stopped getting experience from ordinary monsters and Went further to the boss, a 3-meter figure of a humanoid lion clad in armor, his powerful body bulging with muscles, and although in his hands he was squeezing a huge sword, but in his eyes there was not a shadow of reason. I suppose he was very strong, but I never took a single blow. Using sprint I became even faster, and it turned out that the monster simply could not keep up. I saw many vulnerable parts on which I stabbed with my dagger, bending down, avoiding a sweeping blow with a sword and piercing paralysis. I managed to strike again, although this boss was stronger than Rosa, but to defeat him it turned out to be easier, mainly because they had increased significantly since the last raid. RRR was exhausted. Leo, the last blow is sharper than a dagger, pierces his eye and pierces the bone, entering straight into the brain. You defeated the ruthless Rakshasa. Oh, these are just another weapon, an excellent steel sword, attack +4. Actually all this was just a large two-handed sword without any special effects, and even outwardly it seemed ordinary, without any frills, except that its dimensions were somewhat larger than that of an ordinary two-handed sword designed for a person. And in general, my dagger, despite less damage to the BC, is still better, lighter. I can simply inflict many more blows in an instant than with this two-handed sword, and then you still need to cope with the inertia of a heavy sword, but still taking it in your hand. I felt that this weapon simply feels more comfortable than a dagger. Maybe I will still use it well. And the next day I'm home, finally getting home. I didn't find anyone here. Yeah, exactly. Jinah is still at school and Jin Woo's mother is in the hospital, an illness associated with the appearance of magic in this world. Some people just fall asleep and never wake up, although there is a way to save her. Later in that same demonic castle you can find ingredients to create a potion that heals any disease, and in general it's not that I was so kind, but to some extent I felt so. I decided to heal his mother as soon as such an opportunity arises, but for now, I groaned discontentedly, looking at the new messages on my phone. Bills and more. Bills need to be paid for the house utilities and also hospital bills for mother. I only have gold coins that I still can't spend in the game store because I'm not at the right level. But in general I already had an idea of how to deal with this. I had some ads on the Genie Hunters website in mind. You're back. Jinah was happy when she returned from school. Yes, sighed I. How are you doing? What are you asking? The girl was worried that there were some problems at school. The teachers think you're stupid. You're an idiot yourself. No. Did you really find yourself a boyfriend? Like, of course not. What kind of stupid questions are you? Jenna got angry. Sorry, I'm just wondering how you survived here without me. I can take care of myself, she muttered. Walking into the living room she noticed the TV I was watching recently. There was just a dungeon show on about the activity of the Gates brother. Will you go to the dungeon again? Yes, calmly answered I. The girl pursed her lips but didn't say anything about it, although she clearly didn't like the fact that her brother was risking his life in these dungeons, especially after the recent events when I ended up in the hospital almost 2 weeks. Day I was already approaching the construction site where the gates had recently opened, and an order for cleaning had just appeared, which paid very well, but perhaps it was not the money but something else that attracted me. Hey, here. Noticing me, a tall, large man waved his hand. He was wearing equipment from the dungeon, ridiculous in appearance, armor that does not protect anything, but like my equipment it gave some bonuses to its owner. Over the hunter's shoulder also hung a short sword and shield on his belt. Looking at this man I felt a murderous chill in my soul. Seeing this order I decided to make inquiries. This guy Don Suk, the older brother of a top class hunter Donsu who left Korea and joined the American Guild, and although I do not recognize his face and name, but these family circumstances told me who this is. A plot arc in a comic book. When the main character is set up by a group of lizard hunters, what are they thrown from the command to be torn apart by monsters or even kill them themselves for the sake of profit? My name is Donsk, and you smiled affably. He approached closer and extending his hand for a handshake. Dream, Jin Woo calmly answered I. But despite his true nature this man was very charismatic. After all, he ranked correctly, he specified. At the same time the hunter did not Show any disdain on this account? Yes. Ha, and I know him, exclaimed another member of the team. Dandelion guy? Well, I mean with a lush nest of curls. This is the famous Jin Woo, the weakest hunter in the world with a long delight, he said. If he goes into the dungeon then it is definitely safe there, ha ha ha. Hey. Calm down. Don Suk frowned and put his hand on my shoulder in an encouraging way, showing his support. We had already talked about this on the phone. He looked at me. It doesn't matter what rank you are. You don't need to fight. Just leave the cleanup to us and you'll get 2 million for participating. We only need 2 more people to complete the set. However, 2 million won is not really that much. Although for any other profession, only some official who sets his own salary would be paid that much just for being there. However, this money is barely enough to pay off all the accumulated bills. But this is the fee for a one-time contract, which is very good for a Yaranga hunter, and although I need the money here, I don't need this contract. Sorry for bothering you. A young guy with a sparkling smile approached me. It looks like we're new here together. Yes, I'm Yujinho, 22 years old, ED rank. Nice to meet you. And it wasn't just his smile that sparkled. He was completely beaming. He joined this mission. And it's not even about his family's wealth, but about that he will be able to make it much easier for me to clear dungeons. Although I remember this line in the comic rather vaguely, I just need to go to the dungeon as often as possible to destroy monsters and increase my level. Well, let's go, smiled Don Suk, looking at me. You just need to carry things, we will take care of everything else, grinned one of his companions, and if the leader himself quite skillfully portrayed friendliness, then from his assistants there was some kind of vileness that they not only did not hide but seemed to stick out with pride. But not only this, my feelings allowed me to feel the pulsation of the power of these people, and if earlier it was only a feeling of threat, now when the perception characteristic became higher, I could notice how this pulsation creates a certain aura of power, and in addition to the fact that I could understand the level of hunters by this aura, I also felt some meanness in them. Don't worry, Jin Woo smiled encouragingly. Eugene, just stick with me, I'm even shorter. Smile, especially if it goes as expected, then I will have to save him, and yet I really will have to kill people up to some point. I just played my role in the group, that is, I carried a bag with things and did not even really participate in fights with monsters, especially since these were weak insect-like creatures from killing which I almost did not receive experience. Pitiful crumbs that the system seemed not to notice, and after all, this is a Class C dungeon in theory, even a higher level than the lion dungeon into which I went down at all recently. Here I only warned the group when I felt the approach of monsters. My senses were clearly sharper than those of the Aaron hunters, and physically even higher, I suppose somewhere at the level of the Don Suk rank. Gradually he held back less and less, and a certain aura of cruelty began to emanate from him. I didn't even want to just turn my back on him, and in fact he showed his nature when we got to the boss of the dungeon, a nook in the corner of which among those webs a giant spider was sleeping peacefully, and around right from the walls there were crystals in which the pulsation would close. You need to pick up the equipment for mining. I left it in the car. Jin Woo, Jin Ho, wait for us here. Of course. Eugene was taken aback by this. Wait, do you want to leave us with the boss? The guide became worried. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen to you. Look, he's already singing soundly asleep without a back leg. If you yourself are not an invasion. And I was not at all surprised when these guys moved away to collapse the passage to this part of the dungeon. The magician used an explosion spell and blocked the passage, and from the roar the arachnid came to his senses and began to move his cheliceraate discontentedly. And actually I soaked because I did not want to fight the boss and the lizards at the same time. Che what looked back dumbfounded. Eugene, stop. Jin Woo, where did this sword come from? Stay behind calmly, I said. This monster is too tough for you. Looking at the spider, feeling his impulse of power, I did not feel A shadow of fear. He was clearly stronger than the snake and the lion, noticeably stronger, but I was confident in my strength. This system pumped me up perfectly. RSA, taking a sharp breath, I made a dash to the side and onto the floor of the cave where I had just stood. A stream of green acid poured out which began to melt the stone, but I was already in front of the monster, and with a swift blow I cut off several of his paws at once from surprise. The spider somehow sobbed pitifully and unable to restrain himself. Quickly and accurately, like a mechanism making a series of lightning strikes, so before the boss came to his senses I knocked out 4 of his eyes, after which I had to retreat so as not to be wounded by his cheliceraate. I fell with a claw and tore apart as my health was decreasing, but these were crumbs, and without wasting time while the acceleration effect was in effect, I went on the attack again. The arachnid was trying to pierce me with claws, hitting me with his paws, but I saw his movement. I felt with my whole body how to avoid a blow and carry out a counterattack. It is impossible. Eugene sighed in shock, his eyes wide open. He was in disbelief. Successfully, then the spider lost 2 more paws, after which I carried out a new attack on the target. In the monster's head he spat acid again, but the body is so light I soared into the air and deftly landed on the monster's back, delivering a sweeping blow with a 2-handed sword, and then, clinging to the shell with my fingers, I rammed the blade into the creature's head with all my might and pulled it out again into the sword, repeating the blow. Quick jabs from the 2-handed sword rained down on the monster's head one after another, and I expected that I would have to retreat again to repeat the attack, but no, the spider flinched from another piercing and simply collapsed to the floor, spreading its paws. The dungeon boss was killed. The system immediately reported victory. Your level has been increased, your level has been increased. But if this were just a game system, then for one boss I would not have received 2 levels at once. But it seems that the creator considered that my body was already ready for a new boost, and for the victory I was given more levels. This whole game system is just an illusion that captivates the player and encourages him to take action. But it is very effective for development, I must admit. A new skill was received, a 2-handed blade. Level 1. The effectiveness of a 2-handed bladed weapon in your hands increases by 10%. Yes, even if it is a little, but I moved away from the canonical pumping of the genie. He completely went into the specialization of daggers. My main weapon somehow became a 2-handed sword that I could easily hold with one hand at my level of strength, but I don't think that's bad. Maybe daggers win in some ways, but with a long sword I really feel more comfortable in battle. Mr. Inzanum, a voice problem. Eugene M. Do you want to drink? The guy with a trembling hand offered me a flask of water and thank you, I didn't refuse when he offered. I suddenly realized that I really wanted to drink. In any case, the guy was clearly impressed by how I dealt with the boss of the dungeon, but this story is not over yet. Until the dungeon closed. Take the pickaxe. I threw it down and went to the bag with things myself, taking out the tool from there. Yes. Of course, Eugene immediately understood everything, although taking into account future prospects. This is not so important, but I did not want to miss out on the benefit, and thus until the lizards returned we began to collect the mana stones that were strewn around the walls of this part of the dungeon. I already felt how the shove was pulsating with a tear, and it seemed that those guys also felt something. Realizing that the dungeon would soon close, we collected a few stones before a new explosion was heard and the figure of hunters appeared from the smoke and dust. Don Suk no longer looked as friendly as before. That these two were alive. One of the lizards exclaimed in surprise. What happened? It seems we overestimated the strength of this spider. Probably in expensive clothes he was killed. Haha, then it's clear. Don Suk stepped forward sullenly looking at us. Eugene said ominously. I found out something about you here. You are a son. The chairman of the construction company. Eugene and so what? Eugene frowned. So be it, I'll give you Shah, but only if you kill the Jinva. I'm Smart decided to tie the guy up with blood so that he would have less desire to tell the authorities about everything. Actually a good move if it was Eugene who killed the monster, but alas. The lizard misinterpreted the course of events and Jinho himself tensed up even more with fear, squinting. Who would have decided on such conditions? But even if he agreed, Eugene understood that a hunter of his level could not do anything to me. I'm one tooth short. What are you? Kill him and join us. Harshly cut off Don Suk. Only this way you can survive. No, either me or you both will die here. I stretched my neck until it crunched before my eyes. A system message appeared. Attention, emergency mission. Destroy enemies nearby. There are creatures wishing to kill the player. Destroy them or your heart will stop. Enemies 0C8 and the system leaves no choice, kill or be killed. But even without it, even when I entered this dungeon, I knew that it would be like this. But if I had any doubts then, now, looking at the people who wanted my death, I didn't feel any rush at all, only confidence in my strength and some dissatisfaction with the fact that someone so meanly decided to kill me. A cold impulse hit me in the chest with a wave right from the thread of the system. I had already felt it, little by little. That filling my body with the power of the master, little by little. It changes me. It not only makes me stronger, but also more confident, and these are not the changes that scare me. On the contrary, I accept such a transformation calmly. Okay, kill him, Don Suk said coldly, and perhaps some other crumbs of indecision still remained in me. After all, I had not yet taken the first step towards the fight, but when Mac raised his hand, in which the flame was already glowing, I made a sharp jerk, and the two-handed sword cut an IL line on the mage's body. He even managed to be surprised by my attack before his body fell apart into pieces that fell to the floor. Caves like what your decisions have consequences. Exhaled. I was just overwhelmed with irritation. Killing others. Be prepared to be killed yourself. Raising my sword, I make another dash and my opponent doesn't have time to do anything as a horizontal blow just blows off his head completely. Es ranks or Diren, you are all just my prey. You are no better than monsters. Period. At the dishes, Dandelion choked on his curse when I found myself right in front of him. My blade cut his comrade next to the guy himself. I grabbed his throat with my left hand. He exhaled with a strangled breath. His eyes almost popped out orbit when I squeezed his neck with all my might. Bones crunched, and unclenching my fingers, I let the dead body fall to the ground while the other guy fell apart, cut in two. What kind of soft sign are you? False Ngovi. Another jerk, and the experienced hunters fall to the floor. No. Stop. In a panic retreats Don Suk, and I left you for dessert. Stop. I'll give you money and all the mana crystals. Take them. I know who you are, said I. If I let you live you'll run to complain to your brother. His eyes bulged. Hunter, you're a liar. Even if you promise, how can you be trusted? You won't dare. Naturally. The man squealed. My brother, he is the glint of steel and splashes of blood. The hunter's head flies away by inertia. Severed. Emergency mission completed. All enemies destroyed get a reward. Recovery of characteristic points plus 10 suppression skill. Having accepted the reward, in addition to points, I also received an interesting active skill. Suppression. UR1. Your aura instills terror in the hearts of enemies, temporarily reducing their characteristics. Not bad in general. G. Mr. Woo gave voice. Eugene. I looked around, not paying attention to the corpses. Take the crystals. It's time to leave. Calmly I say to the guy. Yes. Now. And while he was collecting these crystals, I went around the hunters collecting their weapons and putting them in my inventory, and soon after that the dungeon closed and storage. Ahaha. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. We are saved. Yes, I saved your life, so it's better for you not to talk about what was our. Of course your secret will go with me to the grave. What happened in the dungeon remains in the dungeon. I understood. I put the sword point in the ground and let go, after which the weapon crumbled into particles of light going into my inventory. Watching the manifestation of this ability, Eugene only swallowed nervously. Take Mr. in. He hand over with Crystals, you fully deserve them, and my gratitude, you saved me after all. Okay, I won't refuse, I need the money now. I shrug my shoulders well, and along the way I let the guy know that I need money. Maybe he will remember it soon. And for now we just parted ways. I handed over the loot to the agency, and we also reported on the closing of the gates. Reporting the death of 8 hunters. Yes. The clerk shook his head sadly, but there was not a drop of concern in his words, and that was the end of our joint adventure for now. That same evening I managed to look into another dungeon, opening it with the key from the gift box. There was already a higher rank, more powerful monsters, but they were not strong enough to make my blood boil in the fight. I just killed monsters, and pumping up your level is increased, and then again and again pumping up levels just captured me, forcing me to lay out and spend all my time on it. My new acquaintance reminded me of himself somewhere in a weak brother. Do you know the guy you? Jin Woo doubt asked Sister Yes, he called you. Thank you, Jinah. Now I will answer. Ferk 0 girl handing me the phone. Eugene was able to find out my contacts through the association and was clearly determined to hire me for his affairs, and in general so far we only agreed to meet, but the guy assured that it was very important. But since the meeting was in the evening while I was busy pumping up while the lords are sleeping, I am pumping up and doing daily tasks, and today the system just prepared a gift for me. Just by simply completing the task instead of the usual box, I got the cursed box, in which the skill stone vestment was found, and from a small stone on which a purple rune shone brightly with an ominous fire and vela with a familiar force, I very clearly realized that this was a gift not from the creator of the system but Dark Monarch of the one I saw in a dream when I was just reborn. Well, what is this? Squeezing the stone in my hand, I let him crumble, after which the power hidden in it passed into my body, giving me a new active skill vestment. UR1 allows you to embody the shadow of a creature into a weapon, although it was not quite the power I was waiting for, but some echo of it, and I don't remember that the genie had something like this. And this skill was somehow subtly different from my other skill, and this became especially clear when I used it again going through the system dungeon. Only after defeating the first monster I reached out to his body to me, and Met stirred, reaching for my hand. She rose, crawling out of the darkness and taking shape, lying in my hand already like the hilt of a long black sword. It was not defined by the system as an item of equipment, but I felt its power, and although this sword was created from the shadow of a weak monster, it was noticeably stronger than my sword obtained from the lion boss. He on the next monsters I with pleasure, but the shadow sword seemed to not feel the obstacle at all, cutting through the body of monsters without much effort, and the shadows of defeated enemies fed it with even more power, increasing the power of the weapon even if a little. But having killed a couple of dozen monsters, I could already feel the difference. The shadow of the skill itself became denser and somehow more voluminous. The 1.5 sword in my hands increased in size, a huge rail that could mow down a dozen mobs with one blow, but if I wanted, I could quite easily adjust the size of the blade. Very convenient in narrow dungeons. Sometimes there is not enough space for using a long weapon. What else is interesting? This skill did not spend mana at all. I could also release the shadow hiding the weapon already in my own shadow, and then use the skill again and call it not bad. An especially powerful enhancement to this skill I received by absorbing the shadow of the boss dungeon. XSA Ludo Lizard, even being the boss scared, recoiled from me. Maybe he was scared by the sight of a huge sword that exuded that mist flowed over my body, or the suppression skill affected him so. But the monster did not even resist when I calmly at the striking distance with one swing knocked his head off his shoulders. Yes, it is. My heart was filled with a feeling of delight. The shadow of the monster was also absorbed into my vestments, and as if the skill passed a certain moment of accumulation of critical mass, the vestments expanded sharply, covering my body with darkness, and in addition to the sword forming a gloomy armor, such a familiar image from that The darkness concentrated in the threads of the systems began to pulsate the same armor that the Monarch of Shadows had, and I myself felt delight feeling how they grow. My powers soared. Just soon already meeting with Eugene. Let's see what we can agree on. Approaching the restaurant where the meeting was scheduled, I looked at the system window showing me the function that opened after the recent promotion, namely now I could make purchases in the game store weapons, but I now have an amazing skill of dark vestments, but the shadow blade can be used not only instead of a regular weapon but also together with it. The vestments simply cover the weapon in my hand, and it seems the power of the weapon itself merges with the power of the skill. What is remarkable, even if in my hand there is a dagger but the vestments take the form of a two-handed sword, then this weapon will act with the bonus of the skill of a two-handed blade. Exactly the same with other equipment, and in the store there were just interesting lots for the report. Night Killer Attack P75 deals additional damage to an enemy in heavy armor. Not a bad dagger, but the Thunder Sword attack plus 100 accumulates a charge and deals damage with electricity every third hit, and with the sale of various not particularly useful items from monsters earlier, I had enough money so that maybe a Guard Saber attack plus 50 increases the efficiency of using a shield in the second-hand one-handed sword for a tank with a shield, the cheapest weapon in the list that I didn't even want to spend money on. Better dig gold to buy something better, and actually the indicated items were at the very beginning of the list, but above there were lots with simply insane prices. And in the store they also sell armor as well as consumables, potions, health, mana, endurance. Well, while I was fighting monsters at a fairly leisurely pace and didn't need a heal in addition, I already had some stock of various potions from the boxes for daily quests. I got several bottles of various potions at once, and lately there were only strong elixirs there. Meanwhile, I had already approached the restaurant, and while I closed the store window, Mr. Jin Woo perked up. Eugene noticed me and nodded. I came closer, sitting down at the table. And why did you need me? I'll get right down to business, and yes, thank you again for saving me. The guy bowed. And I have a business proposal for you, Mr. Woo. I'm listening. You see, the guy also sat down at the table, folding his hands in front of him in a lock. I'm still going to go on raids and you need a strong team, I continued. For him, you saw what I'm capable of and you need my strength. The price of the question is Koum. The guy coughed into his fist, embarrassed. Yes, 10 million for each raid. He gave out. I tried to show the whole expression on my face, skepticism. That is 20, no 30. The guy got worried. Okay, then I don't know how long I can go on raids with you. Only the raids are enough. Yes, I understand you need 20 closed raids. Want to become a guild master? Eugene frowned but then smiled. Right, you've already heard I'm the son of the head of the construction company. Eugene, as a hunter you should know that monster parts and various items from dungeons are highly valued in many industries, and we also use them, and you decided to create your own guild to reach the level of self-sufficiency of the company. Yes, I grinned contentedly. Father wants to hire S-rank hunters as the head of the guild, but if I can take this place we won't have to let outsiders into the company's affairs. I see, but since you already know what I'm capable of, don't you think your offer is a bit stingy? This is how you treat the man who saved your life. I'm sorry, Mr. Wu. Bowed. Jean almost smashed his face on the table, and here he is laying out a document on the construction. Why do I need a building estimate? Guild, I will pay you the same for these 19 raids, and this is not counting the loot from the dungeons. The guy seriously stated and nodded. Well, I am fine with this, but there will be conditions and we will go on raids together. We will hire the rest just like Donsk, just for the set. They will not even have to enter the dungeon, but I do not need a support group. T definitely if it is Mr. Wu. Besides, if during these 19 raids our team does not lose a single person, this will have a positive effect on your statistics. Yes, Eugene was happy. If you agree, then we will shake hands. Nodded. I may also work for your guild later. Of course, Mr. Wu, I will be glad to work with you. In general, we agreed, and the money He offered was very good, and it was obvious that he was initially preparing to offer me a fee in billions of won, although this is somewhere around a couple of $1 million. But for Jin WTA it was simply fabulous money. I myself did not really have a good idea where I would spend it at all, but it will also come in handy on the farm. Eugene said that he needed a couple more days to prepare, but no more than a week, and while there is time I decided to check the demonic castle I had just completed the daily quest but had not yet accepted the reward. This will allow me to fully recover if necessary, and if I get tired or get wounded, and in general I did not plan to completely clear the castle. This dungeon is still too high a level for me, but I remembered about this dungeon that most of the monsters at the first levels correspond to the level of SS rank hunters, which is not so much, of course, the further the stronger the enemies, but just waving with ordinary demons of the dungeon I will be able to raise a couple of levels, and then by morning I will leave the dungeon with using the exit cam. I usually don't use them, so I've accumulated some stock. Well, let's go. I sighed. Using the key near the tower I went to the Fire World Plateau with the gates guarded by the three-headed demonic dog Gur. Well, hello, I smiled. I felt a powerful impulse of power from him. The monster seems even stronger than me, but I still wanted to fight him. In extreme cases I can still escape the robe. A stream of darkness swept over me, hiding my body in dark armor. Cerberus considered this a threat and took off, rushing at me with all his fury. How the model of this fight arose in my head, and after waiting a moment I swung the two-handed sword, which was covered in darkness, forming a shadow weapon so that the next moment I would strike. I put all my strength into this attack, and the monster met in his dash with a powerful attack. Only one of the heads of Cerberus bent down, avoiding damage, while the other two heads were partially cut off. One was completely blown off, and the other blade only cut the skull. Collision. Cerberus crashed his carcass into the exposed shoulder, and from this blow a steel loss spread around the area. Suppression. I felt how the monster got through the forces. Simply rejects my influence. He will reset the effect of reducing characteristics in an instant, but nevertheless, even if only for one heartbeat. Cerberus was stunned and weakened, and this point is very convenient. I did not turn around, and from the handle a long blade grew, which I plunged into the third head of the monster. At the same time, the mighty blow of the beast hit my side and claws. Hellhound pierced the armor, entering my body but not deeply, and then I sharply hit the monster from below on the jaw with my knee, while on this part of the armor also grew a shadow peak, piercing the flesh of the monster, and while the beast was stunned by the attack I managed to swing again. Still alive, head of Cerberus, although turned into a bloody mess, rose as if he was going to howl, but simply did not have time. I just shifted to the side and struck from above the last head of Cerberus. Your level increased. Your level increased. Your level increased. Your level increased. And the system, as always, was very generous with the task, and also from the body of the monster I received my reward necklace of the keeper, rank in agility plus 20, perception plus 20, key to the castle gate rank, and the key to the gate received for killing the gatekeeper Fong of Cerberus. The material of the necklace gave good bonuses, and if it really had to be put on yourself it would be inconvenient, but since it just took up space in slot equipment, then its form with spikes did not bother me at all. And now I bring the key of Cerberus to the gate. Received the task of souls. Monsters and demons filled the demonic castle. Collect their souls to receive a reward. Conditions 0-100 demonic souls. Rewards item of your choice. Characteristic points plus 20. Special reward. Well, I was sure that the first time I would not complete this task, so I was not particularly worried on this account. I simply raised the shadow blade to my shoulder and stepped into the blazing hell mirror. Image of Korea destroyed, engulfed in flames and full of bloodthirsty monsters. Gur, and here are the locals. A dash forward, and before a couple of demons who came out to me had time to realize anything, I cut it in half. It really was just ordinary demons, are noticeably weaker than Cerberus and therefore did not cause me any special problems. I fought with them again and again. I did not even need To look for them, the monsters themselves came to me intending to tear to pieces invaders. With legs, even when I began to get tired, just drank a potion of endurance and continued the slaughter. A couple of times I came across stronger demons, but they were still within my ability to destroy them, and from one of them a parchment fell out, which was a pass to the next floor. The transition between the floors itself was a pillar of fire going into the sky. This place was guarded by quite strong demons, but having overcome them, I moved to the second floor of the castle, which turned out to be another world, a mirror that depicted the burning city, and most importantly, there were no fewer demons here than on the first floor. Your level has been increased. Your level has been increased. I could have simply lost track of time, but having checked my watch, I made sure that it was not even morning yet. I came to my senses only when your level was increased. The quest to change profession was available. With some surprise, I checked my status. At the same time, I distributed bonus points rewards for the daily quest Dream Jin Woo level 40. Specialty no title Beast Killer. Health 81 Pro Mana 17%. Characteristics Strength 100 plus 4 Dexterity 100 plus 23 Endurance 100 plus 259 plus 20 Intelligence 58. I felt a little tired. In addition, mana was also running out, but this was solved. Elixir Kami also during the massacre in the demonic castle. I received another active skill, Ruthless Slashing LVL2 deals a monstrous slashing blow with increased damage used with a two-handed blade. Weapons. With this skill I simply completely destroyed even stronger demons, so I overcame 2 floors and it was just time to go out. In any case, having reached level 40, I just felt impatience. I finally wanted to get profession, and I was absolutely sure that it would not be a choice and not random. The direction of my development was already predetermined. I was quite satisfied with the power that was prepared for me, haha, and I didn't even have to use the escape stone. The demonic castle was not an instant dungeon, but a different type of dungeon. Here you don't have to kill the boss to get out, it's enough to use the key, and after leaving the dungeon I also made sure that when I enter it again I can choose the floor I want to be on, so that later I can continue from where I left off. But before I take on the task to get a profession, I need to rest a little. The very next day I was contacted by the association. When new gates open and no one is in a hurry to clear them, then the government can call on hunters of the appropriate rank to some extent. This is our duty, granting May in exchange for benefits. Without this, that Jin Woo simply could not take care of his mother with the income he had from his raids. Nevertheless, hunters can still refuse the task, but let's say this will not have a very good effect on their statistics. The meeting was scheduled for the next day, so I decided not to postpone getting the profession. Maybe I should have pumped up some more time, but I already had good characteristics and also excellent for combat. In addition, if everything happens exactly as in the monk, then I think I can cope. In addition, I specially waited until the evening without completing the daily quest and giving myself a head start of several hours. Until midnight I entered the profession change dungeon using the gray key. Brought me to a dungeon similar to an ancient castle, high ceilings, monumental stone walls, view, and massive golems in the form of Lana armor in front of a spacious corridor. One knight was waiting for me and I had only to approach him. Vestments. He did not react to the sight of my armor. Only when I was already very close the golem moved from its place, taking a step forward and preparing for battle. A sharp blow from top to bottom. When using a merciless cut, rumble and grinding, the shadow blade was cut and crumpled. There was a cut from the shoulder to the middle of the stomach. Inside there was emptiness, only the same smoke that melted in the air, leaving the armor. You defeated the knight just great. With one blow. My weapon and skills, as it turned out, are just great for destroying such armored opponents, especially since the basis of my shadow sword was the Night Killer dagger, which I bought before going to this dungeon from the sale of demon parts. One got enough gold to buy a couple of items in the store, and now I calmly pass through the gate into an even longer corridor. Notification: you will not be able to leave this dungeon until you are a clearer using the store and Potions is unpleasant but bearable, and in front of me there is not one but a whole group of golem knights. Well, let's go, I grinned under the armor, the two-handed sword in my hands changes the shape of a huge contraption. It is not very convenient to swing in this corridor, but still I keep the shape of the two-handed sword, making it straighter and more like not a sword, and on the ram's spear I dash forward and I strike even without using the skill Shadow Pike due to its power and my physical strength. Pierces the golem's armor through and through. The grinding of metal golems, I advance dispassionately and I take a step back. You defeated the knight, and then again and again each of my attacks destroyed one enemy until I dealt with the whole group. It remains to collect the loot. A leather bag stores in itself a certain amount of gold. Brigantine of the high knight rank in reduces incoming physical damage, slows down the owner if his strength is below 80. Armor was immediately equipped, replacing itself a torn shirt, and from the bag I got 30,000 coins. Just at that moment I felt a weak impulse of danger and delivered a sharp blow, Vanzai sharper than a dagger, under the helmet of a knight who until that moment was invisible camouflage skill, and then I also had to dodge magic. A new group came out to me, not just knights of tanks but with several killers and magicians and also archers, and in general these golems were stronger than the same demons. By the way, these mages attacked me so far with only fiery clots like that Mago hunter whom I killed in Don Sock's group. Meanwhile, having entered into battle with the group, I moved further and we came out into an even more spacious corridor, just enough for maneuver. Getting closer to several knights, I used slashing to destroy 3 at once, and then once again covering 4 archers at once. I dealt with the remaining knights with single blows, but while I was fighting them, new ones appeared in addition. Among the old classes, knights appeared in sure weight armor that with a metallic hum rushed at me as a weapon. They used long claws on their plate gloves, and actually even their very manner of movement reminded me of how demons fought. Now when I dealt with the new group, the feeling that this dungeon modulates my past battles became only stronger. This group was the last before I went out to the massive gates, but before going further I collected the loot, among which was good equipment filling almost all the armor slots in my window, and in general this set of nightly frets simply cut incoming damage almost in half. Another minute even having equipped, I spent a little more time to catch my breath, and while I relaxed, the shadow armor and weapons returned to the darkness. Only when I felt that I was completely ready for battle I got up, but before going further I took out from the inventory a bag of poisonous powder. Basilisk poison, reduction of damage taken plus 20% reduction in strength 35. The negative effect is neutralized under the effect of the longevity status. The negative effect of the poison was cancelled and only the bonus to damage resistance remained. And now I went out to the throne room. The scarlet carpet spread out to me through all the rooms, and in this majestic and some awkward grinding sound was heard. I noticed movement behind one of the high columns, and from behind it a tall warrior in plate armor came out, bloody scarlet knight Igris, and at that moment when I saw him I was doused with a powerful impulse of force from which my breath was taken away. My heart almost stopped and it became harder to breathe, but there was one moment which spoiled the whole atmosphere in the weather. You were hiding behind that column and waiting for me to come to portray a pompous exit just for a moment, but Igris shuddered. His helmet jerked as if he wanted to turn around and look at that very column, but he held back. The knight did not answer, but in the impulse of his power I felt awkward, and I can swear when I entered the hall I saw his scarlet cloak flash my imagination so, and I imagined this picture: the bloody knight who was waiting for me and wanted to pompously sit on the throne, but considered that it would be ugly in relation to the owner of this throne, and at the last moment decided hide behind the column. Barely had time to do it. Strange creature Igris warmed up, taking a step forward. Vestments already I do not pronounce with one impulse of will I force my own shadow stirring my body. Igris, seeing my transfiguration, already naturally shuddered. It means you will test me. Extended eye extracting from the shadow blade. Scarlet Knight also came out to meet me, putting on his shoulder the same huge sword in armor. My figure seemed more massive. Knight even in armor looked more graceful. His appearance seemed to say that. VM in an ideal balance combined speed and strength, and his very appearance pushed me to get ready. I attack, I pronounce, having stepped forward. Igris perked up and raised his sword ready to repel my attack. I made a high-speed dash and at the right moment used ruthless cutting heart, missed a blow. I saw how this duel is developing from my attack, but since I warned him, the knight seemed to feel the need to take this blow to evaluate it on himself in order to admit my honesty. Bach, with a deafening roar, the shadow blade collided with the sword and the grisa, and from the force of the blow it was as if reality itself trembled. The wave made the floor crack like the nearest columns, and the recoil went through my hands. Vanzea pain in the bones. Time though the knight's sword withstood, but not his hand with which he held the weapon. The hand and the grisa SCM bent, and the metal of his armor submitted. The knight himself fell to his knee from the pressure, crashing the joints into the floor. I did not want to lose the initiative. With all the speed that I had, I raised the weapon for a new blow. For a moment the shadow sword transformed, returning to the form of a dagger to lighten the weight. In addition, suppression, and it got through. Putting all my strength, I hit again with a merciless cutting, striking from top to bottom. Again a roar and pain in the hands. But if I just felt unpleasant from the recoil, then the hand and the grisa with a grinding sound crumpled in the elbow joint. The second hand with which he took hold of the blade itself also, it turned out to be damaged and did not follow the suppression effect, and just when I was already swinging for the third blow, the lightning-fast movement of the knight sent me flying. From his advanced position he almost cut off my head with his sword, after which he crashed his elbow into my stomach. The shadow armor cracked, and it was as if all the spirit was knocked out of me, and while I had not yet come to my senses, the game abruptly rose, grabbing my hand and throwing me over himself towards the throne. My head was spinning. Also from these stunning blows, I simply could not hold the night killer in my hands, and my weapon flew away. What? I groaned. It was strong. Somewhere about a quarter of my health disappeared as if it had never happened. And inside everything is as if twisted blows. Also not bad. So poured night. He comfortable chair. A little nervously I gave out. Igris discontentedly clenched his fist, from which his eradication of the helmet flashed lights of indignation. His appearance seemed to scream, "How dare you sit where he sat? Oh, sorry, I didn't want to offend you, but you yourself threw me here." Proudly straightening up, the knight put his sword, rested its tip on the floor. Now he just stood up and began to wait for me to get off the throne and continue the fight. Obviously he didn't want to fight me while I'm just sitting here. Well, I relaxed a little, took a more comfortable position. Now I'll just catch my breath and put my legs over each other. Igris discontentedly shook his head, from which his armor made a threatening lass. "Don't hurry, you still have time," I waved my hand. My breathing just recovered and my insides stopped twisting. "That's all, let's continue." Getting up, I walked away from throne. Approaching his opponent from the inventory was taken out a two-handed sword, which immediately became covered in darkness. To run after the night killer who flew away seemed somehow too awkward to me, at least in this particular fight. Although in general I didn't have to run after him. The weapon from the system store has one interesting feature, but I think it can be used later, and for now Igris raised his sword, preparing for a new round. More Mickey. The knight's eyes flashed. We rushed into the attack. At the same time I felt how the air almost creaked from my movements because of the speed. The air seemed viscous, like resin, and Igris moved just as fast. In speed we were about equal, or he was even a little faster. A simple blow from above. I tilted the weapon to the side and increased its mass with a shadow to use the weight of the sword to dodge, so I managed to avoid the crushing blow of the sword and gree, and then shifting the center of gravity. I myself could not cope with the inertia of my attack. My blade targets the enemy's neck from the bottom up, but the Scarlet Knight managed to return from, and although I didn't take off his head, but with all the forces hitting the shoulder with a plaintive creak, the shoulder pad and gree shifted from the power of the blow. The metal of his armor simply tore and fastened. A moment, and using the inertia of the recoil I strike a new blow, the sides having made a turn, and what allowed this to fall out of The monstrous inertia, but then Igris managed to raise the sword, parried my blow simply, slightly moving it higher, forcing the shadow blade to pass over the knight's head. All the spirit was knocked out of me again. I imagined how I could attack further, but I just didn't have time to steam my second blow. Igris attacked faster, hit a lump rest, and before I had time to come to my senses, his clawed fingers dug into my helmet, tearing the metal and catching my hair. Bang! A sharp jerk of his hand and he brought my head down hard, hit me in the face with his knee, and this blow simply crushed the helmet of the shadow armor. My eyes filled with blood, and after that followed the final throw, which threw me into the column. The weapon fell out of my hands again, and the ebb from the column, I fell to the floor. The beating of my heart gave a roar in my temples, there was a ringing in my ears, and my vision was covered with a bloody veil. I only vaguely saw the approach of the game and the clanking of the scorn. I felt that my health had already dropped below half, much lower. A second such series of blows I cannot survive. Perhaps right now I should have used the rune of escape, but I still had hope for victory. In my head I made a plan, and even though it was a risk, I just didn't want to retreat. Take the genie, this is your filthy karma. Why should I find myself in such a situation, in a critical situation? I can hardly breathe. The Scarlet Knight stopped in front of me and swung his sword over his head, and when he was about to finish me off, I put my last strength into a single jerk. At the same moment a fang appeared in my hand, Rosa, which I drove into the slot on the helmet with a lightning strike. Igri suppression prodi, but I still had enough for one single blow, and when a night killer appears in my hand, summoned through the system, he is immediately engulfed in darkness, turning the weapon into a two-handed blade, merciless cutting. Deals a crushing blow to the neck of my enemy. Crush ha, retreating backwards to the floor, pressing my back against the column. Then fell to my knees, and the armor of the Scarlet Knight you killed bloodily. Scarlet Knight Igris, your level has been increased, your level has been increased, your level has been increased responsibly. I declare that this was the hardest fight of all that I had to experience in this world, and relief was real happiness. And with what triumph I reached the defeated enemy to get my loot. Received items: Red Knight's helmet, rank C, absorbs 15% of incoming damage, plus 20 strength, plus 20 stamina. Leather bag used, P 150,000 gold. Runestone. Monarch's power skill can be learned when the stone is destroyed. Return stone consumable item, allowing you to leave the dungeon before the conditions are met. The most valuable here were the helmet and Grisa and the runestone. Actually, I did not hesitate and immediately equipped a new helmet instead of the old one taken from one of the ordinary knights, although I would not refuse a full set of his armor. But if the helmet received as loot could be Rowan, then the real armor was clearly very much not my size, and in the end it's somehow awkward to undress this guy here. Also, I immediately crushed the runestone in my hand, allowing the power hidden in it to gush out, and this was also such a familiar feeling. Another gift of the Shadow Monarch, it was one of his abilities that was contained in this porridge. I suppose he himself could have left this Igris in order to pass the stone through it to his successor. The power of the Monarch, you can move objects without touching them. It was another activated skill that did not require mana. And stretching out my hand, I used a new ability and made the helmet and Gree that had flown away come to me. I felt some resistance VM after the power of this skill corresponded to my strength. That is, the more weight I could lift with my hands, the heavier the object that I could lift with this skill. But in general, it's amazing how, along with new skills, some intuitive understanding of how to use these powers seems to flow into me, and in any case it was a tough fight. I'm completely exhausted. A little more than 20% mana is running out. I can't even use acceleration, suppression, or cutting, although I have skills that do not require Ma, and the quest to change the profession begins. The system message sounded like mockery. The more you are, the more points you will receive depending on which a high-class profession will be provided. I sighed desperately. Oh well, this is necessary. Is the previous tests not enough? Maybe just give me a profession. A ringing silence reigned in the hall. The message rippled and suddenly changed, but before this happened I Seemed to hear the click of a lock in my chest, a pulse of power and the energy of the monarch. Of shadows flared up and poured into my body in a furious stream, but if earlier this would have simply destroyed me, now everything was fine. The power filled me like a vessel. Until it filled me completely, to the point that dark veins began to run through my skin, shining from the inside with a gloomy purple fire. A little more and I would definitely be torn apart, but this is where the transmission ended. I received exactly as much power as I could withstand. You received an exclusive Lord of Shadows, and at the same time the shadows in the hall seemed to dance around me. Tore off from the floor and from the walls, they reached out to me with dark tentacles merging with the armor about, and so that it was possible I blurted out, I felt in this force an echo of the monarch's apathy. He didn't say anything to me either then or now, but I seemed to hear his tired sigh of complete pity. He seemed to be real here. The youth went always in a hurry somewhere. Okay, take the candy right there. And I felt the old man's grumbling, and along with this a clear thought came to me. The realization that at least the architect who created the system was not responsible for this test but the Shadow Monarch himself. And several impulses of power diverged throughout my body, and with each impulse new messages appeared in front of me. Received a class skill, received a bonus to characteristics, received the title One Who Seeks Easy Ways. It seems my eye twitched. The title One Who Seeks Easy Ways. Your damage resistance increases by 100% while you are dressed in the shadow of the monarch. At the same time I did not even hear but felt with my soul something strange, an otherworldly impulse forcing me. And look at the armor and grease. A shadow summoning can be used for this purpose. Please select a key phrase to activate the skill. But before fulfilling the system's request I opened my list of skills. Passive Fortitude 5 UR, Two-Handed Blade 3 UR. Active Sprint 6 UR, Suppression 3 UR. Vestment 3 UR, Monarch's Power 1 UR, Shadow Extraction 1 UR, Shadow Storage 1 UR. And the last two skills were especially interesting at the moment. Shadow Extraction 1 UR, Creation of a Shadow Warrior from the remains of a dead man's own mana. The chance of success depends on strength, dead man, and also from time to time from the moment of death. The number of summoned shadows 0s50. Storage of shadows 1 URU are absorbed by shadow warriors and places them in the storage of shadows, can be summoned and reabsorbed again at any time. The storage volume is 0s50, and this was exactly what I wanted since I ended up in this world. I was burning with the desire to take possession of these abilities. It's funny that the real test was the duel with Igrim, and what was supposed to happen next served simply for the entertainment of either the creator of the system or the monarch himself, and I suppose no matter how canonical Jin Woo would not have passed this test in the end, he would have received the same result. And it turns out that the monarch has not disappeared completely. He is still connected to me, but in his strength there is also some impatience. He is waiting for me to be ready to take not a small part but all his power. Sighing, I also checked my characteristics. Dream of Jin Woo level 46. Specialty Lord of Shadows. Title 1 Who Seeks Easy Ways. Health 100%, Mana 100%, Characteristics Strength 126 plus 20, Agility 126 plus 20, Endurance 126 plus 30, Perception 85 plus 20, Intelligence 84 plus 5. My characteristics increased, as did the level. Also health and mana were restored, but I already managed to feel this, and perhaps it's time I returned to that message again and finally gave the phrase for activation. But of course it could only be risen. Can it be something else? And along with this word was the skill itself was activated, which made the armor and grease shudder, after which darkness emanated from him. The attempt to extract the shadow failed. 2 attempts remained here. I took a deep breath. I looked at the armor. You, what was it? All right, he still Box doesn't want to be reborn, you see. Hey listen, you almost killed me here, but you know it was still the most exciting duel of my life, and I wouldn't want our acquaintance to end here. I want to fight you again. Giving this speech I looked at the throne. And you have nothing to guard here. You have fulfilled your duty. His last order. The shadow of grease somehow subtly stirred. But why should this be? The end rise and serve me Igris part of the phrase was pronounced as an activator, and with a powerful impulse the shadow of the Scarlet Knight came to life. The extraction of the shadow was successful. The shadow gets a name. The level of the shadow was increased. Igris, Knight of the Shadow, otherworldly power. Pulsate when we fought. I'm afraid if then he was also strong, then I would not have an chance, but to my surprise I felt that this was not the limit. The servant's power is connected with the master. The power of the Shadow Knight is still restrained by the system, but in fact he is hundreds of times stronger. Only this power is locked, just like the power of the monarch. The shadow itself is clothed. Although internally I simply rejoiced with such an ally. Definitely I will become much stronger than they. Went turning around, I headed for the gate leading to the corridor through which I came here. The space of this dungeon was already trembling, getting ready to close, but I managed to approach the armor that remained here earlier. Rise, I walked on, and the shadow warriors rose behind my back and followed me, ready to serve. Along the way I noted that they had a different rank than Igris the shadow warrior. Almost all the knights received this rank, and none of them had a name. Only one particularly large armor that was twice as tall as me, and in battle with him it was harder than with the others, so he received a higher rank. Elite shadow warrior. In his own strength he was just somewhere between an ordinary shadow warrior and a shadow knight. So before I left the dungeon the shadow storage exchange was completely filled. The risen knights hid in my own shadow, but at the same time there were still a few warriors for which I did not have enough skill resources. Nevertheless, they also served me by becoming part of my attire, and now the dungeon is closing. Time is up. The daily task to become stronger is not completed. The player will be fined. I completely forgot about it. Feeling a slight pressure, I just muttered and rolled over on my side, but partially I already woke up and someone had already grabbed me by the shoulder and started shaking. My eyes hadn't opened yet, as if they were stuck together from fatigue yesterday. I was so tired with this task to get a class even recovery from increasing strength without removing it completely. So then and this penalty test for 4 hours of endless battles with giant centipedes that were not inferior in strength to a plate golem, but at least for them you could increase your level, and their shadows were good for strengthening the vestments. When I returned home I just collapsed into bed without undressing and drowned in the pillow. Brother, I can hear the nasty voice of Jin. Well, right now it just seemed so nasty because I wanted to sleep in silence and she was bothering me. I moaned, turning over. The girl squealed when I grabbed her for myself, hugging and pressing her to myself like a big plush toy or a hug pillow. To my surprise I again fell asleep. The girl excitedly quieted down and stopped bothering me, so I didn't care anymore. It didn't hurt to continue to sleep that way. I woke up only when I really got enough sleep. Raising myself up I look at the sweet Posa girl. Yes, she never got out staying here and fell asleep herself. Reaching out I took the smartphone from the nightstand to check the time, and it looks like because of me Jinah missed school and I need to meet the hunters soon. Looking down I look at the girl's leg that she threw on me while she was sleeping. Couldn't resist stroking the girl, from which she was so sweet. The area in my pants became tight. I think I need to find myself a girlfriend. Though I don't really have time for a relationship, I need to work out while I have such an opportunity. And sighing, carefully get out of my sister's arms so as not to wake her up. After which all that was left was to get ready, and it was time to go. And on the way I seriously thought about the fact that I could try to seduce my sister Jinva. We have a pretty good relationship now, except for the fact that she takes me for another person, but it's not like it bothered me that much. This will not prevent me from relaxing with a pretty girl. On the contrary, this circumstance only adds some piquancy to this idea itself. And yet I slept too long, so that I was a little late for the meeting, just a couple of minutes, but still, when I approached the place, I could see a rather unpleasant picture. A man in a yellow prisoner's suit approached a frightened girl. "Hey, what a girl, I would have fun with you." He licked his lips demonstratively. But it was not a threat. The man's hands were secured with handcuffs. And behind his back stood a man with a murderous look, ready to kill the prisoner at any moment. This guy just. They do with ordinary hunters who also gathered here as for the girl herself. It was a charming brunette with blue eyes. A girl, and as far as I remember an old friend of Jin who often accompanied him on raids. I even found her name in the contacts on my phone, and after the morning incident with my sister I immediately thought that Juhi is also a very good option. That you are shaking already flowing. All started was the prisoner. Close your mouth irritably. Through I coming closer mouth in Toriel to me agent of the association. For a moment there was silence. The hunter-killer looked back dumbfounded, looking at me in turn. I also looked at him in surprise. We started talking almost simultaneously, and it turned out a rather strange effect smart people have. Converging thoughts. Chuckled I to Jin Woo dumbfoundedly. Exhaled dream. Jin Woo, it's you. She stared at me with a trembling look. Yes, glad to see you, smiling at the girl, but how I was looking for you. But you seem to have disappeared. A long story. I stretched my neck. What an abomination could have said that you have a boyfriend. The prisoner winced. I don't have you. Jin Woo frowned. Agent, now everyone is here. We were waiting only for you. I rubbed the back of my head. Yes. I apologize for this. I'm ready for the raid, but first, what kind of clowns are these? Haha. His eyes bulged. The prisoner, the other criminal standing a little to the side, only grinned. Calmly explained agent, I'm a Kante Sheik representative of the association. I will personally supervise them. I also felt the aura of these guys. The prisoners were weaklings somewhere at the level of ordinary demons, that is with a rank. While agent seems to be able to pull a rank, but now I can say for sure that none of them have a chance in a fight against me or just one game. Jin Woo sighed with a break. A man from ordinary hunters, a red-haired guy without an arm, and his strength was at the level of SS rank, and it looks like this is one of those guys who left Jin Woo to die in a double dungeon, and the rest of the hunters are the same. You have become taller. Yes, I said calmly. There was not a drop of emotion in my answer. I simply did not remember these guys and did not feel anything towards them. Only Juhi evoked some sympathy. However, the man only darkened, but took it for granted, considering that they deserved such indifference on my part. Okay, let's start faster, let's finish faster. I looked at the agent. Killer nodded, and actually I don't call him a killer for nothing. This is his combat class in Monk. This character was an assassin specializing in killing with a dagger and had the ability to disguise himself, and this is exactly what I came here for. Let's go, he sighed. The gates were very close. Outside, that is in this world, the gate looked like a trembling cloud of energy, and approaching it through the park. Sheik finally. Snaya, are you Zakliuchani? Phew, that's better. Pretty drawled one of them. Hey, are we your slaves or something? Shut your mouth. And yet this guy has a certain style. Without any expression he planted the prisoner so that he immediately fell silent. From Sheik there was a constant feeling of threat that both prisoners and other hunters felt. Although the level can hardly accurately determine these sensations, their perception is much weaker than that of high-ranking hunters, but even someone orang can hardly just determine by eye the level of power of another hunter. Until we entered, he said. Who will be the leader of the raid? The hunters exchanged glances. Jin Woo, a one-armed man, turned to me. Do you mind if I become the leader again? Yes, calmly said I. You are better suited than anyone else. Thank you for giving me a chance. Guiltily bowed he. Honestly, it surprised the man a little, felt shame and guilt for the events of the double gates, although in fact it was not so much his fault that time. The whole group simply became victims of an unimaginable monster capable of grinding down even the strongest world hunters. No one then had the strength to resist the architect while he continued to bow and sing about his honor and how he had disgraced himself by allowing people to die that time. Enough already, coldly said I. This is a dungeon. Hunters always die in them. You did everything you could, so stop whining here. Ka ha 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 ha. One of the prisoners laughed. Red P, sorry, blurted out the old man, not paying attention to the prisoner. If you have decided, then let's go in. And the killer was the first to send our volunteers forward. The criminals themselves merged in anticipation of the fight, stretching their arms Went numb after the conclusion they were just bursting with me followed and on that one the fight had already begun, finding themselves in a spacious cave. The criminals encountered a group of goblins, small green creatures armed with primitive weapons, but these guys were very aggressive, and as soon as they saw people they immediately rushed in to fight. Jin and Juhi, stay behind, threw us leader. And the girl looked at me in surprise. Jin, where are you from? She just noticed that. Now in my hand was a sword which I had put on my shoulder for now, but was ready to face the enemy at any moment. And you still decided to go down into the dungeon again? I noticed. Grandfather nodded. She is glad that you got better. In the meantime our group disperse. Prisoners went further, cut through goblins and also with another group of monsters we encountered. Leader emitting a hand burning goblins. Other hunters used weapons, and although they tried to cover, a couple of monsters came at us with Juhi. Too much. The group dispersed nevertheless. The leader could have killed them. I just managed to do it earlier. Step forward and with one chopping blow I slashed the heads off both monsters that got close enough. How the girl naturally bulged her eyes and mouth. Razan was in shock. Jin Woo was taken aback. The leader, I just shook the blood off my sword. Wow, ha, and you got stronger. The man smiled and taller. Doesn't look like his former self at all. That dream Jin Woo, which I was dead before, calmly said. The leader bit his tongue. Not that I wanted to shame him, but after this phrase they stopped pestering me with conversations. I didn't really want to talk to these guys. There are several moves here, so we came to a fork. The goblins are pretty weak, so we can split up and clear the dungeon faster. The killer suggested. Yeah, I think we'll do that, although I suppose he suggested it in order to take the prisoners away and deal with them without witnesses. And then, while the hunters did not see it, in the semi-darkness of the cave my shadow stirred from it. A small clot of darkness separated that quickly hid in the shadow of the girl, and only to keep an eye on someone else. I was not going to let's go here. I pointed to the far left passage and okay, agreed. The leader was coming from this passage, a powerful impulse of power killing ordinary goblins. I did not feel at all that I was even a little closer to increasing the level. Yes, I thought to deal with the boss, but we did not go that far before a loud cry was heard behind. What is this? Sank Sheik. The girl exhaled with concern. They were in trouble. We are going back, the leader said, sighing. I followed them, but when we left the tunnel I had to move forward to intercept the attack of the killer. Sheik moved lightning fast and appeared as if out of nowhere, targets with a dagger right in the throat of Juhi. The girl did not even have time to understand anything, only recoiled when I appeared right in front of her. What how to understand this? Calmly asking the killer. I could just break his arm at that moment, but let the agent escape. It would be a bit ugly to kill him right away, although it is right, but since I also do not want to kill the rest of the hunters, it is worth letting the agent speak out. Sure, rank healer could become a hindrance, so I decided to eliminate her first. Annoyed, said the man who was taken aback. Leader, and now we could also notice the body of one of the hunters that was lying to the side, running away from Sheik. He ended up here where he was killed. I do not understand. Oh, everyone just started to kill himself, and the next time he attacked again, but now he was aiming at me. It seems he felt a threat from me. That is why he did not go on the attack, trying to distract us. But he's just a rang. I felt like I'd already outgrown this level, and with my speed I saw all his movements and could intercept him. Die again. Catching his hand, I abruptly threw the hunter over myself, threw him into the walls so much so that cracks appeared on the stone, and the killer himself clearly felt uneasy. Then the power of the monarch stirred in me. Attention, emergency mission, destroy enemies. There is a person nearby. I intend to kill you. Eliminate the threat enemy. 0 out of 1, and here's the mission. Only this time the system no longer threatened me with any penalties like cardiac arrest. I suppose after receiving the profession I have already become more valuable to the Shadow Monarch to threaten me like this. Kache, what is your rank? The killer hoarsely said, coming to his senses. Why did you kill the prisoners and those hunters were at rest? I turned towards the dead man. Sank Sheik recognized his girlfriend. The killer just grinned. Hey, you feel sorry for them? I'm just wondering why you decided to kill us all. I calmly explained. The expression on his face T-Sheik has changed. HNN. Okay, I was paid to kill these criminals. Got it, and we are witnesses. I nodded. And no, I decided to kill you just because I like it, the killer clarified. Oh, okay, I shook my head. You are so calm. It looks like they have already tried to kill you and you yourself have killed two. Haha, got it. You are the same as me. No, I objected and pointed my thumb behind me like that. You are lying there with your throats cut, not equal in strength. But the killer grinned again, starting to disappear. You will all die. This is a skill. But before he completely disappeared, I managed to swing the sword, which began to cover with darkness, and the next moment a huge black spear was thrown a sharp line through all the rooms and pierced the hunter. Realizing what was about to happen, he also tried to escape but simply did not have time. In addition, for loyalty, I used the skill folding my fingers free hands as if I were grabbing the enemy by. I used the touch of the Lord, pressing the man against the wall and not letting him dodge. Not that it was so necessary, but to pump up skills they need to be used. Shadow spear pierced through Sheik and then stood still, letting his dead body fall to the floor. Juhi, you can help Senkshi calmly, I said. And grandfather now. And the girl rushed to the dead man, believing that she could still help him, but it was already pointless. I at that time approached the defeated enemy from the place of his injury. A weak light emanated. Rune stone camouflage allows you to learn a skill when the stone is destroyed. Just great. And this stone was not the only reward for this murder, which even a fight cannot name. Task completed. Enemy was destroyed. Select reward recovery stat points plus 10 skill. Monarch possession LVL 1 shadow. Warriors next to you become stronger. It was hard to hold back a satisfied grin. 2 powerful skills at once, although I would have still received monarch possession sooner or later. I suppose it wasn't even about my current level of strength. Not only that, I had already adapted a little to the new abilities of summoning shadows and vestments, so Ashbourne decided to give me the next skill that would teach me to use his powers. Jin Woo, you exhaled. Leader, you saved us. I thank you. We need to close the dungeon. What? But we, the man didn't finish in shock, watching as a tall figure of a shadow knight emerged from my shadow. His eyes mysteriously sparkled with mystical fire. Igris looked at the hunters with slight curiosity, and they in turn almost broke the floor of the cave with their fallen jaws. What is this? Replay explained. This is my ability, so you understandably nodded. Leader, in general I don't. I was going to hide my powers, especially of course. This doesn't mean that I'll immediately lay out all my trump cards, but now that I can stand up for myself, there's no point in pretending to be a rank. And a higher level will allow me to calmly clear higher dungeons, although this may cause some problems with my contract to clear 20 dungeons with Eugene. But in any case, it will take some time before my rank changes. Well, in the meantime, having sent the survivors to the exit, I myself stayed to clear this dungeon. Rise, my order sounded. A dark shadow enveloped the body of the rank killer, and with an ominous impulse a new figure rose from it. He looked like a distorted copy of himself embodied by a ghost, and it seems he became even stronger than he was in life, somewhere at the level of my ordinary shadow warriors who were approaching in strength. I feel like a devil to the elite rank that they robbed me of. The class change just having received a reward for a penalty task and having completed a new daily quest. I raised my intelligence, which affected the amount the cells available to me. For storing shadow servants, even your death is not enough to atone for the guilt of daring to raise a hand against me. The ghost blinked in surprise and then bowed vigorously, expressing his readiness to carry out all my orders. First, finish your work. I turned my gaze to the prisoner who pretended to be dead. My feelings are not so easy to deceive and return these guys to the world of people I did not intend. It is the same as letting the monsters of the dungeon break out, and after the command, Sheik silently committed a dash, and the prisoner did not even have time to rise as his head was cut off from his body with one swift blow. That's how, in the thesis of changes in the system corresponding to a set of game experience, even if shadows kill, I become stronger. But having checked it with people, I headed to the boss's room, which was hidden in the left tunnel. Along the way, in my palm the skill stone was broken Destroy them, I give the command. The rustle of the fabric of the cloak and the knight's shadow rushed forward and I disappear in camouflage mode, opening the wooden gates to the boss's hall. Bloody crashed into the crowd of goblins, mowed down the group with one blow of his huge blade. I personally did not enter the battle, just calmly walked after Igris. It took only a few seconds to destroy this gathering of goblins and cut off the head of their boss, a massive monster hobgoblin. Sheik at this time tried to keep up with the knight but simply did not have time. He only got a couple of weak ones. Your level is increased, and although for killing the boss of the IS rank they did not give very much, this experience was enough to finally get to the next level. I just had a little left. With the death of the boss, the energy of the dungeon went into chaos. Soon it will close. Usually this happens within an hour. Well done, Igris, you did well. I surprised the shadow that brought me the head of a hobgoblin, throwing it at my feet, after which the knight himself dropped to one knee, putting his fist to his chest, expressing respect and devotion. Well, why do I need it? Okay, let's go. Returning to the gate, I recalled my shadows along the way, noted that the presence of shadow warriors in this world did not affect my mana level in any way. It seems to be a Rithi. When shadows take damage they constantly regenerate due to my magical power, but this is all I still need to check. But for now I can just use camouflage more often to pump up this skill, but I don't think I will often use it in serious fights now. This ability is very weak, so it ate my magical energy, and in the meantime I again met with the surviving hunters, only a one-armed old man and a girl. And it is worth noting that when we reported to the association what happened was not some kind of shocking news. Obviously, the Sheik did not have the best reputation in the department. The organization's agents arrived for the investigation only half an hour later, and it was quite fast. The dream of the Jin Woo was surprised by the inspector. And you are the same Yuden? It was the guy who met me in the hospital to measure the strength. Even then he assumed that I had gone through the awakening again, and now when we met again I could clearly feel his strength, a very strong orang, but I am already stronger, although not much. It seems I overestimated my strength a little, deciding that I had already reached the E rank. And by the way, this is the same guy who often flashed in the comic. Well, his appearance is not particularly remarkable. It's not even surprising that I did not recognize him that day in the hospital. My name is Wu Jin Cheol. He introduced himself. Let me ask you a few questions while he looked at the raid leader. Okay, the man hesitantly turned his gaze to me, and of course the inspector noticed it. Which of you killed the hunter of the rank of Kante Sheik? Right away he asked the main question. I calmly declare. The inspector's eyes widened. Now he definitely realized that his initial guess about me was correct, although perhaps not all of his conclusions correspond to the truth, but in the fact that I can be considered repassed. Yes, the repeated awakening new abilities were revealed not immediately after I came to my senses in the hospital. That's how the inspector nodded. It all explains. But what is your rank now? I can't say for sure, but definitely not lower than the O rank. In any case I was going to re-register soon. Wait, he remembered something. Destruction of the Huang Dong group. This also nodded. They were lizards, wanted to feed us to the boss, but it didn't work. The inspector's face darkened. Please, can you come with me and help me write a report? I will need to ask a few more questions. I hope this won't take much time. I rubbed my neck. I will try. The law quickly nodded the inspector. About any consequences I was not worried. In both cases I was within my rights, except that there will be problems with Donskoy when his younger brother appears in Korea, but this will only mean that I will have another strong shadow. The truth is that the domino effect is already working here, because the American Guild is already behind Don's brother, and he is the initiative of one of the strongest hunters in the world. So before this meeting I would prefer to pump up a little more. Jean Chol sighed tiredly, putting the papers together. Now there were only the two of us in the office. He had already asked the others and let go, and even with me he tried to write down the main answers to finish as soon as possible. I want to warn you, Jin Woo. The man Don Su held out, the S-rank hunter will try to kill you. I No, calmly I answer him, what are you? I see you think you can handle him. But in any case it will be safer for you to join a guild or become part of an association. I'll think about it, I tell him. I had an idea to create a guild with Eugene like the canonical Jin Woo did. But if I can agree with the association, then maybe it will just be unnecessary having a rank. I myself will be able to dictate my own conditions. When are you going to pass a new certification? In a week at most, I answer him. This time should be enough to sort out the contract of Eugene, okay? The man nodded. Maybe I will not contact you soon. Thank you for giving me your time. And the man rose to bow to me. I apologize on behalf of the Hunters Association for the action of Kante Sheik. Apology accepted. I waved it off. The guy's gaze flashed. Guess let me, this is our mistake. Stretched out call to at least slightly make amends. Yara Shea group compensation. I will be satisfied with a set of Hunter's equipment for battles in an area with extremely high temperatures and protection from fire magic. And the inspector gaped. You can give it to me when I officially receive a new rank. And yes, of course. The guy could only slam his mouth back as it was, so as not to freeze something. These same actions are quite understandable even if I were just ranked awakened. This is already a good acquisition for the association, and with this compensation he, let's say, earns points for his faction. I hope that in the future I will join their organization and not go to one of the guilds. The Hunters Association must be experiencing some inconveniences due to the fact that it cannot fully control the guilds now. It is on par with the strongest guilds and even somewhat inferior to the Hunters Guild. It is as if in some countries several companies with their own armies and police would appear that would not be inferior in strength to the armed forces of the country itself. For now the relationship between the guilds and the association are in some balance, and the guilds recognize the association as the governing body of the government. But everything can change if the balance of power changes. And although I was tense about the idea of working for the government, but this may be one of the best options, considering that as an era which I will soon reach, I can very well try to negotiate the provision of some privileges to me. For example, so that I do not have to assemble a team for raids and clear the dungeon myself, even if the strongest dungeons are controlled by guilds, but it is the association that provides access to new dungeons. Although I have a few more ideas about clearing the dungeons, I'll have to check something later, but that's later anyway. For now the conversation was over. Chul still had to fill out reports and I left his office, and, oddly enough, Juhi stayed here to wait for me. The leader had already left, so only the girl Jin Woo met me. Everything is fine? She asked with concern. Yes, Jin Chul promised to pay us compensation. Well, and offered a job. PIC, and you stayed to wait for me? I smiled. Well, it's nice of you to see you off. The girl nodded quietly without refusing, and although I didn't know where she lived, but I just walked next to her, and along the way we could talk. You know, you've changed so much, the girl said. I just shrugged and I remained the same. I couldn't cope with my fears. You have nothing to be ashamed of. I'm trying to calm her down a little. Even S-rank hunters can't withstand the pressure of the dungeons in the end. It's not a question of strength, it's just not given to everyone to smash monsters left and right. With a stern look, there's nothing wrong with the fact that you're just a good girlie. Thank you. Juhi's voice trembled. It was already evening and it was getting dark outside, although the sun hadn't set yet. Maybe we'll have dinner, I suggested, paying attention to the restaurant we were passing by. And after this raid I still haven't finished. Yes, and you too, let me treat you okay. The girl suddenly smiled. So you remember? You promised to take me to dinner when everything will end. Juhi's smile began to look happier. She straightened her shoulders, and this set me up for interesting thoughts. It seems her relationship with was better than I expected, and I didn't remember about this promise at all, although it seems that something like that really was in the comic. Only you don't need to pay for me, she added. That I know you. I'm fine with money. The recent raid was quite successful and I've already made a good deal, so I can easily treat the girl to dinner. It won't hurt my finances. You'll have to replay. After ordering while our dinner was being prepared, we talked for a while, although Juhi was doing most of the talking. Of course I took on the role of a good listener and mostly just admired the beautiful girl. Maybe this is a little ugly in relation to the genie, but I thought here that she was a very good option in addition. Although she was a colleague with this guy, they weren't really good acquaintances. So the girl couldn't even notice that she was no longer a genie, and all the changes in my behavior were explained simply by the fact that people can change, especially after the stress that they survived in a double dungeon. I think I'm really not like that, she sighed. I can't fight in dungeons like other hunters, even standing behind others as a healer. I can't cope with fear. So you're leaving the hunters? Yes, I've been thinking about this for a long time and decided that I'll return to my hometown. You miss home? The girl smiled a little. I think that's right if you understand that you've taken a wrong turn in your life. It's okay to take a step back and reconsider your goals. Life in raids is clearly not what you want. Juhi listened to me with her mouth slightly open. I could just feel how the girl was inspired by my speech, but the main thing in my words, she felt the support and approval that she lacked. She really was not created for such a life. It's surprising that I myself feel so comfortable in constant battles. Thank you, Jin Woo. And then they just brought us the order and we were able to have a delicious dinner. But even singing, Juhi was in no hurry to leave, as if she did not want to end this meeting and part. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked a little embarrassedly. Just admiring. I smile at her in response. You know, before all this put a lot of pressure on me. I barely made ends meet and just did not pay attention to anything around. And the girl nodded. Yes, this is like you. And now, after reawakening, my life has changed and I have changed. And looked around to notice what a beautiful girl was nearby all this time. Ah, impressed, sighed Juhi. It's even strange that Jin Woo ignored such a pretty girl who also took care of him earlier. But as for me, she was too good to miss her, while she herself is just reaching out to me. Of course I'm glad that you made up your mind, but I'll be a little sorry that you're leaving. P. Sorry. The girl hesitated. Nothing. Besides, you're not leaving for another country. I'll be able to visit you, maybe not any day, but if you want we can meet again. Yes, it would be great. Immediately pick her up. Her eyes were just shining. I wasn't just seeing her off. We walked around the park for some time until it got completely dark, but at that time the city streets were lit up with night lights and the park was also illuminated by the warm light of the street lamps, giving our walk a special atmosphere. Jin Woo, you know, awkwardly stretched out. Girl, I've always liked you. We stopped in the middle of the park right under the light of one of the lamps, and it turned out to be a surprisingly romantic moment. I like you too. Juhi approached the girl. I take her hand and with my other hand I carefully take the healer by the waist, after which she herself reached out to me and she rose up on her toes a little, looking into my eyes. I only had to bend down a little to cover her soft lips with a gentle kiss, and at the same time I pressed the girl even tighter to myself. Ah, Jin Woo, she whispered, moving away. And then YouTube, hide me. Therefore, full chap will be on the bus. We can still continue, but now she needs to catch her breath a little, and then we still have the whole night ahead of us, waking up in the arms of a beautiful girl. But isn't that wonderful? Although we didn't have fun all night, only a couple of hours. But not because we were tired or exhausted from love. It was just a Shrek Al desire to be satisfied. We just settled down comfortably in the same bed to rest. We could have done this a couple more times, but the girl was already very tired by that time and I could use some sleep. And now I wake up with Juhi by my side. Life is wonderful, but I need to get ready while I sleep. The enemy is swinging and that means rest. No time. Jin Woo, where did you wake up from? My movement. Girl, sorry for waking me up. I sighed and getting closer to her, leaned over to kiss her. Haha, you are so sweet. I would like to stay with you for a while, but I need to go. Where? The girl was surprised. Well, I think I can tell you if you promise not to reveal my secret. The girl nodded in agreement. My strength as a hunter grows in battles. The more I fight, the stronger I become. Until recently my strength was at the level of rank C, and now it is already higher than rank O. I Am going to start clearing dungeons to become even stronger, Juhi gaped. Well, yes, I didn't hide this detail, deciding that it would be easier than coming up with some excuses. Why should I waste a lot of time on the dungeon? It's unlikely that this girl will tell anyone about this feature of mine, but even if she does, it won't be a problem. Don't worry about me. The fact that my strength grows in battles doesn't mean that these have to be tough fights. I can easily clear a rank dungeon alone, without any risk. The girl nodded excitedly to the genie. I can help you. You wanted to return to your hometown? Yes. The healer hesitated. I'm just not sure anymore. I understand that you've been completely captivated by my charm and you don't want to part. One said faintly. She pouted and lightly slapped me on the shoulder with her palm. You fool, the girl muttered. Don't worry, I can handle it in the dungeon. I don't need help, but if you just want to stay, then it's up to you to decide. And would you like this? Having approached, I kissed her again. What do you think? And yet it so drags on. Talking to Juhi, I began to gently stroke her waist. I was also not at all against such an outcome if she decides to stay here. I really like this girl, and in the end, I can just have a good time with her between my raids. If I just get bogged down in endless pumping, then I can go crazy. Okay. Sighing, I kissed her again. Just for a couple of seconds, touching her sweet lips, just a manifestation of tenderness and not passion. I will be glad if you stay with me, but think about it well. And now I have to go, and it's good that she doesn't need to explain why I need to become stronger as a hunter. She perfectly understands what strength means in our world. Leaving Juhi, I went to the city to re-enter that wonderful dungeon, which provides me not just a huge resource for pumping, namely a demonic castle, as many as 100 floors full of running bags of experience, as well as a task to collect demonic souls. At the moment, this dungeon is suitable for pumping better than any ordinary dungeon. Here I enter again and go up immediately to the 3rd floor. Appear, said I. My shadow stirred, stretching a massive cover around, from which shadow warriors began to rise. Immediately behind me, from the right shoulder, stood Igers. It's time to start the hunt. With a metallic clang, warriors stepped forward at us. Already a whole crowd of demons comes out, devoid of intelligence but filled with anger and cruelty. Wombs growl. Monsters rushed to attack, and the first to meet them was an elite shadow warrior in the form of a powerful golem. He took the first blow, but the attacks of the demons could not even harm him, and after his attack, Igers carried out instantly mowed down almost half the enemy group. The Shadow Knight rushed through the horde of monsters. His blows were so fast that the eye did not have time to follow the movements of the sword, only noticed the residual trace of mysterious energy that the blade left behind, and dozens of demons were immediately cut into pieces. And finally the simple shadow warriors entered the battle, putting out peaks and advancing on the monsters. Although in my opinion they lacked some organization, but still the warriors went ahead and the archers and mages remained behind. But if the Titan and Igris did not even receive damage from the demons, then the usual shadow warriors were vulnerable, and several of them, having missed the blows of the monsters, began to regenerate from what began to deplete, while the losses were simply ridiculous. But I suppose in a difficult battle with a dangerous enemy I will begin to experience a lack of mana. At the same time, I also need to pump up the camouflage skill. This is another reason to start increasing the intelligence characteristic. The second reason is that the higher this characteristic is, the more I can create and save shadow warriors. And if initially the number of summoned warriors and those whom I can save was equal, then as the intelligence increased, this ratio began to change, and having invested recent points in this characteristic, now I can save in my shadow a little less than 100 shadows, while on the battlefield I can raise an additional almost 20 shadows. However, here in battles with demons there was a small hitch, namely, I could not extract the demon's shadow. The system issued a message that their mana was corrupted and unsuitable for using the skill. We spend more time squeaking the enemy than destroying him. I stretched out, evaluating the effectiveness of my pocket army. Looking around, I also figured out some options in my head. Then you will split into 3 groups. I appointed the leaders of the groups of the elite warrior and Sheik each received a certain number of shadow warriors under my command, after which my battle groups were sent in different directions of the dungeon. When one of you finds a pass, then immediately bring it to me. As a result, this decision significantly increased the speed of clearing floors and experience flowed like a river. Your level was increased and then again and again until the elite warrior came to me with a pass, after which I simply went up to the next floor. My warriors again disperse me experience. I myself also did not stand idle and periodically encountered monsters. I myself was strong enough to destroy groups of demons, and although more powerful demons began to appear on the higher floors, they were still significantly behind me. One easy battle after another, but not only my own level grew, I also felt how my shadows were getting stronger. It was not reflected in their status, but I did not need these designations. I just felt their growth and progress faster than others. Iger's, it seems his growth should be slower because he is already the strongest, but his case was similar to mine. He gradually revealed the powers sealed in him while the rest of the shadows were in full force and just gradually increased their power. Sheik also could otaz on murders. When I raised him with a shadow, the killer was already on the verge of moving to the elite class, and now having gone through the dungeon with us, he reached this limit. A request for promotion was received. A shadow warrior can evolve into an elite VO. Gave good. I was able to see the transformation process when the ghost blew power outwardly. He practically did not change, only the mystical light in his eyes became a little brighter, but his aura became clearly more powerful. Now he was noticeably stronger than in life. Take this. I handed the killer two of my daggers, the basilisk Fong and the night killer, and the shadow one gladly accepted such a gift without holding back the satisfied grin of a butcher who was eager to try out a new weapon. Try it. The task remains the same, and thus by evening we had passed a few more floors, after which I decided to leave the demonic castle. Becoming a little stronger, the shadows again hid in my storage, following me wherever I went, and already outside when the connection appeared, I checked the phone and finding a missed call called back Eugene. As it turned out, he had already prepared everything for our first raid and even booked several dungeons. We agreed to meet tomorrow at the first. Then I called Juhi just to talk and let her know that I was okay. And finally came home. Brother, you came back. Was happy. Jenna, yeah, I really wanted to ask about things at school. I could barely restrain myself. Sister doesn't really like such questions, although she studies well, but at the same time she's a lazy girl who doesn't like school itself. She's generally a pretty smart girl. She learns the topic of the lesson in ice, and at home she just does the assignment and relaxes watching TV series, playing games, lazing around. In general, a cool girl. Are you okay? The girl asked. Yeah, don't worry about me. I ruffled her hair. Hey, I spent the rest of the day at home, rested and well rested. Jenna, I see, decided to keep in shape. Well, it's just boring to sit at home, and you need to keep in shape. Cheerfully called off. St, you have a great body, mind. Thank you. It sounded a little awkward, and Jenna in a tracksuit looked pretty good. Still, her appearance was in no way inferior to Juhi. This girl was a beautiful young girl with a fit figure, and my body still remembers what she is. Pleasant to the touch, and you don't even strain it. After some time, our run lasted half an hour, and during this time I could have already completed the daily quest standard 10 times, but I held back because Guinea could barely keep up. I noticed the girl smiled and looked at me. What? No, of course I'm stupid, but in general it was a good pastime. Okay, let's go home. Only the exercises were done and it was time to go back. I still had a lot to do today, but of course you don't look at me, only I see how you stare at my ass and no, I nothing. In the girl's voice, panic flared up. Come on, go ahead. And Guinea immediately forward, trying to hide the blush of shame on her face. Now I'll be staring. Hey, if I have a girlfriend, then who will take care of my sweet little sister? Gur, okay, and in general I have a girlfriend. Lie. Indictment 0. Jin, she didn't even believe me. Well, and I didn't become her to convince. But he doesn't want to let him not believe. But in general this conversation of ours was soaked with some kind of piquant danger. I was just excited, and if I didn't have to go to a meeting with the hunters, then I probably would have visited Juhi, and for now. We finally returned home and I got myself in order and changed clothes to go to the meeting. I left some money on the table if you need anything. Don't forget to eat on time. Yes, go, you already muttered. Boys, I don't have a boyfriend, even if he appears. There's nothing to do here. Debauchery. If you really want to, you can ask me. I will lend you a helping hand in a brotherly way. And before in me slippers arrived, I hurried to get out of the house as soon as possible, and already on the way I thought that I wouldn't mind transport. With current capabilities I can easily get my own car, but for now I can take a taxi, and then I won't need a car when I pass the demonic castle. At the very top, a copy of the demonic monarch created by the architect is waiting for me, and if you can't extract a shadow from demons and monarchs seem to have shadows no at all, then the Demon King's riding beast in the form of a huge wyvern promises to be just a chic acquisition. In the meantime, I finally got to the Point suburbs in a rather remote area. The gate opened in the middle of the forest, and it's quite dangerous. If the gate opens in the city, they are found almost immediately, but when the dungeon is in the wilderness, it can easily be lost sight of until hordes of monsters start climbing out of the gate. That's why the association tracks in such remote places too. Here also there were already several cars that will be useful to us later. The gentleman in happily greeted me. Jinho, I glanced at Kalasai. Well, that is our team for statistics. 8 more people, all in ordinary clothes, one with a cast, another one not drying out. Teenage girl. Perfect. Are you aware in the World Cup your role? Calmly asked. I looked at the warriors. Just to wait for you outside, the young guy uncertainly clarified. I nodded in agreement. Yes, the association requires a minimum of 8 people to clear the dungeon. S rank. Smiling, Eugene said so. We called you. They will really pay us that much? 3 million. 1 to each of you, confirmed Jinho. Not a bad deal considering that you just need to stay here and wait, but you need to keep quiet about what you saw and heard here, otherwise you will have to return the entire amount and pay a penalty 10 times more. Even though these guys knew what they were getting into, but the statement of the good-natured Eugene with a friendly smile made them turn pale. Okay, let's go. I dropped it and headed for the gate myself. A guy in full plate armor awkwardly followed me and also put a bag with things on his shoulders while I was just walking light. Yes, I seem to be fully equipped with armor, but it is integrated into the system slots and I don't even feel its weight here. We are passing through the gate and what are we? UA recoiled Eugene. He stared in horror at the many shadow warriors that came out of my shadow. Calm down. These are my soldiers. Igris bowed respectfully. The clearer for such dungeons, thus clearing turned into an easy walk, and only a small part of the shadows participated in the battles. The rest simply had no opponents left, but they began to collect crystals and dropped loot. They also collect crystals. Eugene was taken aback. Mr. Woo, what should I do? I just shrugged. If you want, you can go back to the rest of the team and play cards with someone, and the guy groaned from a feeling of his own uselessness. Here is the boss from the dungeon. Rise up, the body of ordinary monsters. I used that to strengthen my attire. And now I began to feel that this ability has a limit, as well as a reserve for preserving shadows. I just didn't notice it before because the attire was not saturated even halfway. And now it's just about half, despite the fact that the shadow weapon gives a bonus of about 500 units to the throw, which is very good, rather very good, and this is because the resource of the attire also gradually grows. As I pump up the intelligence characteristic, it seems that this attribute will become the main one for me in the near future. And for now, I admired the new shadow warriors in my army. A powerful monstrous figure covered with horny growths. Outwardly he resembled a demon. Although then I would not have been able to lift it. It was a brutal ogre. But despite his appearance, he barely reaches the warriors, and he was far from an elite warrior. The ordinary monsters of this dungeon would simply uselessly take up free space in my storage, but it looks like they couldn't cope. They're already running back, the alcoholic said sarcastically when we left the gate quickly. Now I checked my watch for the cleanup. Not bad, let's clear the next ones as much as we can. Grandfather, sir, Eugene exclaimed that the cleanup was taken aback by one of the soldiers of fortune, and at that moment the dungeon behind us began to sparkle with arcs of energy. It would close only after some time, but the hunters could already see that the gate current was broken. This meant that the boss was defeated and the dungeon was starting to close. It was impossible, so we went in this way. Towards evening we cleared 5 more dungeons. We could have cleared a couple more, but besides the fact that Eugene himself was extremely tired, as were our volunteer assistants, who diligently did nothing with all their might, and the number of reserved gates had run out. There was an eco gate ES rank, but I still negotiate about the reservation. When there will be at least 5 more gates, contact me and gather volunteers. Good Mr. Woo. For these 6 raids I also replenished my army a little, but even my knights who are shadow warriors fight better. Maybe later I will release these creatures to raise someone stronger instead of them, and it is very convenient that the quantity and storage check does not depend on the strength of the shadow. 1 place per soul, although I would understand if the same Igris would cost as 10 simple warriors. Well, in battle it is worth much more, but in the shadow storage it takes up 1 slot like any shadow warrior. Today there was still a little time left. I handed over all the collected mana stones which I had to clear on a couple of floors. The next day also passed in this dungeon where I raised my level a little more. At this time I also mastered a new technique, although this is not a game skill but just a rather specific use of the skills I already have using the vestments. I created several shadow blades at once and launched them like projectiles using the power of the monarch, and if the enemy was close I could shoot blades directly from my shadow, or my shadow warriors could attack from the shadow itself, raising the enemy at a peak. Using such tactics I began to feel more like not a warrior but a magician who calmly walks across the battlefield from nothing, all with the help of his spells. Although these were not spells, but the sensations were exactly like that. And only a day later he contacted me. This time he booked 7 gates, which we did considering that he only needs 19. Then we have already practically finished this contract on the 2nd tray. Yes, you are just a man of the army, sighed Jinho. Your ability replaces a whole raid group and you really can clear the gates alone, probably even Vran. For myself I noted that even in I can raise local strong monsters with shadows before pushing them against the boss. In this way, even if entering such a gate for the first time, I will not be strong enough to clear them on my own. Then as this very clearing I will seriously increase the combat capability of my shadow army. But I was in no hurry to tell Genie about this. He still believed that I was just summoning warriors and not raising my enemies, and we just walked out of the 3rd gate today. Only this time I saw that our volunteers were being pestered by some creepy guy, but noticing us he immediately perked up and headed straight towards me without even paying much attention to Eugene. You are Mr. Jin Woo. Forgive me for disturbing you. I am the manager of the management department of the White Tiger Guild. He introduced himself, handing me his business card. Well, it is not surprising that Noah was already interested in the most powerful guild. I have already left many traces. Well, and a similar moment was in the comic, although it is not so important. In fact, I had to stop the cleanup for a while to talk to the guild representative, although it was clear what he needed, and in general he did not beat around the bush, starting with the fact that he conducted a small investigation, noticed me in the last incidents. He gave out what he was going to. Undoubtedly you have passed the 2nd awakening and received a high rank. Our guild needs such recruits, so I am ready to offer you twice more than a construction company using Koum, that is 6 billion. And the manager almost choked from shock. What does 6 mean? I thought that there is another reason why joining an existing guild will be more profitable than creating your own. When my rank is confirmed, all these guilds will be ready to lay out mountains of gold for me and give me everything I ask for. Besides, I still do not intend to manage a guild to control such a structure. I am simply not interested. It is much more convenient if I have those that themselves will agree with the association and simply provide me with gates for cleaning. But in this regard, cooperation directly with the association is even more convenient than joining a guild. Yes, guilds control the best gates, but they do not close them and extract resources from them for as long as they can, until the gates themselves come to the brink of a breakthrough. On The other side, that is why guilds are very rich and can provide me with more resources than the association, but even with all the money in the world it is on, in fact it's not that important, I already have excellent equipment from the dungeons. You can also add regular equipment, but I have already agreed with the association about something like this and I have enough money for purchases. In the end I can generally remain a free hunter just by agreeing with the association about the benefits I need. As for the white tiger, okay, I'll think about your offer with the Eugene company. I have a temporary contract and for now I will continue to fulfill it. I understand, Mr. Jin. If it's not a secret, can I find out what your real rank is now? You will find out later. I will not join guilds until my rank is officially confirmed. On this we parted. I did not refuse right away since this contact can still be used. I remember that in the comic it was this guild that conducted a training mission where the regular gates turned red. This sometimes happens, and in general I wanted to get into these gates. For this I even found in the official list of O-ranked hunters Tank Kim Cho his. I didn't remember the human name, but when I saw a photo of a guy with a scar on the right side of his face, after checking his class and rank, I immediately understood who it was. If it works out, I'll try to repeat what Jin Woo did with this dungeon to get him as a shadow. There were also strong ice elves there. Jin Woo tried to raise them, but it didn't work. Maybe I'll get lucky. I'll try to talk to the dead a little before that. Maybe it will work like with Igri-sam. But perhaps the most important advantage of these gates will be the time that passes in this world, while 1 hour passes in the red gates, a whole day. Thus, just by spending a few hours there, I will be able to complete several daily quests at once until a day has passed in this world, which means that I will already be stronger. When the time comes to face other monarchs or an architect, I am quickly gaining levels now. But even during these days of quests, I get a lot of stat points. In the meantime, I return to clearing dungeons with Eugene, although this time after working with him. In the evening, I did not go to the demonic castle, but decided to visit Juhi. So you haven't left yet? Although I myself asked to visit her, but when I arrived, she had already cooked me something to eat herself. Yes, I thought about it and decided to stay here for now. By the way, do you like kimchi? Looking at the table, I involuntarily swallowed my saliva. I think I love it now. I excitedly nod to the girl. You're just here. Marry me. But seriously. She cooked fried potatoes in honey sauce, the sight of which only made my hunger worse. There was a plate of spicy kimchi with chicken nearby. Forgive me, I'm just so impressed. I hesitated. You're not only good, kind, and ovsky hot girl, but you also cook amazing. You haven't even tried it yet. He muttered sheepishly. And Juhi, I'll try it now, but it looks very tasty. And in general, having had my fill of home-cooked dinner, I seriously thought about whether I should kill this girl, well, to make her my shadow who could cook for me. No, it would probably be very ugly on my part. How insidious you are, Juhi. I shook my head. Why first dulled with your kindness and affection and then seduced with your body, now you also seduce with your cooking. Will you stay today with Hope? She asked. Right, I've already cleared so many dungeons under the contract. So much tension. You will help me relax. The girl embarrassedly pursed her lips. Her whole appearance said that she was not at all against it, but she was embarrassed to say it out loud. If you want, you could move in with me. Oh maybe, but I still need to take care of my sister. Sighed. I definitely. You have an NKA. Juhi remembered. Maybe later when she finishes school, and I'll probably buy a new bigger house. If you want, I will be glad to live with you, Grandpa. The girl exhaled joyfully. Jinvu, you definitely don't need my help. I can impose a boost. You will help much more if you just stay as sweet with me. When you are near I feel better and my soul rests. The girl blushed again. Be careful, Jinvu, you can fall in love like that, but this girl is really Very pretty, and it is impressive that she is ready to go against her. Fears again to support me, but as I said, this is not what I need from her, and now she just helped me relax, taking a short break in raids in general. I had a good time with her, and the next day I still returned to raids, but before that, and you have already returned, when I was left alone, a murderer appeared next to me from the void, an incarnate shadow handed me a hefty amount of money that you, Sheik, received for killing prisoners in general. I didn't even immediately remember about them. But as I remembered, I ordered the shadow to secretly take this dirty money. Well, dirty. Clean, what difference does it make? In any case, the money will come in handy after I finally went to work the remaining dungeons for Eugene's statistics were closed during the day, after which I received my payment under our contract, and together with the Sheik money it was even a lot. Mr. Woo, and you didn't think about joining any guild? Not yet. I shook my head. Maybe I'll join an association or stay on my own. We'll see. It's clear he clearly wanted to attract me to his group, but he understood perfectly well that I didn't really need it. Also, at home, my sister told me about a parent-teacher meeting, but there was a whole week before it, which I decided to devote to the demonic castle. I remember what exactly after this meeting the event with the red gate happened, so until that time I could swing calmly, but before returning to the dungeon I wanted to check something, at the same time replenishing my shadow army. Along the way I also handed over a bunch of junk from the dungeon to the administration department, which was collected together with mana crystals. Thanks to this my wealth increased by another 2 billion plus another 3 for the contract, so now I was a very wealthy person. I just don't have a very clear idea where to spend so much money, except for equipment and artifacts of hunters. But in the demonic castle I will definitely find things of better quality. The only thing I need is equipment for protection from fire, but here I already have to deal with Jin Chul from the Hunters Association, and here is the disguise actually waiting for the right moment. I used the stealth skill to disappear, and thus I was able to pass unnoticed by the observers of the association. The energy of the gate distorted, accepting me, and already inside the dungeon I took off the disguise, after which I pulled the hood over my head perfectly. The devilish grin itself crawled on my face. Rise up, army of shadows came into the light. Dozens of warriors in good armor, monsters, and the ghost of the hunter ready to clear the dungeon. Begin. Shadows rushed forward while I decided not to lag behind. It was a recently appeared dungeon of the rank which most likely in the near future they will simply close, but until the association is not sober I could clear this place myself and get experience as well as new shadows. The main monsters here were quite large wolves covered in shiny steel fur. These guys are much stronger than the recans from my first dungeon, and even ordinary monsters here after the revival became on par with my shadow warriors. The boss turned out to be strong enough to immediately be reborn as an elite shadow warrior. Oh, the shadow wolf with shining blue eyes briskly jumped around me and waving his tail, and I could not resist sitting. The monster also carried out the command and clicked his jaw like that, but being a shadow he remained silently, immediately filling his storage with these monsters. I did not save only the leader and a couple of the strongest wolves ready to move to the elite rank, after which I immediately left the dungeon. I did not even linger to collect crystals, only collected more or less valuable items dropped by monsters and only. But after that I still did not immediately head to the demonic castle. No, I chose another gate to replenish my army. Powerful, the gates of Oren. Where can I find a real monster? Alas, but all such gates were now under the control of the guild. However, with camouflage it was not a problem, although I was somewhat afraid that a nearby S-rank hunter could notice me, so for some time I watched from the side, waiting for the right moment. When the group completed another raid, having destroyed ordinary monsters, squads of workers were sent inside to collect crystals. Had to move away and return later and wait a few more hours before the second shift of workers left the dungeon. This was the perfect moment. Soon the monsters inside will revive, but the guild simply cannot clear them out immediately by Respawning for a new raid. Let's go. Passing as an invisible ghost I went around the workers and entered the gate. I went deep to a distance closer to the center of the dungeon and its boss before monsters began to revive in the branches of the tunnels, and then the hunt begins. But this time I was more careful. These were earth golems, high-ranking monsters. Even the weakest of them were stronger than all the demons I had ever fought in the demonic army. I could easily deal with several local monsters, and after the first victory my squad was replenished with these monsters. They were quite slow for their rank but very strong, and their natural armor was at such a level that even Igris had to try hard to break through these guys. Even with his seeming clumsiness, they could instantly grab the enemy if he was close enough, and for the sake of these monsters I sent several into oblivion. Their shadow warriors to make room in the storage. As for the golems, their shadows immediately rose as shadow knights. Only a couple rose as shadow warriors, but I simply sent them into oblivion, deciding to take more powerful guys in their place, and along the way the destruction of such powerful opponents contributed to a more rapid increase in levels for both me and my servant. Some warriors rose to elite warriors, but the most important thing is that the power of the Grisa finally reached its limit. No, this does not mean that he completely regained all his power, it's just that he reached the limit of his rank. A request for promotion was received. Igris the Shadow Knight can be promoted to an elite Shadow Knight. Nodding contentedly, I confirmed the request, after which the knight emitted a powerful dark aura. He made a sharp leap in strength, and another level of shackles fell from my strongest servant. I directly felt how the power hidden in him breaks through the rank boundary and breaks forward. If an ordinary shadow, having received a new rank, will gradually increase its strength from its lower level to the next border, then Igris immediately broke out somewhere by a quarter to the next rank. Shadow aura of bloody sinister rustled streams of darkness on his armor. Mystical light in his eye socket began to shine even brighter, and now a completely different feeling emanated from him. Get up, Igris, I said during the promotion. This guy so habitually dropped to his knee and bowed his head. It's time to close this dungeon. Of course, it's a pity the Hunters Guild, after I take the boss, their resource in the form of a powerful dungeon, will close. But to be honest, I was more worried about the possibility of replenishing my retinue with an extremely powerful servant, and by this time I already had more than a bird of strong shadows golems. For their sake I also got rid of the weak shadows of monsters created from the bosses of the dungeons of the S rank. But in general later I will leave myself only 30 of them. The rest will have to be dispelled. The number of shadows VRO hour exceeded the volume of my storage. That is only part of these. I can leave the golems and here we finally came out to the boss's hall. A huge earth giant was as if he had walled up his body. The traces of wounds were growing together. He barely sighed and looked at me with his only scarlet eye in which fatigue was splashing. And sometimes hunters just don't touch the boss if he is passive and doesn't leave his territory. Sometimes if they want to save the dungeon, they can try to cripple the monster, and on the threshold of death he will be forced to recover for some time. This monster seemed to have become much weaker due to his wounds and did not dare to attack, but still he can still give heat. I stepped back sharply, hiding under the camouflage. At the same time, the giant's eye suddenly flared with fire and a beam of energy running through the entire cave, hitting the wall and splitting the stone. It seems he realized that I came for his head, but alas, the hunters were already seriously exhausted. He was getting out of the wall that fed him, allowing him to recover faster. My shadows had already gone on the attack. The monsters who had previously obeyed the giant went against their leader. The shadow of the killer suddenly appeared in front of the monster's face and dealt a double strike right at his eye. The temple would roar in pain. The monster in his scream felt such despair that I even felt sorry for the giant for a moment. It was not even a fair fight I was just trying to achieve. Although by this time Igris had already managed to inflict some damage on him. The Proco dressed up, realizing that this was the end of brutal chopping with a shadow blade, crashed into the monster's throat. In addition, I further strengthened the blow to concentrate the skill of the monarch's power in my hands. It almost doubled the base power of my attack, and The giant stone body split and his head was cut off. Your level has been increased. Your level has been increased. For such a monster they could have given me more experience if he was healthy and full of strength, but even so the result was not bad. That's not all. Sorry that your end was like this, but you don't have to disappear now. Rise up and join my howl and the attempt to extract the shadow. Failure. The truth is I didn't feel resistance from the monster, rather I just didn't have enough strength to raise him. Rise up and again failure, but with a new attempt I felt how the remains of the monster were increasingly filled with some mystical power of leemon, but something else. The power of the shadow monarch that rise. So it turns out that each subsequent attempt has a slightly higher chance of extraction. Rise up. This time I tried to put more strength into my order myself, and finally gur with a stone rumble from the remains of the boss. The dungeon rose a tall shadow to rise above me by a good 5 me from my other servants of this monster, that his eye burned with otherworldly scarlet light, while the energy that flowed in my other shadows had a bright blue tint. And I also name you, well, you will be a cyclops, and along with the name the new Shadow Knight received a boost in strength when a particle of the will of the monarch passed to him. The Cyclops elite Shadow Knight, he was reborn, but his progress in this rank was even higher, although Igris still progresses faster due to the fact that he has not yet revealed his potential. It was definitely an excellent acquisition. Feeling the impulse of power in the dungeon, I realized that staying here longer cannot be subjugated to my will. Servants hid in my shadow, after which I raised the shadow blade, and those who could no longer hide in the shadows due to the fullness of the vault were absorbed by the vestments, and I hurried to leave the dungeon after drinking a mana potion so that the disguise would not suddenly fall off me. It seems the hunters felt that a battle was taking place in the dungeon, and quite quickly a reconnaissance group was sent here which noticed the body of the golems, and already at the very exit I froze motionless, even stopping breathing. They fought with each other. What happened here? Why is the dungeon closing? A guy in armor looked at it in shock. The same question was directed to the leader of this group, that a young guy with fiery red hair in a mage's robe was walking forward sullenly. On each finger of his hands there were magic rings, and a powerful aura emanated from him. He was stronger than me, a Class C hunter, and with such strength his senses could also be developed enough to notice me under the disguise. But this time on my side was also the factor that the flow of energy of the dungeon was in a chaotic state before closing, which interfered with my feelings. And also here Max C-Class, the head of the Guild of Hunters, just passed by, and only when this group disappeared behind a branch of the cave I slipped through the gate to the outside. And after that I also hurried to get away from here as far as possible, and the further I was from the gate of the guild the better I felt. Triumph settled in my heart, and a joyful smile itself appeared on my face, although in the presence of hunters it is better not to use shadow golems and a giant, otherwise they may understand who closed their dungeon, for which they paid a lot of money. I did not feel any remorse about the fact that I took away their dungeon from an entire guild. In the end, the stronger I become, the better for everyone, including the Guild of Hunters, although first of all I was worried that it would be better for me. Well, now rise up, and I'm going hunting again in the demonic castle with great pleasure. I watched as shadow golems, just different demons, moreover, being shadows, they could now move in my shadow, which allowed them to dive very quickly and emerge in the monarch's possession zone, which still surrounded the space around me for several tens of meters. But with the growth of skill and intelligence, the skill zone grew. It was especially nice that, like other shadow skills, this skill did not require mana costs. The shadows in this space lit up with an ominous purple light, becoming much stronger. Ordinary warriors became equal in strength to elite warriors, and knights began to fight with the strength of elite knights. Well, my strongest warriors seemed to have stepped up another rank, turning into real machines of destruction, and if Igris was like a gloomy thunderstorm, moving lightning fast across the battlefield and cutting up demons in packs, then the Cyclops hardly moved. His titanic figure walked steadily behind me, towering over the city ruins, and only by turning his head did he emit furious plasma, incinerating demons. If some monsters managed to get closer, the Cyclops was even more terrible. His injuries no longer weakened him. Now he was much stronger than in that dungeon when I met him. He was still silent, but with a sharp movement, his body emitted a stone rumble. Bok, the giant took a step forward and delivered a powerful blow, scattering a pack of demons and grabbing one of them in his hand. His body was hummocked with tense muscles and simply radiated a feeling of irresistible power, and although he preferred to move slowly and steadily, but in attack could also attack with astonishing speed, so fast that demons did not even have time to understand anything as they turned out to be a giant that winced. I giant very quickly brought the demon to himself and just bit off half of his body and then threw his legs to the side. Well, you're crazy, of course. Gur, the monster's voice flared up again, sending a deadly beam towards the cluster of demons. His height gave him a considerable advantage. Towering over the houses, he could easily attack over huge distances. A walk through the demonic castle, it became even easier, and this time I hung here for several days completing daily quests right in the dungeon. But although in many ways this place is excellent for leveling up, it is a little disappointing that time in the castle goes the same way as on Earth, day here day there. Nevertheless, I had already managed to get almost to the 20th floor earlier, so in this raid I continued to move up, gradually filling the scale of collected demonic souls. A weak impulse of threat brought me out of my reverie. My shadow agitated and a terrible shadow blade flashed a meter from me, a gloomy tentacle after which a demon killer with a severed head was incarnated. At the moment of death his disguise flew off the inst fell onto the burning earth. At that time I did not even take my hands out of my pockets. This enemy was not worth it. Several more shadow peaks jumped out of the darkness, piercing other assassins trying to get close to me. Gray, a terrible whistle of a blow, and the head of the surviving monster also flies off his shoulders and flies to the side. Your level has increased, not bad. My shadows also continued to pump up and bring me experience destroying monsters. The Cyclops was no longer walking with me but led a squad of golems, but he did not wander freely around the city. I summoned him on the roof of one of the tall buildings, which gave him an even better view, and this ugly thing just sat there and started shooting his laser at the VS that moves and is not me or a shadow warrior. The golems were wandering below in the giant's blind spot and fighting demons near the buildings. We went up floor after floor. We were already somewhere on the 40th when I decided to wrap it up. I need to catch my breath. I rubbed my neck, returning to the human world. When the connection returned, my phone beeped informing me of missed calls, but in any case I already felt much stronger, and before heading back to the demonic castle I will collect more shadow servants after raising levels and bonuses from quests. I again pumped up my intelligence and expanded the reserve of my storage until the meeting. There was still a little more time left, and this time I just had enough for one more raid in the demonic castle and above level 40. I started to come across particularly powerful demons that were not inferior in strength to my earthen golems, but there were few of them that they could cause even a little trouble. So up to the 50th floor, I never even had to replenish my mana supply with potions, since my servants simply did not receive any serious damage. And I myself did not spend much on expensive skills. And finally, I got to the boss on the 50th floor of the castle. The passage to the next level was guarded by a powerful archdemon. A huge, massive one that was on the stone throne. Next to it stood demonic guards from whom an aura emanated that was not inferior to Igris and Cyclops. Such a sharp transition from relatively weak demons with rare appearances of high-ranking SCU monsters to a strong group of ES-ranked monsters. I just had some desire to deal with these guys, since defeating them promised a lot of experience. There are chances, but at the same time, it was a risk. The last time I took such a risk was during The class test when I fought the bloody one and, in the end, taking a deep breath, I retreated. I'll come back here when I'm completely confident in my abilities. Some part of me was overcome with excitement and whispered that it would be possible to try. The monarch's possession would make my servants stronger and I could compete with this group. Besides, I have returned stones. But in a fight with such a monster, every moment matters, and if everything goes really badly, I simply won't have time to use the stone. And as the duel with the Igrisam showed, in the heat of battle I can get carried away and take risks instead of retreating in time. Thus, I still left the dungeon and, until it was time for the parent-teacher meeting, contacted the association in the voice of the Inspector Cho. It was heard that he was glad to hear my voice. This guy inspires. To recruit a strong hunter in my person. Moreover, after our last meeting I showed myself capable of almost single-handedly clearing the dungeon. Aaron, as if on a conveyor belt, that considerable force. I told him about my desire to undergo recertification for rank, but asked to carry out this operation without much noise, and for this I was invited on a day off just before the parent-teacher meeting. Mr. Jin In, please come here. The inspector of the association office himself met me. Accordingly, nodding, I followed him. You have already passed this test before. The same thing. It is necessary to check how much your level of strength has changed after reprogramming the hunter. Actually, even if the hunter is not a magician but has a warrior class, his strength is still measured in the amount of mana. The abilities of warriors and magicians have the same source, they just work a little differently. In fact, the special abilities of warriors are the same spells as a rule. Please. After touching the magic stone, lit up and as if would catch fire, burning with darkness from within, and this excitedly sighed the examiner. I understand, nodded Cole. I assumed that it would be so but did not dare to hope. What does this mean? I asked, although the answer was known to me. Your level of magical power exceeds the capabilities of the device to measure it. You have crossed the line separating the O rank from the C rank. That's how. However, this was already clear at our last meeting. I was about the same level as Cole himself, but now I was already noticeably stronger thanks to pumping. Even my servants Igris or Leof had already outgrown the level of a ranked hunter and could already compete with ES-ranked monsters in human form. Last time your specialization was not confirmed. Cole noticed you have some special abilities. Yes, I nod. I extend my hand and several ordinary warriors appear from the shadows. Magic class. I mentally chuckled. Yes, magic class, but only recently has intelligence begun to prevail among other characteristics, but even so my strength and speed correspond to a warrior and killer of my current rank. One more thing, Mr. Jin Woo, I have prepared your compensation that we agreed on. And this is good news. And one more thing, one person wants to meet with you. If it is not too much trouble, we can hold a meeting now. Against, and I was led into another room, a spacious office where an elderly man in a black suit, gold cufflinks, was waiting for me at a monumental table. Somehow even majestically sparkled on the absolutely black robe, and from this man emanated a power to which the otherworldly fire of the monarch of shadows sealed in me reacted. Perhaps for the first time since I had the system, I felt a slight interest emanating from what was left of Ashbourne, a slight shadow of recognition, the head of the Korean Hunters Association, and at the same time the bearer of a particle of light of one of the lords of those creatures that created the gate. Glad to meet Dream Jin Woo. The old man smiled affably, getting up from the table and walking towards me, extended his hand for a handshake. For me too, an honor to meet the chairman of the association. Nodded. I shook his hand, congratulating you on the confirmation of the ES rank. Thank you. The man gestured for me to sit down in the chair when he himself returned to his desk. At that time the employees of the association brought here several cases, and putting them on the table opened in one was a folded cloak from which magical energy emanated, and also in other items of equipment the power was felt, but there was not so much of it. But all the association was downright generous, as if it wanted to throw gold dust in my Although extravagance is not typical for this organization in principle, even the hunters of the association themselves receive combat equipment only for the duration of raids, but it does not become their property, remaining the property of the organization. Here, in addition to the cloak, were enchanted gloves, bandage on, rings, and a belt in general for a gift, even for compensation. This is very much considering the power of these items. Yes, in the system dungeons I have already found more powerful items, but by the standards of hunters this was simply a royal gift. Your compensation, Mr. Jin Woo. Everything suits me. I have assessed the items, but is this the only reason for this meeting? Of course not. The chairman confirmed. You probably already understand that I want to attract you to the Hunters Association. I understand that any guild will offer you much more if you are interested in wealth and glory, but we can also help you in a different way. I nodded in agreement. One way or another, it is the association that distributes the right to the gate. This is exactly what the chairman confirmed. Although he seemed somewhat surprised, he did not quite understand what I was getting at. Coke, I'll explain my position right away. Please be kind. I'm not against cooperation, but at the same time I really value my own freedom. If I wear a suit, it's only because it really looks stylish and not because that's the dress code for Koum Gun. He hesitated. What I mean is that I have no desire to follow orders and constantly write reports. I also have no desire to participate in the life of the guild, at least as a member, but within the framework of mutually beneficial cooperation. I am quite willing to interact with the association or guild. The old man looked surprised. If some incident related to the gate happens, you can count on me, even if I insist that I be involved in resolving such incidents. I see that means you want to remain a free hunter. That's it. If earlier I thought about the advantages of joining an association or guild, then at the current level I understood that it would not bring me any significant benefit, only would lay down an unnecessary burden. At the same time, remaining a free hunter, I will be able to interact on an equal footing with various large guilds, so it will be easier to agree, say, about my joining a raid of some guild or to work with the gates in another country. I will not have to look back at the interests of my guild, only at my own benefit, and in the end, if I just want to help someone, I can just help. Also, if problems arise with other hunters with rank, I can provide support of the association. I added. Koka tactfully coughed into his fist. Chairman, thank you, but aren't you the one having problems with a certain hunter ES rank? There is such a hunter, Dons. I heard you had some misunderstanding with him. Nothing special. I waved my hand. I just killed his older brother, but they have no complaints. Grandfather already naturally started coughing, but if he decided to take revenge, then don't worry, I'll deal with him myself. I can do it quite well. Sir Chairman, are you all right? You coughing so much flu, it's very dangerous for people at your age. I'm all right. Pulled myself together. Old man, no need to worry. Then I apologize, but if we discussed everything, I'll take my leave. I have a sister at home who is not fed. Koum, Sir Chairman, everything is fine. I just would like to prevent a possible conflict between two ES rank hunters, especially since Dons is a guild hunter. Well, first he'll have to find me. Grinned I. What? Forgive me, I spend a lot of time training. I give an explanation. I can disappear days and weeks. I'm not sure that Don Su has much free time considering his activities in America and the possible international conflict. If he appears in Korea, you will be warned. Nodded the chairman. Thank you. Nodded I. Although it may well be that having learned of his appearance, I will try not to avoid meeting him, but on the contrary to kill but he really is a very powerful hunter. Although I think with the help of shadows I can deal with him, but his patron Andre is definitely now. It will be beyond my power, but this is now, and in a week or a month everything can change dramatically, especially after I visit the Red Gate. And for now, if this is all, I ask you to forgive me, Mr. Chairman. I started to get up. My people will take you where you say. He suggested perhaps I want to look into the office of the Hunter's Auction. Good. After the meeting with the chairman, having spent some more time studying the received equipment, I went to the auction website. Via phone while the association agents were driving me to the office I could order something and something was available in the auction office considering my finances I chose. For myself a few more faces with different effects as well as stylish watches that increase magical power but much more I was interested in the service of creating custom-made magical equipment. But to buy something really worthwhile here you need to spend so much that I simply don't have enough money. Well, I didn't have enough until I got to the auction itself. Please can you evaluate these items? And there I showed it to the appraiser, some items obtained from monsters and demonic, and this is just an excellent job with a breath produced by a man examining a spear received it from one of the elite demons. The damage is very small, well, by my current standards, but the effect is not bad. Additional fire damage, but so I have accumulated a lot of different items of equipment that I did not really need. The most expensive I sold in the system store. Now I decided to sell some of these things here. After the spear there were other items, armor and weapons, and as a result this deal resulted in barter simply because I wanted to spend the money received from the sale of artifacts on the creation of exclusive equipment. We just skipped this stage with the exchange of money. I received only change of several 100 million won, after which they took measurements from me for the future suit. To some extent it was a somewhat specific order in the sense that I asked to make me not equipment for the raid but a black business suit with a similar enchantment completely focused on increasing magical power. But in any case now I still have to wait about a month until the master completes the order. While I put 4 rings on the fingers of my left hand I felt a small increase in strength. Also the effects of 2 faces with a light current of energy began to flow into my aura, increasing my resistance to fire and lightning magic, at the same time increasing my natural resistance to natural heat and electricity. One more thing, I would like to buy those skill stones that you have here now. And yes, and I heard that some rare stones you do not put on the site. Excitedly nodding, the man agreed to give me a more complete list. He just already managed to understand that I can pay for them. Yes, sometimes monsters drop skill runes and sometimes hunters do not use them but sell them because they cost a lot. Even the most simple and common skills are valued quite highly, and the rare ones have simply colossal prices. But I still had some stock of items from the dungeon in addition, and I put money sheet cash from my inventory. They also accepted here. And yet we again had a kind of barter, as a result of which I acquired several skills. Fireball UR4 launches a cloud of magical flame at the enemy, strengthening UR2 increases physical defense. Furious lunge UR1 deals a swift stabbing blow, causing additional damage to armored targets, applicable only with one-handed. Vacuum explosion UR recreates a magical sphere that controls the flow of air. Power of an ant UR hull increases physical strength and damage resistance by 40%. It seems like a little, only 5 skills. But this cost me a lot, and in fact among hunters few can boast even such a set of abilities. Moreover, these skills have a significant drawback. By destroying the rune I received a skill of a certain level, but if I have these skills pumped up, then this does not happen to ordinary hunters. Because of this a weak hunter simply will not be able to get a strong skill through the rune, and a high-ranking hunter will actually benefit from a weak skill little, even despite the fact that in their hands even weak skills will work much stronger than in the hands of low-ranking ones in great demand. Only 4 active skills and 1 passive. The power of the ant was probably extracted during one of the raids on the island of Jeju. This is where about 4 years ago the gates of Iran opened, and into our world a colony of giant ant monsters were gathered to suppress this force, the strongest hunters of Korea, but they could not close the gates, and a breakthrough occurred. Insects filled the entire island and founded their colony there. As it turned out, then Korea seriously considered the option of a nuclear strike, but the problem here is that back in the country abandoned the development of nuclear weapons. And politically it would be very ambiguous if Korea asked another country to strike its island with a nuclear warhead. But even such an option was considered, and everything came down to the fact that they decided to leave the ants alone for Sometime the people from the island were evacuated and the ants themselves were not able to cross the Yellow Sea. From this it followed that sooner or later they would simply. They will die of hunger when they eat everything on the island. No one thought then that monsters can develop and evolve later. I will take care of this island, but I have not yet decided what exactly I will do with it. There are several options. In the meantime I was already impatient to try out new abilities in the dungeon, but not today and now. No, not home. I decided to get a haircut. Jinah might be upset if I come to the meeting, Shaggy, but in general it seems she has already gotten too used to seeing Jinva as disheveled and unkempt. Because of this, when I returned home in an updated form, "Who are you?" she stared at me. You are definitely my brother." The girl squinted. "What did I promise you when you took candy from me at 11 years old?" Unexpectedly dangerous moment. "Actually, I got a haircut for you. I could have appreciated the Zabur eye, and I did not steal candy from you. It was not like that. You made it all up." "Ah, that's how indignant Jenna was." The girl tried to hit me. "Well, not much, but just a poser, purely family assault." But I just intercepted her fist. "Hey, what are you fighting about?" She tried to kick me in the shin with my slippers, but I just took a step to the side and she missed, after which, having lost her balance, the girl almost fell herself. And that was only because I caught her in time. And Jinah ended up in my arms. "Be careful, little sister," I hurt her, "make it more comfortable," and I went into the living room in my arms. "Get angry. Do you want me to buy you a cake?" "Yes, a cake," having realized the essence of my proposal. She suddenly calmed down somehow and even settled down more comfortably in my arms until I laid her down on the sofa. "Let's give her the cake. In the end. Tomorrow after the meeting, on the way home, we'll stop by the pastry shop together. I want a cake. Don't be capricious." Anyway, what's wrong with you today? You're so angry." "No, I'm not angry. I just wanted to joke," waving my hand at her. "I just went to take a shower in the evening." We chatted a little more, even played racing games on the console, and at that time Jinah noticeably perked up. In fact, I don't pay much attention to her but the girl is reaching out to me. Noticing that I started jogging and exercising, she also wanted to join me, and although she often teased me, she was clearly happy to see me at home. By the way, what do you think about buying a bigger house?" I asked. "What house is a big move?" "Yes, I just understood. What kind of nonsense? Where do we get the money for a new house? What are you doing?" And I didn't say anything. I'm feigning surprise. I recently closed a contract for 3 billion won. What? Jean innocently blinked her eyelashes. She just hadn't gotten the meaning of my words yet. But how did it get through? What? She bulged her eyes, taking out her smartphone. I opened the association's website. "Look, what a dream." Jin Woo. "Aaron, what does it mean?" "Resells and more expensive raids." But until my status was confirmed, I completed an order for one person to clear several dungeons to increase statistics. "You are now Aaron Razin." Mouth girl. "Yes, it looks like you are shocked." Jinah jumped up from the couch. "I mean, yes, how is it no weather? This is definitely true." "Genie, you are kidding me." Ha, thought as if I would believe in such nonsense so that my brother would become an S rank PFF. She began to laugh uncertainly but simply choked on mockery, seeing how a massive dark figure class and I can summon a lot of such knights. Shadow respectfully bowed down, hitting herself in the chest with her fist, after which the elite warrior returned back to the shadow. Yes, all the remaining golem knights in my retinue evolved into weaker elite warriors. I just absorbed the skill of clothing to free up space in the storage and at the same time strengthen my weapons and armor. And wow, exhaled the genie. I spread my hands like that's how, so that's it. And 3 billion, she clarified. I spent a little on new equipment, but there is money and soon there will be more so that we can easily afford a new home. How do you like a luxurious mansion on the seashore? The girl's mind is not that she was not interested in such things, she just could not yet fully realize that I really have that kind of money, although I generally thought about a new home in the context of moving in with Juhi, with whom I found a photo of a hunter in my phone. Here is my girlfriend, we used to work together a lot. I show it to my sister. And so you weren't lying, you really have a girlfriend? Yes, so you work together. I nodded in agreement. And when you suddenly became a high-class hunter, she paid attention to you? Not really, she used to take care of me. We could have easily become a couple a long time ago if I hadn't been so hooked at work. Maybe you'll stay later. But if you don't want some stranger to live with us, then that's not necessary. We live separately for now. Well, I don't know. The girl hesitated. She was surprised again. The genie was a little impressed that I was more in this matter, took care of her comfort. Okay, it's already late. Looking towards the window, I notice that it's already getting dark outside. It's time for little girls to go to bed. Children's time is over. Hey, I need to get some sleep too. But before going to bed, I made one call: the raid on the very gates that should become my springboard for pumping up my characteristics had already been formed. Only today the composition was approved. The White Tiger Guild Management Department. Anson Kmin, can I clarify the reason for your call? Is this a dream? I clarified the genie. And you, Mr. Genie, clearly pleased. Manager, how can I help you? I would like to see how guilds like yours work. I was not a member of the guild before, and I just came across information about your training raid tomorrow evening. Do you want to take part? Interested? Man, yes, it is possible. I think I can arrange it. Only no need for everyone to know who I am. I don't want the whole raid to look at me. Understood. Thus everything was prepared before going to bed. I also checked my inventory. In several cells there were bags in which I put several sets of clothes for different purposes, as well as supplies and potions. Moreover, I was preparing not only for the transfer to the cold world, what the Red Gates were like in the comic, but also with the expectation that we could be transferred to the tropics or a hot desert. I even took several inflatable boats in case we ended up in the water world. In general, I prepared walking next to me. Genie looks around in surprise. Schoolgirls looked back at us. Yes, I must admit my appearance has definitely changed since I started pumping up superhuman strength, agility, endurance. All this has reflected on my body. Almost perfect balance expressed in my physique, and even my face has changed subtly, so at first glance you can't even tell what's the matter, but I definitely began to look more attractive. What do the girls' looks indicate? And you're popular, said my sister. She also seemed to have decided that my status as an S-ranked hunter was to blame for everything, while the association did not even make official statements about my appearance, and therefore various news outlets have not yet responded to such a change in the lists of hunters. My data just changed in an instant, and that's it. No fuss. Better tell me why your teacher wanted to talk to me separately. Yes, how should I know? Worried girl, I didn't do anything like that, and I have good grades. I believe her. I nod to her. Well, okay, now we find out. However, I knew what they would talk about, and everything went exactly as I expected. An old but no longer young woman met me in the teacher's room. To my surprise, she immediately invited me to sit down and even treated me to tea. Thank you, that's very kind of you. It's just politeness. The woman smiled and I nodded in agreement. So, about the World Cup, you wanted to talk? My sister causes problems at home. She's also a constant tomboy. But does she really behave the same way at school? The teacher was taken aback by such a statement. And what about the food for Razan? Why was she taken aback? No, she's a genie. She's a good student. Her behavior doesn't cause any complaints. She's an example for other students. Don't let yourself be fooled by her innocent appearance. The girl is the very evil in herself. Flesh, so be stricter with her. There was a knock from the door. Jean, eavesdropping outside, is indignant. So if this doesn't concern my sister, Why did you call me? The woman blinked in surprise. And yes, you are a hunter. That's right. Please tell me if Jin's abilities awakened. Would you force her to work as a hunter? Of course not. I shook my head. If she had the strength and she herself wanted to become a hunter, I would help her, but to force the profession of a hunter is not a military duty, it's just a profession people with abilities decide for themselves whether to be hunters or not. But like the woman frowned, but if a student who developed abilities decided to quit school, in theory I should say that this is definitely wrong, but here a lot depends on the individual situation, on the rank of this student, his abilities. If he has a high rank, then even without school he will easily settle in the world of hunters. A hunter of rank will be able to earn enough in a couple of years to retire and live peacefully for the rest of his life. The teacher sighed. And if this is a weak measure, then if there is such a cart, it is better to forget about the life of a hunter and study for a civilian specialty now. The teacher looked really dumbfounded. Do you think so? Why, Yerang is almost no different from ordinary people. Such hunters can only go to the simplest dungeons. They will not be able to earn much on this, since the raid income will be divided between the entire group, and the E rank gets the bare minimum. They do not even have enough strength to effectively use the hunter's weapons, and it is the Yerang hunters who die most often. This is haha. I understand. Please can you talk to one student? I understand she became a hunter. Yes, the teacher nodded. She has the weakest rank, but she has already stopped attending classes. I tried to talk to her, but maybe at least she will listen to you. An experienced hunter. Okay, agreed. I did not remember the name of that girl, but I know that she is a friend of the genie. I did not want to drag her with me into the dungeon as I did the genie, but still I can try to talk to her. They gave me her address, but before brother you, as soon as I left the teacher's room, as I ran into an angry sister. And don't worry, yours the teacher complained about you, but I told her what a good girl you are, just an angel. Liar, haha. Oh well, that was funny. You came to school just to spread all sorts of rumors about me. The look of Jean just couldn't help but make me smile, and she looked like an evil person. Treat you to a cake. You won't buy me for a cake. Coming closer, I quickly moved behind the genie and put his hands on her shoulders. You can order any desserts you want, but if you're sure, you probably just want a hearty lunch. Fried chicken. Yes, the sister was delighted. Okay, let's go to the diner. Harem, can I call your friend Sleepy? You were asked to talk to her, sighed Jenna. Well, you were eavesdropping. Shrugging. By the way, if you hadn't been warming your ears at the door, I wouldn't have slandered you, but you react so sweetly, it was simply impossible to resist. Gur Knu. The girl hit me on the shoulder with her fist. What kind of stone are you made of? And immediately hissed, painfully shaking her hand. Sister, I fight in close combat with monsters that can lift a truck and break a stone wall. What do I need your little girlish fists? The girl was seriously surprised. I just shrugged, but Azina didn't really ask about the gates in reality. Not she understood very well what danger the dungeons could pose for hunters, and what the real strength of the hunters themselves is, even after the incident with the double gates. When Jin Woo ended up in the hospital, I eventually got discharged and returned to her. She can't even imagine that her brother could be killed by a monster in the dungeon, so she doesn't worry too much about it. In the meantime, we just got to the diner where we met Sleepy. In fact, we were just lucky with her because she was nearby when Gina called her. And Josie, you're here. She was surprised when she saw me. How small the world is. I chuckled. My sister looked at her friend in bewilderment, then at me. So you know each other? And she was one of those hunters that Jin Ho hired to clear the dungeons. This is the weather. Gina hesitated. That super generous guy? Yes, but it's not like he was particularly generous. His contract was completely fair. It means you work together in the dungeon. Well, not quite, hesitated Sleepy. Clears the dungeon. We're only needed so that the association gave us the right to raid the dungeon. Aaron, they don't let less people in, but that's how surprised. Jenna, okay, let's order something already. Sleepy, choose whatever you want, thank you. The girl nodded. We already took a seat at one of the tables, made an order, and it was you. The teacher asked to talk to me, frowned Sleepy. And you are very Perceptive I smile. Eva first, let's eat, talk later. Well, okay. She muttered, lowering her gaze. Soon our order was ready and Jenna could happily enjoy her favorite fried chicken. Yes, even though I could take her to any restaurant, but this girl's soul was drawn to fast food in general. I just didn't want to spoil the girl's appetite before eating with heavy conversations, although I didn't really intend to put pressure on Soy about everything as it is and then let her figure it out herself. Deliciously sighed pretty sister, licking her fingers. You have a napkin, so the most delicious thing is left on your fingers and you can't argue. But we finally had lunch, so are you going to dissuade me? Frowned Sleepy. I shrugged my shoulders. Just share my experience as a hunter. Well, and give advice and listen to me, or not, decide for yourself. Girl crossed her arms over her chest. You are a Yaranga hunter, right? Well, yeah, and that you have already fought monsters. I have completed the training. I did not ask you about this. I shake my head. Normal attacks are ineffective against monsters. You will need enchanted weapons. Even simple knives are expensive. Raiding a low-rank dungeon, you simply will not be able to recoup the cost of your equipment before it becomes unusable, and if you do not have a good team, you will die. You are also a Aaron and Yosi Zabur. Girl, this was the sister who hesitated. Just sighing, I showed the girl my updated license and Razan la people. What? Aaron, I went through a second awakening. It's incredibly sleepy and just took my breath away from such information, but before I really was a ranked hunter, and I will say this, if I had a choice I would have quit this job a long time ago. The genie looked at me strangely. I suppose my brother always told her that he was fine and didn't need anything, but why was she surprised by the sleepy? Our mother suffers from sleeping sickness, I explained. Without this job I wouldn't be able to pay the bills for her treatment, for our house, for the training of the genie. I didn't have the opportunity to finish my studies and get an education, to get a profession. I had to constantly risk my life. Probably if there was no healer of the rank in our group I would already be dead, even despite the fact that I always went to the safest dungeons. Brother got worried. Genie, and something else, you made good money on our contract, but keep in mind, if the rank is usually offered such money, then most likely it is a trap, that in the dungeon you can be killed not only by monsters but also by other hunters. You can be sent forward to find out the boss's weaknesses. You will die, but the main team will understand how to deal with the monster, and then they will just say that you had an accident. Sleepy now looked really worried. I will tell you about 2 cases that happened to me quite recently. First, I took a contract that was very similar to ours with you. I had to just carry things in the dungeon and fill the place in the team so that it would be allowed into the dungeon, but when we approached the boss, the leader of the group blocked the passage and provoked the boss. I with another a man was locked in a room with a monster that could easily kill 2 S-rank hunters, but then I was all ready so that we would not tell anyone about their crime. Then I killed them. Nod. Ha, shuddered Jinah, probably for the first time she saw her brother so cold-blooded it did not fit in her head how I could calmly talk about murder. The second case was quite recently. Due to a lack of hunters, the association sent several prisoners to the dungeon under the supervision of an inspector of rank, and these prisoners, the problem was with the inspector. He was paid to kill the prisoners. One person did not want them to ever be released. We were witnesses to a dream and exhaled tensely. I do not want to scare you, but you must be aware what dangers can you face. Any unusual incident practically guarantees death for a Yaranga in a raid. Most likely if you become a hunter, then you will die. When I finished, a deathly silence reigned at our table. At least I gave the girls a little time to understand everything that I said, and this speech was not only for Sleepy. I also wanted to make it clear to Junah how much her brother risked for her. But when the silence began to become too oppressive, I got up from the table. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. What to do next is up to you. Jinah, let's go home. Hey, I promised a cake, we'll buy it on the way. Brother, the girl whispered depressedly. And what are you, girl? Already stood up, coming closer. It's really so dangerous. Yes, didn't you ever tell you about it? Could I tell you I'm going on a raid every time I risk not coming back, and if you really died you would get the money from The insurance and at least be able to finish your studies and know what I promised Mom. That I would take care of you. I sighed. I'm sorry that your good-for-nothing brother found only this way, but that's in the past, Jinah, otherwise I wouldn't even start this conversation, especially in front of you. And already just taking her hand led my sister to the exit. She behaved very quietly, trying to understand the recent conversation. Even when they came in, she was very passive in the pastry shop. And basically chose the cake I myself, and that's how we got home. And the girl all remained the same, silent. It seems that this conversation affected her more than I thought. Yes, I probably shouldn't have talked about it. I didn't think that you would worry so much. The genie raised her eyebrows pitifully. Brother, you said that you've already earned a lot. Yes, maybe now you do and have to go to the dungeon. You can shrug. But now the situation is completely different. I go on raids not because I don't have choice. Now I have enough strength to close the dungeon on my own without any risk approaching my sister. I ruffled her hair. You don't need to worry about me anymore. The girl lowered her head and, taking a step towards me, hugged me tightly. Maybe it's good that I told her about it. Now she's so affectionate. I hug her back. Brother, you promise that you won't take such risks anymore? Of course. I stroked her head. Jinah, I'll definitely go back to my sweet little sister. I just need to finish these hugs as soon as possible, otherwise I'm already a little awkward. A little more and my sister will feel it too. Okay. I moved away from her. Let's play something. Yeah, the games helped her to get distracted from these conversations a little, and half an hour later she was already energetically wielding the gamepad, trying to rip my head off in the game. Oh Jinah, well, is it possible to be so harsh with your brother? I winced. The girl just merged quite a bit, looking at how my fighter's sight is first fast knife blows, then a cut from the groin to the chest, and then also a blow with the blade of the scythe through and through. And Jin really has good experience in this game, since even with my superhuman I can defeat her well. Partly it's logical. Even if I could move lightning fast, it doesn't mean that my game character could move too. Haha, I won. The loser must fulfill the winner's wish. We didn't agree on that. PFF, so tell me what you want and I'll think about whether to spoil you or not. The girl smiled happily. When we choose a new house, let there be a swimming pool. She gave and you about this, so you don't mind moving even if I invite Juhi to my place? She's the girl who saved you before. Well, I think I don't mind. A little awkwardly confirmed Jin. Okay, I'll introduce you first, and then together we'll see the options so we can straighten out our relationship. And after this conversation it even got better, except that in the evening when I started getting ready my sister got worried, but seeing my relaxed attitude she herself calmed down a little. Before leaving I glanced sideways at the shadow of the girl in whom the mysterious light of the eyes flashed. Shadow warrior, alas, although I was worried about her, but clearly not as much as a genie. I did not leave my strongest servants to protect her. I use them in dungeons so that they also pump up and become stronger, because accordingly, remaining in the shadow of the genie and just keeping an eye on the shadow lags behind in its development from my others who are pumping with me at this time. Having an idea of what I would have to face, I understood that I needed all the strength I could get, but from ordinary people, weak hunters or monsters. Even a shadow warrior can protect a girl, especially if it's an elite shadow warrior. I didn't have any ordinary shadows left after the recent raid in the demonic castle. All the lower rank shadows were pumped up to the elite. But here also, the higher the rank the harder it is to pump up to the next one. And finally Mr. Jin met me. San Kmin, the manager of the White Tiger, looked very lively and his gaze just glowed with triumph. It seems he noticed the changes in my statistics on the association website. I paid more attention to the raid group itself. They are all beginners who have undergone training, but this is their first raid. Nevertheless, there are many hunters among them. Rank and the leader of the group was Tankarango. Even without experience, this is quite enough to clear the dungeon ring, given that these guys also have the best equipment. This is the one. Kim Cole winced. The gate is not entertainment. Don't worry, I won't need additional protection. Smiled. I can just ignore my presence and lead the group as if I don't exist. NN frowned. Tank Kim Chul excitedly extended the manager, but I raised my hand, not letting him finish. If you are ready, then we can go. Chul turned to the gate, having lost interest in me. Let's go, I acted towards. This thick energy felt how somewhere deep inside me the power began to pulsate. The heart of the monarch of shadows beat vigorously, warning of danger. It seems these red gates are natural anomaly. This is not the system. Change them for the sake of my progress. And yet I was ready for what awaits me, and therefore I was calm when the gates began to emit scarlet light. Che, what kind of group has already passed inside? Unusual. And I hurried after them before the gates were locked from the same side. A cold blue. These were the very gates to Yunho, one of the strongest hunters of Korea. Leader of the White Tiger Guild gloomily looked at the blazing scarlets and the gates in which aggressive energy sparkled. These should have been ordinary gates of the S rank, but the catch is that only the gates of Liran can become, although the gate and rank can also be red, but that would mean a disaster for the entire country, so Yunho preferred not to consider such a possibility. But the association should be notified of the threat, especially since it was the association that failed in assessing the strength of the gate. How many of our people entered? He asked calmly. 12 people, sir, answered excitedly San Kmin. How many high-ranking hunters? There is a hunter of rank Kim Chul appointed as the squad leader, and 7 more hunters of rank. Yunho mentally estimated the possible development of events. How many high-ranking hunters necessary for clearing such dungeons? And in the best case, only a few hunters will return together. CM, but only if this is a rank gate, otherwise they're all can already be considered dead. The red gate will open either after the death of the boss or after a long time, during which weak hunters are unlikely to survive inside. And also, Mr. the Head, another person entered the gate that surprised Yunho, the hunter who expressed a desire to watch the training of our recruits. He is capable. Do you want to recruit him? This is Jin Woo's dream. The leader of the White Tiger sighed loudly. That same Jin Woo's dream, and bowed his head. Manager Yunho grinned. Then our people have a chance. He already knew about the appearance of this rank hunter as well as about his personality, although not so much we know. The association left only the bare minimum of information, only the name, rank and specialization, no contacts or data about the personality of this hunter. And yet even if there is an errand in the raid, this does not mean that everything will go without casualties, but now they have a significantly greater chance of returning. Meanwhile, not the most favorable owls were unfolding inside the gate. The icy wind was ruffling my hair while I was simply examining the winter landscape, a mixed forest, trees covered with snow caps, and surprisingly clean fresh air. Someone had already started to shiver, but overall, I was fine, not only due to my inhuman endurance. One of my rings also increased resistance to a whole spectrum of natural elements, protection from fire, cold and electricity. This ring was not as effective as its more specialized counterpart, the ring of protection from fire, but this was enough to protect me from the cold. What kind of place was this where we ended up? One of the fighters looked around in shock. Some were looking at the place where we came from. Where did the gate go? And this place did not look like a dungeon. The hunters had not even realized what was happening when I felt an impulse of force, a full threat to jerk towards the girl nearby. I intercepted the arrow that was supposed to pierce her head in flight. It seemed like just lines of white light, but when I caught it, the icy arrow began to emit a scorching cold, covering my hand with an icy crust. With such an impact, the ring's protection could no longer cope, but the effect is still too weak to cause me damage. Although if the arrow had hit me, then maybe a couple of % of health I would have lost. One frost effect was not enough. What the tip of the arrow froze a couple of centimeters from the girl's eye, and at the same moment another hunter just received the same gift. The arrow pierced his temple and entered his brain along the way, freezing until half of his face was covered in ice. But it didn't matter anymore. Another moment and he fell dead to the side. Another girl squealed. Someone screamed in surprise. What was happening? We were attacked by an ambush. Hunters panicked. Even being a newbie, he quickly got his bearings. Putting out, he stood in front of several magicians, covering them with his armor. Everyone behind me. The tank roared. The girl I saved looked back at me uncertainly, but seeing the nod also took a place in the formation, and as soon as I disappeared from the sight of the group, I stepped back and activated camouflage. My vision was inhumanly sharp, and I easily saw how the eyes of the snow elf widened in surprise, who was looking at from a tree branch from where he had previously fired a shot. The distance was at least 500 m or even more. These guys must be very sharp-sighted, not only to hit accurately from such a distance but also to correctly identify targets. The dead guy was one of the weakest hunters, SN, and the girl, although in rank, but she is max weak defense. Kill her with a surprise attack even more than the War of the Aaron, despite the fact that her combat power and defensive capabilities are even higher, but only if she is ready to defend herself. In any case, I was ready to attack the elves now, but they did not linger and simply retreated. I could try to catch up with them, but then I could run into the boss ahead of time, and this is what I want last. And no, I'm not afraid of the boss. It's just that if I kill him, then the gate will close and I will not be able to use time distortions they left. Period. Sighing, I cancelled the disguise, hiding my hands in my pockets. This is how they show their hospitality. Nasty Tank slammed his shield into the ground and looked back, looking at the whole group. Maybe someone else did not realize the seriousness of the situation. These are red gates. This means that these are gates to Orarango, and we are locked here. From here you can't get out, and the guild will not be able to send us help until the gate opens itself or we kill the boss. But one day here is equal to an hour in the outside world. It may take months before we go out. The hunters were becoming more and more worried now. They really understood better the depth of that anal hole they managed to squeeze through. Since I am the leader of this raid, that is the responsibility for your lives, but I will not promise that all of you will return alive. Kim Chol continued Rapina, and he was so carried away by his speech that it seemed as if he just liked to hear the sound of his own voice. The guy was excited or annoyed. It was more like excitement. He clearly saw in this whole situation his own test and was lured in abilities. Honestly, I expected a little. I remember another one that in the comic he split the group, but given the current situation and his capabilities, it could be viewed as a difficult decision. For the sake of common survival, however, he couldn't use weak hunters as cannon fodder like a lizard. After all, he is a guild warrior and his reputation is very important to him. He was simply too vain and proud to behave like a complete, and although his decision was questionable, it can be considered reasonable in such extreme conditions. In general, he turned out to be worse than I hoped, but better than it could be. This is a gate of at least rank, he said. In such a dangerous place it will be difficult to manage a large group, so I decided to create a separate group led by me that will take on the destruction of the boss. What now? We can't waste time. The environment of this place is also our enemy. The longer we hesitate in this cold conditions without supplies, the less chances of survival will remain. And yet the group understood that it was with the Orango tank that it would be safest, while those who do not enter this combat unit will simply become easy prey for the ice elves and other monsters. Their chances of survival 10-0. In any case, the most profitable for me would be to simply let the situation go the same way as it was in the comic, but these people are not completely down whom I could calmly kill without trembling my hand and knowing about the situation in these gates without doing anything. I too clearly feel that with my own hands they are condemning to death, even if not everyone but many. These are the gates of Orango. I exhaled that. I looked back at me. One of the hunters, Chell, also looked in my direction. Why did you decide so? Those elves had the power of Orango about your level, and they were just scouts, so most likely these are the gates of Orango. What? How could you determine their strength? And at such a distance? The tank doubted. I stepped forward, stretching my neck. Yes, I just wanted to get into the red gate, but how inconvenient that this happened here with you. What are you talking about? Sighing, I activated the suppression skill for a moment, although this can no longer be called activating the skill. Over time these dreams become so familiar to me that I already stopped perceiving them as game skills. I don't activate them but just Use them as now. I didn't turn on the skill, no, I just emitted a powerful impulse of power but without putting a threat into it, so it wasn't even suppression, there was no effect of reducing characteristics, but all the surrounding hunters should have felt my power. What yr? You Kim, bulging your eyes, you with rank. How I coldly looked at Tank. Yes, he could be a good acquisition among my shadows, but on the other hand, my shadow golems are not inferior to him in strength, and I can also raise the local monsters, and a truly valuable acquisition will be hunters from the rank that I can get into my army later, so Kim's value no longer seems so significant to expose him to attack for this, even if he is not the best person, but he is still not so bad that I could kill him without hesitation if I act like a canon genie while having knowledge of what this will lead to. Yes, it will be too unpleasant for me, and it's just not worth it. As you understand, I am an S-rank hunter, although I am not a Shay group, but I promise if you agree to my condition I will make sure that you survive. What other conditions? The tank was taken aback. I will not explain everything, but the main condition is not to close this dungeon as long as possible. After saying this, I take out several bags from my inventory. Here are the little ones for a few months for a large group. That where did I prepare for a possible hit in the red gate? How did you know? I shake my head negatively. I didn't know that it would be a red gate. I just assumed that sooner or later I could get into them, but these things. Squinted Kim. You foresaw that it would be a cold zone. Grinning, I took out a few more bags. I just prepared for different possible zones of the red gate. Here is waterproof clothing. Here are light ABA for the desert, and there are boats for the water world. And incredibly, you really prepared for such situations, the girl said in shock. That same sorceress, green-eyed brunette with a cute face. If you agree, I will provide your protection, and when the supplies arrive I will destroy the boss and open the gate. Period. Well, why didn't I answer? Instead I just walked away, leaving warm things. At the same moment a gloomy pack came out of my shadow to guard. I give the shadow wolves a command and turn my gaze to the hunters. Stay here, I will scout the surroundings. After what made a dash separating from the group. I do not use sprint. Simply with my current characteristics I could already make such high-speed dashes that the human I can no longer follow. When I froze for a moment already among the trees of the winter forest, from my shadow came out Igers. He also looked around and let's give that side, bringing the knight's gaze, put his fist to his chest, after which he tore off. Well, and I headed already in the other direction. In fact, I walked around the hunter's camp in a circle reconnaissance side so that they would not sense me ahead of time. I go to stealth not because it is really necessary, but it will allow to pump up the skill a little. When I went straight to the huge angry bears, golems came out of my shadow that surround them but do not attack. A fireball burning damp cold air into scorching steam in my palm began to form a furious cloud of flame. From a feeling of primordial power concentrated in my hand took my breath away. A wild cruel flame breaks into flight and monsters roar in fear in their own sweat. Initially a small ball race, turning into a vast stream of fire that covers the entire group of bears at once. VG Zaya with fangs of flame in their skin. Several bears that found themselves in the epicenter of this hurricane of fire were practically incinerated by flame, rushed to run away from me in horror. Bach, earthen golem from the shadows, meets a burning bear and pierces him with spikes. Grown from his own hand, another glem takes a step forward and simply crashes into the second bear with his massive. The body is crushed. More than the skill of camouflage. So now rise, and my army of shadows was replenished with bears, but finding that almost all of these guys were reborn only as ordinary warriors, I disappointedly let my robe absorb. They were too weak, and then I encountered another group of the same bears whom I did not even try to revive but immediately used to saturate the absorption, having previously tested her one magic skill vacuum on them, pushing the sphere of energy forward. I watched as the air began to flow towards it in strong streams, feeling the pressure. They resisted him, but all their efforts were barely enough to stay in place. The weakest of the bears began to simply drag towards the sphere when the tension in the sphere reached Its peak it simply exploded, tearing to shreds the bears that were nearby and throwing back the shock wave of those that were further away. Furious lunge and here on the survivors until they came to their senses. I used the combat. Gloomy light engulfed my sword before the blow, and a sharp stabbing lunge pierced the bear on the fly from the power of the blow. Bear almost disembodied. Now already without words I use vacuum explosion, but now the surviving bears suffered from the previous explosion resisted weaker, and they began to be pulled to the sphere. And then when the sphere was already supposed to explode and the bears found themselves in one tight pile of fireball, and this time I tried not to let the fire disperse into a vast stream and concentrate all the power of the fire strike on a group of opponents. Not as well as I would like, but I partially succeeded in this group. The bears roared furiously, engulfed in flames, and then a powerful explosion absorbed streams of current plasma. And just before the explosion, the sphere was concentrated to the limit. The flame inflicted monstrous damage, piled up in a heap of animals, before tearing them to pieces and incinerating even the marks into smoking UG. Magic LI use of these skills was really very exciting, and so I made a detour, destroying the monsters around. The hunters who had already set up camp, Igris, also encountered monsters and destroyed them, but since he was far enough away from me, I received less experience back in the demonic castle. I noticed that I get full experience from the shadows only if they fight nearby, but the further their fight goes, the less experience I get from them. As for the hunters' camp, this was to be expected. By the time I returned, there were only 5 people left in the camp. I didn't even need to ask what happened, besides the fact that it was easy to guess, so I could also hear their conversations through the shadow wolves that remained here. Over time, my control became better and opened up more fully, allowing me to see with my eyes, among other things, shadow servants, but at the same time I was not looking directly through their eyes but as if from the side. So I knew that Kim Chul, outraged by my demand to leave the boss for a while, gathered a group and went to the raid on his own, and took he only rank hunters, and he wanted to take them all, but 2 refused, an archer and that same sorceress. It seems the group has decreased. I sighed. Returning to the camp, I understood this. Kim Chul took people and went to the boss. You will help him? No, I have already made serious concessions under pressure from my conscience, but I definitely did not intend to sacrifice a whole month of pumping for this guy. Only with my eyes closed looked at Kim's entourage through the shadow assigned to him. They had already encountered a pack of bears but easily defeated them, and went on to assure that this would actually be an easy dungeon. And yet we decided to trust you, Mr. Jin Woo. The sorceress came up to me. Maybe you can tell me why you don't want to touch the boss, because it would be better to unite with Kim or something. With your and his strength you probably could close the dungeon by going to the edge of the forest. I cut down a tree and felled the trunk just to sit on the stump more comfortably, and the girl's eyes sparkled, and before she had time to ask a question I simply called on the shadow blade, and in the same way I cut down a few more trees so that everyone would have enough revenge. You know that the strength of a hunter is determined upon awakening. Even if we are divided into classes like in games, we do not pump up levels. Well, yes. Nevertheless, over time hunters become stronger. Magic power grows a little, but usually these changes are insignificant and certainly do not allow the hunter to move to the highest rank. The girl nodded in agreement, and the other hunters also listened carefully. In fact, the strength of the hunter depends on 2 factors. I show 2 fingers. This is the source of power and the ability of the hunter to extract this power. It happens that the hunter could even claim the S rank, but his source is weak and it remains at a low level, and it can be the other way around. When the source is great but the hunter himself is able to extract only a small part of this power. I have not heard of anything like that. Waving my hand at the guy, I continued. Because of this, after awakening, the strength of the hunter can still increase a little, due to the fact that his body adapts to the source and extracts more power, and this directly concerns my situation. I only recently went through a second awakening and my body is still Adapting to the power I have already reached the ES rank but within the next month. I can reach the strength of a national level hunter. In fact, the national level is also a S rank, but the catch here is that there is no way to measure the strength of such hunters except to determine their hierarchy through a duel, or S-rank hunters can themselves to some extent sense the level of power of another hunter, so the national level is already world-class hunters, and in fact among the children of ranked hunters in Korea there is not a single national level hunter. I mean, this is possible. The girl gapes at me and I want to spend this time here in order to fully come into force as quickly as possible relative to the time in our world. And why is it I have my own reasons, I said calmly. The sorceress looked at me thoughtfully and a look of fear flashed in her eyes. She tried to imagine what kind of circumstances this was that I consider more dangerous than staying in a locked dungeon. Okay, let's eat and then I'll start cleaning up the surroundings. Maybe I don't want to touch the boss ahead of time. But I also don't need all sorts of evil people wandering around the camp. Days of Igris directly radiated misfortune from the spark. We finally crossed blades again in a fierce confrontation. Except that this time he didn't intend to kill me during the test. I have no doubt that if I were too weak, he would have me hacked to death. And now it was just a training duel. I spent the first VA days completely clearing the area of monsters, after which I posted shadows to observe the perimeter while the local population of ice bears was almost completely destroyed. I found their leader, who could well be called, and now he turned out to be strong enough to serve in my shadow army. Well, how he is strong. He was reborn as an elite shadow warrior, at the moment the lowest rank in my army, although there are also just shadow warriors, but the storage capacity is not so great that I could collect them too at this time. Kim continued to explore the territory, periodically entering into battles with monsters because he did not even suspect that the VS at this time the dungeon boss followed him and studied his squad well. I cleaned up and after completing a couple of daily tasks I decided to spend the free time that appeared usefully. I did the usual training with my knight. It did not bring me system experience, but so I could improve my real combat skills in terms of magical power. I had already overtaken the Bloody One, and although he also developed very quickly but could not keep up with me, nevertheless in a duel he won due to superior skills, and even though I still had not surpassed him in military skill, I still began to arrange duels with a group of knights led by the game, so the difficulty of these duels increased even more, but this also spur along the way, giving experience of fighting with a well-coordinated group. So a few more days passed before Chul with the thinned-out monkeys. This beast was probably a little stronger than the bear, and under normal conditions Kim would have dealt with it even alone, but it was weakened by previous battles and suppressed by the surrounding cold. In addition, the meager supplies of this group had completely run out and they had not eaten anything for 2 days. As a result, Chul almost won but lost his entire team. The elves, watching what was happening, suddenly retreated when they felt my approach. I warned you calmly, I declare. The shadow blade pierces the heart of this blade was launched with the help of the monarch's power, and it was like a shell shot from a cannon piercing the monster's chest. The sword left an uneven hole in it the size of a human head. Well, plus a little experience, Tata hoarsely drawled Chul. Well, of course in his eyes I was to blame for all his failures. If I had obeyed him then everything would have been fine, but Chul was not in the best condition. His nervous tension burst out vs breakdown and succumbing to hysteria. He convulsively squeezed his battle hammer with which he rushed at me. I take a step forward just before the blow, and instead of getting under the hammer they intercept as it should calmly exhale, piercing the hunter's body with a blade breaking through his armor. The shadow blade passes just below the chest from the bottom up. Cut through changed the course of events. Everything came to this moment. Well, you can say that I tried so hard to change everything, rather took some steps to calm my conscience, and then I did not immediately raise my body. Monster and hunter release its shadows dead before. Using the skill rise RRR with a growl from the belly of the body of the ETI rose. Ominous figure and then with a metal lamb rise. Mcha monster turned out to be a strong shadow warrior while the hunter awakened. As a knight the rest of the monsters and hunters were too weak to take up space in the storage, so I just absorbed their shadows into clothing. Maybe earlier I would have been satisfied with such servants, but I didn't want to pump them from the level of ordinary shadow soldiers or at best weak elite warriors. Exactly the weather now. Your name Iron, said I. The shadow stirred and tongues of gloomy flame passed along the warrior's armor and otherworldly light flashed in his eyes. The shadow was promoted to the rank of Iron Elite Shadow Knight, even though he only broke through to a new rank and took only the first step. He had already become stronger than he was in life. Otherworldly power overwhelmed the new knight. I looked back towards the forest, and maybe it's enough to spy. I exhaled from the group of elves that earlier tried to hide a breath of power. Now I could much better assess their level. Almost 20 fighters, Orin, and at the head on a white ominous horse, boss of the dungeon, elf whose strength is simply off the scale. Monster S rank, maybe not the strongest of them. It seems even weaker than the Cyclops, but still, this guy can be a good acquisition if you manage to raise him. How wonderfully slowly he drawled, approaching. You speak our language, and you're not even a person. What are you? And you don't feel a powerful impulse of power emanating from me, and at the same time darkness spreads across the snow from which the ominous figures of golems rise, and behind my back a one-eyed giant rises, kneeling in front of me, but even so he towered high above me. What dumbfounded exhaled Snow Elf you. Oh, how they were touched. If the boss could still compete with me, then here is his. The minions felt the frightening pressure of my power, although if I were alone then so many ranked monsters would be a difficult test even for me. At the same time, looking at the elves, I involuntarily thought whether they could be called ice giants. Well, of course they are far from the giant Cyclops, but each of them is much taller and larger than an ordinary person. At the same time, they had the physique of high speed fighters specializing in agility. Well, okay, elves, they are elves. This is the first time I meet talking monsters. I stretched my neck. It seems you are strong enough. Your name? Boss raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then his face distorted with a cruel grin. I am Baruka. At the same time he looked back at one of his elves, but he stepped back uncertainly, and Baruka sighed in disappointment. And you, Aini Tersnay, where did you get this power from? What are you? I wonder if I rip this crystal out of your head and you will stop hearing the orders of the lords? The elf opened his mouth and then shuddered and looked at me with rage. It doesn't matter who you are. I just want to fight and kill you. The boss hissed angrily as he disappeared. His horse reared up, and the other elves, realizing that it was time, rushed into battle, noting that Baruka seemed to have received the command to destroy me. I went out to meet the elves, and when their squad was ready to clash with my troops, a squad of Igri rose from the darkness, led by the elite king himself. At least a dozen elves were instantly strung on a spear. The vacuum of the shadows retreated, and the mass of wounded elves were pulled to the raging wind, after which a furious flame spread across the area. At that very moment, Igris appeared in front of me, intercepting the boss's blow. Baruka was aiming. The elf's body was painfully closed when the bloody one squeezed his wrist with force. The boss resolutely exhaled, and the next moment, with a lightning-fast gesture, cut off his own hand. On his face no longer played a bloodthirsty grin, only an extremely concentrated expression and fear mixed with rage. The killer in an instant AK can destroy the magician, but what if he himself is caught by the throat? Are you strong enough to withstand at least one blow? The monster tried to retreat as soon as he broke free from the knight's grip, but at the same time an invisible hand grabbed him by the throat, the pressure of which almost broke the elf's neck. Perhaps if this battle had happened earlier when I had just received my class, then it would have been a difficult test. Nevertheless, now I completely surpassed my opponent and suppressed him. Besides the fact that my own strength was higher, my strongest warriors had about the same level, but under the effect of the monarch's possession their strength increased significantly. But with Barakov himself, the overwhelming blow of the invisible hand knocked him into the snow. And taking a step forward, dressed in shadow armor, I put a steel boot on the monster's chest. Theta, his eyes bulged. Why, Lord, I don't need you. Died Prematurely calmly I said no, the shadow sword in my hands transformed, becoming wider and depriving of the tip, which was replaced by a blade like a guillotine. The elf grinned desperately, and the next moment the blade dropped, and then I raised the weapon again and struck again, restraining the destructive power of the shadow blade so 4 times. Until the dungeon boss lost all his limbs. A creature of this level will not die from such a tram, but will become much less dangerous. Igris, I want you to make sure that he does not run away and die. The Shadow Knight bowed respectfully. And now rise. And the shadows of the ice elves began to rise, and they all had a knight rank. Some were even close to evolving into an elite knight. So what should I call you all now? I scratched my head with the golems. It was easier. I found their names on the internet after clearing the dungeon, although I can give them names later, and for now let them walk as nameless shadows. Well, maybe I'll name a couple if something suitable comes to mind. For now, following my will, the new knights hid in my shadow, after which I took the boss and dragged him to the human camp. I just didn't want to set up another camp for myself, and the boss will still be looked after so that he doesn't do anything. By the way, his daggers, I picked up a good weapon, and here's Mr. Jin Woo breathed out in shock, one of the hunters in the camp. This is one of those elves. I nodded in agreement. The boss is from this dungeon. He has a rank, so it's better not to go near him. He can bite, and so that no one touches him. It is clear that people looked in shock as I dragged the original boss and tied him to a tree with chains, and then also assigned Shadow to guard him. And so, for some time I could continue to calmly complete daily quests and train with the game at the same time. Over time, new monsters began to appear in the dungeon: bears, monkeys, and several elves that I cleaned up, and a little later I dragged Baroque further away, probably because of the crystals. It just cuts him off at the sight of people he couldn't reach and bite with his teeth. Lord, why are you protecting people? I'm tired of asking. We even managed to talk because I'm also a human. I calmly give the answer: no. He grinned. I don't feel this voice. He says to kill people, but when you're nearby, I don't feel it. You're not a human. Why does the Lord consider himself a human? Your strength is you. The elf wheezed and trembled, losing consciousness. I thoughtfully looked at the crystals growing from his forehead, and still, is it possible to pull them out while I didn't risk checking? Suddenly, this will kill the elf, then the dungeon will close, so you can leave this experiment for later. And by the way, the sorceress, out of curiosity, followed me and saw me talking to the boss. Mr. Jin Woo, you know the language of monsters? Oh, your ears are frozen. I gave you a hat. What didn't you understand? Girl, well, who is warming their ears here? Eavesdropping is not nice. Sorry. Okay, I waved my hand. I understand the language of monsters with the help of my summoned servants, but this was the first talking monster I meet. At least it sounds more or less logical, even though there are summoning mages and they cannot boast of such abilities, but the summoning can be different. And if he is here, what happened to the group? Chu decided to clarify. Girl, they are dead. The sorceress darkened but did not ask me more questions on this topic, and the very next day, unexpectedly, she brought me a bowl of porridge and meat. It was even surprising that she accurately read when I finished training with the shadow. Mr. Jin Woo, perhaps you want to eat and will not refuse. I was a little embarrassed by such attention. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry to increase your strength? The girl asked. Well, I think I can tell you, thoughtfully drawled, but while I did not begin to spread about the fact that there will be a war with the monarchs ahead, it is still unclear how the system will react to this. The excuse was already ready. Not so long ago I participated in a raid with lizards, and among them was Don Suk. This is the older brother of Don Su, an ES rank hunter. I don't think he will care that I defended my life. He will want to avenge the death of his brother. The girl looked at me in surprise. I think I can already fight him on equal terms, but it's better to wait for even greater strengthening. So a hunter of this level, your enemy is exactly. Nodding to the girl. Besides, he is A killer, and in the matter of killing people much more experienced than me. I understand. You all want to go home. Staying here is exhausting. Yes, but if it weren't for you the local monsters would have already killed us. The girl noticed and smiled weakly. I would have been killed on the first day. Speaking. She first stood up and then bowed gratefully. Thank you, you saved my life, and the rest of the hunters who are still alive owe it to you. I promised that I would take care of your protection while we are here. Shrugging my shoulders, Chul and his team themselves refuse this, and thank you for your concern. I nodded to her. It is really nice when such a charming girl feeds you, and she really was a good sorceress, in no way inferior to Juhi in beauty, a slender figure close to ideal, clean smooth skin, pleasant, and her face also had clean green eyes and shiny black hair. Aina showed interest in me. She is generally the only one from the group of hunters who sought to communicate with me, while the others were already languishing and entertained themselves as best they could playing cards. They were already bored. Someone started making snowmen, and one guy took on the task of creating a snow palace, though it turned out to be something more like an anthill. By the way, I never asked what is your name. I addressed the girl. The girl pouted sweetly. You could have asked earlier. My name is Paki Jin. Nice to meet you. I nod to her. So in addition to training and cleanups, reviving, by the way, new monsters that appeared after killing the previous ones were different from the old ones. If it is not so noticeable for ordinary monsters, then with elves everything seemed obvious, considering that these were Orango monsters. Then in this dungeon, my level also continued to grow. I felt like I was becoming stronger day by day. And not only in terms of strength but also in skill. I trained with the game, day by day I developed my abilities. At some point I changed my two-handed sword to daggers, which Bloody also wielded quite well. I just thought that I shouldn't completely focus on just one weapon, and thus in training I gained the skill of wielding daggers. Along the way I learned to use my skills more creatively. I used the will of the monarch to strengthen blows or for defense. In a few days I learned to move away from perceiving this power as an invisible hand, and this allowed me to form something like an invisible protective cocoon, along with armor and a bonus from the title. This further increased my defense. Another week passed. The gates were still in no hurry to open, and Baruka did not cause problems. His severed arms and legs were not. He didn't ask to grow back, but people were becoming more and more nervous. How long should we sit here? He said. How much? Yes, take this red gate while here. A day passes outside, only an hour, and the gate usually opens after 7 days. Whether this is we will be hanging around here for half a year. No, we didn't find the gate right away. It seems they opened yesterday. This changes everything, and in general I wouldn't mind spending 5 months here, considering how much it can make me stronger. Just 1 month passed when monsters almost stopped reviving. Beast monsters were still appearing, but there were no elves anymore. But by this time there were already about 100 snow elves in my storage, though not all of them were night class. Recently elves of rank and even several E ranks had appeared, but the reserve is not enough for my pocket. Due to pumping, the capacity of my storage increased to almost 200 places. In any case, even though there were fewer and fewer monsters, I continued to pump. Let it be due to daily quests, and so we really spent a lot of time here. I missed Juhi, especially by her beautiful body, and the lack of such closeness made me look more often towards Jin, the only girl in the group, especially since I did not consider Juhi as my companion for life. I liked her, but in any case somehow everything happened by itself. Just one night, an excited Jin came to my tent. Something happened. She shook her head negatively, sitting down on the mattress next to me. Then you came to me. Maybe I. The sorceress fell in love, leaned towards me. She carefully approached as if warning, what does she want? And I reached out to her in response. Our lips connected in a kiss, but the icy light kiss of cold lips quickly grew into a hot and passionate mock. Here, she whispered coldly, do you want to come to me? The look of the hut sparkled with triumph outside, and even in the tent it was very cold. We all even Slept in our clothes under warm blankets. The girl only opened her cape, taking me. Under the blanket I also unbuttoned my fur jacket, and soon the sorceress pressed herself against me with her beautiful body, although of course she did not undress, she simply opened up in front of me, but it turned out to be even warmer when we completely covered ourselves. You are warm, full chap on busty YouTube, don't hide. She didn't think that I would limit myself to just one time, and since heejin began to look at me at night, my stay in the gate became much more comfortable, so much that I didn't even think about finishing early and going home anymore. This place became more of a rest for me than a strenuous training session. Part of the day I studied with Igris and spent some time on the beautiful sorceress, and although I lacked some of the benefits of civilization, I felt good, and a good Shrek and just tenderness with the girl did not let me get bored without TV and the internet. However, other hunters became even more dissatisfied, looking at me with envy. Well, yes, Paki. Jin is simply mesmerizingly beautiful. There is much to envy here, and she is also quite smart, and I would say rationally and a little selfishly. First of all, she was interested in me, my strength and status as an ES rank hunter. The girl assumed that she would be able to settle down even better next to me, and it would be safer with me in raids. Well, I didn't really say that I was not even going to join their guild. It had already been the 3rd month. The gates could have lasted for a long time, and there were supplies left for at least another month. But it seems that the Dark Monarch got tired of me just sitting here and getting fat on quests, so at some point the reward decreased and I started getting 5 points of characteristics, and after a few days the reward decreased to 3 units, but in general I already achieved my goal for this dungeon. Dream of a genie, level 83, specialty Lord of Shadows, title 1. Who seeks easy paths, health 100%, mana 100%, characteristics strength 305 plus 27, agility 300 plus 23, endurance 293 plus 24, perception 202 plus 20, intelligence 360 plus 19, passive skills endurance LV9, two-handed blade LV9, ant strength LV9, dagger skills LV4, active sprint 9 LVL, suppression 8 LVL, ruthless cutting LVL 9, robes of girls LVL, monarch power 9 LVL, shadow extraction 8 LVL, shadow storage 7 LVL, monarch possession 7 LVL, fireball P LVL, fortification 3 LVL, furious cut 4 LVL, vacuum explosion 4 LVL. I became much stronger, and a pleasant feeling of uncontrollable power just spread through my body. At the same time I felt an increasingly strong affinity with the force that pulsate the 9th level as if frozen on it, but at the same time I no longer really looked at these skills in the system. Their use became for me so natural that for this I even needed the system itself. I even began to experiment, trying to deviate from the limitations of the system skills and do something in my own way. As a result, I managed to mix the mysterious power of the shadow world with magical and combat skills. The flame of the fireball turned black. It was no longer hot, but it did not just burn the enemies, but as if split into particles, turning into dust. The vacuum explosion also became even more powerful, and as if it were bent with the help of the source of its power, I could increase the efficiency of the acquired skills. Even in duels with the game I felt it, how much I had grown. If in skill he still surpassed me, then in terms of pure power he was inferior on all fronts. If I wanted, I could simply suppress him with force or speed grab with an invisible hand, and bloody even the general's fish eye with some surprise simply tore off part of the thread of the system, breaking its function that restrained the development and grease a well-game balance and all that. The Lord rang out with steel, the voice of Bloody. Becoming a general, he gained the ability to speak, and also he noticeably increased in strength, but he is still much weaker than me even when I finally broke his shackles. Promoted to marshal the power overwhelmed and Grisa, his eyes flashed with an ominous purple light. The energy current of the gate itself reacted to this change. Trembled all his forces approaching my current level but still did not really and did not react to such interference. I decided on something like that. Just because I was confident in my powers, even with such a level, I think I could compete with the architect, and if he tries to block my abilities through the system, I can just tear it to shreds, of course, so I will lose the functions of the system itself, but at the same time it will no longer hold me back. Skill limitations, rollbacks, all this will disappear. The number of shadows that I can summon and save, in fact I could not even understand if this power has a limit. The system now allows you to save about 1,000 shadows, but this not the limit of the monarch's power over the shadows. This is precisely the limitation of the system, but the power itself seemed endless. Well, rather, my perception of this power was too limited to see it. And in any case, I did not break the system, well, completely. I only broke one restraining factor concerning one of my servants. But it also helped me better understand how this system works in general. In part, the use of magic and class skills also helped me. I definitely became little by little more skilled in magic. Although calling all this magic is probably not entirely correct. This is an imprint of the human understanding of the powers of monsters and hunters. In reality, all these classes are mages, warriors, killers, healers. All this is very conditional. Nevertheless, the distribution of roles in the troops is quite useful. Returning to the game, then, you can speak now. Yes. The Lord bowed his head. The Marshal, and what do you think about all this? The knight's gaze flashed. I felt a rush of inspiration from him. All I want is to follow you. The Lord simply answered, clearly, and since you are now speaking, maybe you can tell me about the monks and the ruler, your monarch's enemies, Lord and lords. I don't know how they will treat you, my lord. About monarchs, there are 8 of them. Your predecessor killed the monarch of White Flame, only 7 left. Yes, for some time I talked with my servant, convincing him that he was loyal to me as a shadow servant, and in general his information only confirmed what I already knew, and he also turned out to be rather silent or from the east, but he himself did not seek communication, preferring to silently stand behind me as a loyal vassal. How strong are the other monarchs? I came to the last clarification. You are equal to them in strength, Lord. In a one-on-one battle you will defeat any of the monarchs except the dragon monarch only. By inheriting all the power of my former master you equalized, and the knight lowered his head, showing that he was always happy to serve. By this time I had just finished another quest for strengthening. Having received 3 points of characteristics and a box with a good elixir, it's time to return. I exhaled and kneaded my neck, but before finishing here I needed to talk to Heejin, and she just brought it again. I need to eat as soon as I finished training with Igrim, although this time we talked more than trained. Thank you, I nodded to the girl. Yes, by the way, today we are returning. What did he blink his eyelashes? She did not immediately understand what I was talking about. The girl and she herself had already gotten used to this frozen forest, and she also already perceived this as a vacation. No worries for you, no need to work, you have fun, well, and you have a good time in the evenings, except that leisure time here was rather meager, so that even she has already started to miss you. I mean, you are closing the gate, it has reached her. It is my development that is going slower and slower. I have already reached the upper limit, and I think now I could defeat both the bottom and all the Polshiks put together. Are you sure? She was worried from afar. This is the strongest guild in the world, and it is headed by the strongest hunter. More than I nod to her, but there is something else that I would like to talk to you about. Yes. This concerns our relationship. I really like you, know. Really, you are a beautiful girl. It sounds like you want to leave me. She looked at me in surprise. Heejin, I just want to make it clear that now I am not in the mood for a serious relationship that you probably counted on. Of course you can count on my support and I would not mind continuing our communication, but for now, I do not want to limit myself. Heejin frowned. Oh well, when you decided to seduce me you didn't even ask if I had a girlfriend, but in fact I do, yes, and you yourself didn't say anything. The sorceress was indignant. So you cheated on her? I didn't promise that I would only be with her, although in essence it really can be called cheating, and when I just decided to have fun with heejin, all this looked and felt somehow simpler and harmless. Now it starts to depress me. It's worth just thinking about what she herself will feel when she finds out about all this. Well, at the very least it should be very unpleasant for her. I initially just wanted Shrek from her and only used her affection for Jin Woo, but I also made a good impression on her. Nevertheless, we spent many nights together and I also often ate her strap, talked more with the girl. I myself became a little attached to her. But this can hardly be called love, and while I was just thinking, the brunette suddenly jumped up, burning me with an angry look. She immediately slapped me in the face, which I basically almost didn't feel. You're a scoundrel. She frowned with displeasure. I just raised an eyebrow, and apparently the lack of remorse on my face only angered her more. The girl tried to hit me again, but to do this is the second once I didn't allow it. Intercepting Heejin's hand, I abruptly pulled the sorceress to me, squeezing her tightly. Well, maybe this is the last time I can hug her like this. The girl didn't try to break free, only shuddering. She looked into my eyes. She became scared while she was Mila with me. I also saw only cold in my eyes. Scandals on the topic of love and fidelity did not interest me. Don't pretend to be innocent. You didn't come to me because of great love. The girl swallowed excitedly. She didn't dare to object, especially since it was true. If you want to be with me, then you will have to accept it. If not, I am letting the girl go. I will stainless you. If you are going to make a scene, then we will end here. Sorceress, sleep. I just wanted to say that you can't behave like that, and you immediately shook your head. I turned around, deciding not to listen to such a rebuke at all. I just went to the captive boss to finally close the dungeon. I didn't say that I would leave you, the brunette muttered, and yet she is more smart than proud. The sorceress quickly realized that it would not work to pacify me with ordinary reproaches and a quarrel, that I was ready to simply abandon her if she started causing problems. Having understood this, Heejin immediately became obedient, even though the girl's pride was hurt. And yes, the girl blinked in surprise. She was a little stunned by how my voice warmed up my address to her, as if we had returned to what was before this conversation, and I was kind to her again, and she clearly liked this attitude much more than the cold, detached one. Say the rest that we are returning and it is time to get ready. Grandfather nodded the sorceress. I went to Baruki, involuntarily thought about shadows and relationships. I mean, shadows are quite material beings. They cannot even be fully called undead. They breathe, feel, and especially strong ones can talk, and of course you can touch them. They are not ghosts, and all shadows are sincerely devoted to their master. So I thought, here, if among my shadows there was a girl, could it be possible to get closer to her? And only thinking about it I realized that among the elves I raised there were only men, not a single elf. You returned. Baruka sighed tiredly, noticing me. Yes, your time has come. This guy somewhat despaired during the captivity and did not even try to escape, patiently awaiting his execution. Just tell me, and where are the elves anyway? What did not understand elf? Well, elves are women. Why are there only elf men? But why did not understand that women are weak? Clearly sighed I. Still, it was part of the army of the Ice Monarch, and in his army he recruited only elves men. Considering women weak, maybe their kind of women are really so much weaker that there is no point in gathering them into an army. You came to kill me. Finally tell me, will I be able to serve you after the drug? Asked the monster. Yes, calmly confirmed. I extended my hand into my palm. A shadow stretched out, forming a gloomy blade. The elf closed his eyes, and the next moment I lands a lightning strike, cutting off his head, and at the same hour the energy of the dungeon went into a chaotic state I also felt the breaking of the threads of a certain spell after which near our campsite gates appeared rise up dark power filled the body of the elf, and having collected the remnants of his magic left the dead man embodying in the form of a shadow creature the ghost warrior grinned contentedly, putting his hand to his chest and bowed respectfully. I name you Baruka. Blue flame engulfed his shadow clothes. The shadow was strengthened. Baruka elite shadow knight. He was strong, even a little stronger than he was in life, and he had very little left before promotion to the next rank. Several hard fights and he will become a general. From now on you will command the shadow elves, I ordered, and for a short time elite monsters appeared from my shadow ready to follow their former leader, who now also joined them in the ranks of my servants, after which all my soldiers returned to the shadow storage and I headed back to the camp. It was time to return. Jin Woo awkwardly nodded to me. The sorceress, she was the last one here. The rest of the surviving hunters happily rushed to the gates immediately. As soon as they opened, the girl is stayed late waiting for me. Let's go back, I nodded. Let's wait. You're right, when I came to you then I didn't care about feelings, but we spent so much time here together and you got used to our relationship. Yeah, so what do you want now? I'll be fine. She straightened up, fixing her hair, until I find a better guy. I'll stay with you, just don't bother other girls, do it. Well, I don't see Koha. Okay, when you find a better guy don't forget to tell me about it. At least this issue was resolved and we left the gate together. It's funny that I now have two girls, although one of them doesn't even know that there are two of them, and I don't even have time for one. I don't really have time. When we returned from the Red Gate with me, wanted G Guild, but he wasn't there, and I was a little exhausted from this training camp and just wanted to go home. Calmed my sister down and then visited Juhi, but I haven't yet resolved the issue of our relationship. I just enjoyed her body, which I had managed to miss, and the next day, having rested, I went to secretly clear high-ranking dungeons, raised several levels, and along the way replenished my shadow army, although I am no longer particularly picky about the process of raising shadows. Although it is not that it brought any significant result, but I was interested in how exactly they rise, so I got two new elite knights, a huge shadow snake and a generally incomprehensible massive monster similar to a giant. I called them Orochi, their tone. And this guy clearly resembled some kind of tonic Narrow-Ice elf grinned and a sparkle flashed in his eyes. Triumph is an honor to serve you, Lord, he said, bowing from the side. A shadow of Sheik looked at him jealously. This guy felt that he was overtaken in the title of the main killer, and this shadow was determined to prove that she was still worth something and worthy of serving me. Noticing this himself, Baruka grinned smugly. Crooked to him to bring the heads of the killed enemies. Well, let the knight again drag the boss's head to my feet. At least he does not wear the heads of ordinary rank-and-file monsters, only powerful enemies, which I immediately raise, looking at the ugly head of a giant beetle with a human jaw. I involuntarily winced. Actually, partly that is why I trusted Igris to deal with this monster. He was just so ugly that I did not want to touch him. And for the same reason I did not raise him. The shadow did not even absorb into my attire. No, but he really was disgusting nastiness. I do not want such things in my army. Thinking about this, I remembered the dungeon ants. It was there that one of the strongest servants of the genie was born in the comic King of the Ants, and of course I wanted to take him into my army. But will he be as cool in reality as in the comic, or will it be an even more disgusting insectoid crap? But then we'll see. And for now, in addition to gathering troops, I tried to conduct a small experiment to rip crystals out of monsters without killing them, but it seems that such an opportunity was taken into account. Extracting a crystal instantly killed a monster. Supernatural feelings allowed me not to spells, as if some primitive semblance of my system. This force connected the body and souls of monsters with magic stones, and thus dying monsters gave all their strength to the stone, which then fell into the hands of people, and already people themselves with the help of such stones learned to create equipment for hunters, magic weapons, and even buildings capable of withstanding the most powerful blows, one gift to the ruler of people, and although there was still free space in my storage, I decided to finally go to the demonic castle again even after going through so much. I never found flying monsters in the Orango dungeons, well, to be more precise, in the last one. There were evil stinking flies with human mouths, but I wouldn't fly on those. Besides, they are too ugly. These creatures could hardly lift me into the air, and in the dragon castle there is at least one weaver, but before that I still decided to talk to Juhi. You came again. She was glad to see me. Yes, she seemed so happy. How everything became complicated, I think. I sighed. I need to talk. What happened? The girl got worried. Sensing my mood, let me pour you some tea first. It's funny considering that this is her house, but the girl calmly accepted my offer and still sat down at the table in excitement while I poured her tea. Juhi always had tea leaves ready. In general, tomorrow I'm going to the dungeon for a long time. I'm already used to this. The girl smiled. Will you stay overnight? Rains. Let me make a deal. I'm a healer. Nodded. Drink some tea. And not so nervously she looked at me. Recently I was stuck in the Red Gate for almost 3 months. You took so long. She exhaled in shock. Yes. I nodded. Well, thanks to this I very quickly became stronger relative to our time, but that's not the point. Juhi raised her eyebrows, waiting for me to say more. This is more difficult than I thought. Oh, in general, I have somewhat revised my life priorities at the moment, and for now I don't want to build a serious relationship. You understand? Do you want to leave me? The girl clarified. No, that is, I like you. Together with you I feel great. But it's the hardest for you. With me you are sweet and charming, but I doubt you will like it if, let's say, I want to date several girls at once. What was naturally taken aback. Juhi, I can't promise that I will be faithful only to you. Wait, something happened in the dungeon? She guessed. Well, it wasn't hard considering the thread of the conversation. Yes, I could just hide it, but I don't want to deceive you. You deserve an honest relationship. Will you decide to keep it or break it off? The girl sighed plaintively. I slowly walked behind her while she was sitting with a mug of tea in her hands and putting my palms on Juhi's shoulders. I began to knead them. I like you. Maybe it would be worth hiding it so that you could live in comfortable ignorance, but you deserve to know somehow. Do you really want to know this? Juhi bitterly exhaled. No, just leave. Confidently. Yes, the girl blurted out angrily. Oh, okay, think about it again. Although it's unlikely you will change your mind, I wouldn't want to break up with you. Leave, Juhi repeated. Didn't. The healer was very offended. Unlike heejin, her feelings were more strongly attached and she believed in Jinva more. It never occurred to her that our relationship would lead to such a result, and now it was as if the earth had gone out from under her feet. Juhi, go away, she said with a vengeance. Okay, this conversation turned out worse than I would have liked, but it was quite expected. In leaving the healer's house I involuntarily thought about the fact that I had traded an all for soap. Heejin, of course, a brilliant beauty, but Juhi is not inferior to her in her appearance, only the healer is more homely, and she was exactly like that. A girl who can easily be imagined as a faithful wife who will wait for you at home after another raid. Heejin was beautiful, but prudence in a serious relationship. I don't understand what's wrong with this woman. With notes of indignation said Baruka. The shadow stirred on my clothes, and a ghostly gloomy figure trembling in the wind appeared next to me. Vlada can have as many women as he wants. Calm down. He stopped. I am a shadow. It's none of your business. Asked Vladika. On the other hand, for a moment Igris appeared with his eyes flashing. He didn't say anything, but approval and support just wafted from him. Excellent. Now the shadows will also console me after parting. Well, into the shadows both servants immediately disappeared. I returned home to meet also with the dissatisfied Jin. Again a long raid. You are now with a rank. You could have been home more often. Zabur. Girl, by the way, when will you introduce me to your girlfriend? Later. Sorry. In general she didn't like that I was constantly disappearing, and it was annoying, but while I didn't really understand what could be done with it, pumping was in first place anyway, and the next day I wanted to go somewhere else. But first in the morning I visited Juhi again, but I didn't talk to her. I just left a chocolate cake with a note. Now the auction office. I told the taxi driver I need a wyvern. Well, as for the auction, some of my orders had already arrived, and before heading to the demonic castle, I acquired a few more pieces of equipment, in particular Now I had rings on every finger of my hands. And bracelets on my hands, each item was filled with magic that merged with my aura, enhancing it with various effects. True, so that the artifacts did not interfere with each other, many of them had similar effects that enhanced each other. The suit. Unfortunately, it was not ready yet. But in addition to the additional equipment, I received a few more runestones and immediately extracted new skills from them. Fire Arrow. Tokat launches a piercing cloud of fire at the enemy. Minor Healing. One slightly restores the target's health. Earthquake. 2 shakes the ground under casters, creating cracks in the ground and causing strong shaking lightning strike LVL. For fires an electric discharge at targets in front of the caster's hellish cold wind blade. LVL2 fires an invisible blade at the enemy. Critical strike. LVL1 deals increased damage when using a dagger, can cause bleeding. Camouflage. LVL2 makes the caster invisible while standing still and not attacking an enemy. 8 more new skills and I could have ordered more, but I just didn't have enough money. Alas, even simple skills can be sold for huge amounts. However, for now this is enough for me. By the way, the camouflage skill was a bit like my disguise, but this skill only worked as long as I stood still and didn't attack anyone. But under camouflage, you can buff allies and heal them. Also, this skill just spends less mana than disguise, but when I got this skill I was able to understand that this is disguise, but like a cut down weakened version of the skill I already had. You can combine the skills of disguise and camouflage. Yes, it's not difficult even. The system understood this, and somewhere in these threads of a strange structure intertwining with contempt, and when I confirmed the unification of skills at the same moment, as if visible hands wove a new structure from the finest magic mesh, after which this someone dismissively shook this magic on me. Disappearance. Alone erases the feeling of your presence from this world. Acted the same. This skill is almost the same as camouflage, but I almost didn't spend mana in addition. Now the skill hid me not only from the usual senses, invisible as if by the surrounding mana, and if the place where I am is not completely devoid of any magical energy, then even creatures with supernatural senses will have a hard time detecting me. And thanks to the children years since the first gates appeared, this world was already filled with magic power. I could feel its tiny particles in the air, in the ground, in the water, in almost everything that was around. And with these new skills I went to the tower in my hand. A scarlet key with sharp teeth appeared, and using it I went straight to the 50th floor. I am here again, stepping into the blazing hell of hell, and with a furious cry a demonic knight rushes at me, a monster of about half rank of difference, a blow with a spear, but to lie down I uttered, and the irresistible power of the monarch's power pressed the demon to the ground. When falling he crashed his face into the stone. His armor was crushed and bones were broken in many places. The force of the pressure that fell on him was comparable to the fall of a multi-ton mountain. I go forward, allowing the darkness to envelop my body in strong armor, after which, passing by the demon, I just finish him off by lowering the sword and piercing the monster's heart with its point. Rise up. The darkness penetrated into the dead body, but as before it was useless. The mana is infected. It is impossible to extract the shadow, but this attempt itself gave me some food for thought in the creation of a shadow soldier. His magic plays an important role, not the soul. Is it all about mana, or is it just one of the necessary components? Okay. I'm here first of all for pumping thon. I stretched out, and from the shadows right under me a titanic figure began to rise. I found myself right on the head of a huge monstrous beast, and this powerful creature pushed forward. The monster was too massive even to walk through some streets of the burning city, but the H-tone itself, it didn't matter at all. If there was a building in its path, it simply smashed it to pieces. Passing through Fire Arrow, noticing the demons, I decided to test my magic on them, and in my palm an impressive spear of furiously trembling plasma began to grow. This is definitely not an arrow, and if I pour the power of darkness into the spell and The spear turns black, after which with a light pass of the hand this projectile was directed, and in one instant sharpening it a line of darkness, the spear pierces the demon in a relatively small group. The poor fellow is simply sprayed. The blow hit the chest and almost the entire body was destroyed. Only the legs fell to the ground and the head flew off. Somewhere. Come on now, you. The monster under me tensed up and gave a stream of fire. The power of this attack was less than that of my fire spear, but at the same time the flame of the X-tone covered the entire demonic squad, and the increase in experience suggested that this was more than enough. Well, it's time to fight the boss soon. The Thon led me to the gate leading to the next floor, and here we were still waiting for an insatiable volcano, a huge scarlet carcass of the archdemon on the bone throne the size of a multi-story building. In front stood elite guards, demons and rank, ready to defend their master. The archdemon himself lazily looked straight at me as if not thinking of getting up from his throne. We begin. My shadow spread out for hundreds of meters, and shadow monsters began to enter this world. My generals came forward, and behind them came the elite knights. The wave of power following them engulfed each shadow warrior, causing the mystical flame in them to flare up with renewed vigor. Blazing purple color to the guards came forward, and even the archdemon stirred. What took me by surprise. Clumsily first the fat demon fell off the throne and quickly crawled away on all fours, while a club fell out of his hands, but he didn't even pick up his weapon. In horror crawls away, spikes sticking out of the ground, but because of his belly he just got stuck between them. Hey, I was indignant. Where are you running? And at that moment one of my shadows, indignant at such behavior of the enemy, attacked. The Cyclops roared menacingly, and his flaming eye hit the archdemon back with a fiery beam. The Grua thrashed in a mad scream. The wolf god, I covered my eyes, so just break them. My servants began the offensive, and even though the enemy was strong, but with my current level, having strengthened the shadow troops, I easily defeated all these demonic guards, or rather, my troops defeated them. I personally didn't even lift a finger for this. Igris defeated several guardsmen. Thon made a dash and simply crushed the Cyclops demon with a groove. Illinois with a beam of fire, a line of cut with it, 3 opponents at once, and several more were torn apart by my elite knights, along with Barakova's blows. He and his squad also completely destroyed the other demon forces in this place, cutting out weaker demons, and here Thon into the shadows, allowing me to go down to the hem of the archdemon's remains. He didn't say anything, but it was already clear that the bloody one wanted to personally deal with the boss in order to bring me his head, but the volcano was already too badly burned below the back. The damage was so serious and extensive that the demon did not survive them. Your level has been increased. 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 A feeling of triumph. My heart was seized somehow, but even each guard of the archdemon was comparable in strength with the boss of the dungeon Arango. The volcano itself was a rather powerful creature, but I had already managed to pump up cool in the red gates. Here I felt like a small warrior or tactician, but rather a strategist faced with a strong opponent. I did not enter the battle but retreated, gathered more strength and struck, inflicting a crushing defeat on the archdemon. Excellent. And now the loot from such a monster. Accordingly dropped very good items. Earring of the archdemon, rank with strength plus 20. Endurance P20. The item is part of a set, and when using several additional effects will be activated. Sphere of Greed, rank A, effect Thirst for Destruction. Magic, deals double damage. Fragment of the World Tree, resource for creating high-quality magic items, can be sold in the store. Rock Volcano X2 can be sold in the store. Having examined the earring, I felt my own ear. There are no holes, but this is not necessary. I just equip through the system. True, because of a small conflict in the effect of items, I had to remove one of my rings that slightly increased agility later. In its place I will take another ring for intelligence. Also I took in my hands the sphere of greed in the comic. Genie gave it to one of my magicians and then handed it over. Also became his shadow, but I have already mastered a little magic and the power of my spells in itself was simply stunning with the same item. Taking a deep breath, I create a fiery spear and I can no longer even hold in my hands this massive projectile of plasma, a spear the size of a pillar of a flaming tree. With a furious fire, but in the end this structure is held by my magic power. I still with a simple gesture send this terrifying attack flying in spears of fire. Pierce the half-ruined building, breaking through and burning its walls. The blow causes a powerful explosion, forcing the building to collapse and destroying the structure. This attack leaves behind a feeling of satisfaction, of the thirst for destruction. But I still have cool spells, and I involuntarily thought about the fact that just like this, holding the sphere is not very convenient. Then my vestments stirred and the claws of darkness picked up the sphere to grow it to a neat glove. But this is really more convenient, nodded I. What now? The path is cleared. The archdemon somehow looked at me plaintively behind my back. Thon with bestial fury smashed an entire army of undead, also the Cyclops, just from nothing. All living and non-living Igris and Baruka also easily chopped up monsters, but these two fighters are more specialized opponents than on the quick destruction of weak armies. The king of the undead archdemon meta took a step back. He did not try to talk to me. I just felt how his soul was fettered by the icy chains of fear, and I just squeeze his spine with the power of the monarch. The demon tries to grab his neck, from which he only has vertebrae. This creature was a powerful lich archdemon. Clothed, his bones began to crack and crumble, and fire flashed in his eyes. Yes, he had too strong magical resistance, although the archdemon could not resist me. But oh, how he held on, not allowing me to just rip his head off. And then I took another step closer and hit him with a fist in a steel glove. The demon's skull just exploded. Scattered bones. You killed the archdemon meta. Sa your level is increased. Your level is increased. Then his army fell, and I decided to pick up blood ingredients. I just immediately put them in my inventory. Much more I was interested in the second item of the set, which I decided to equip, replacing the old amulet in the equipment cell. The archdemon necklace. Rank S, agility P20. Intelligence plus 20. Effect from the set 2/3 plus P to all characteristics. And this was not the only reward for this fight. The army of the party was simply huge. In addition, from the demon himself I received not one soul but several hundred at once. So having finished this fight, I also finished the task that I received upon entering the demonic castle, the task of collecting demonic souls. Updated: extract the soul of the demon king, but with get a reward for the first part of the task. T choice plus 20 points of characteristic. Special reward: I had some temptation to take one of the special blessed or cursed boxes, but in any case they give me what Ashborn or the architect themselves would like to give me. Therefore, as the first reward, I chose a weapon from the system store, an item located at the very top of the list, and it was not only the most expensive sword, but also the most expensive item in the store in general. I would have to go through dungeons like the demonic castle 5 more times, selling all the trophies I found to collect enough gold for this toy. The greatest shard of light attack. Plus 5,000 sword of the primordial light tempered in betrayal and death deals additional damage to creatures of chaos and order, deals double damage to traitors. The hilt of a beautiful 1.5 sword appeared in my hand. It seemed to be forged from the same darkness that created my servants, but at the same time, the cutting edge of the blade sparkled with a blinding light. Once in my hands, this sword seemed to have its own will. It hummed with discontent with the power hidden in it. My hand was unpleasantly tingling that I had betrayed her trust, but I did not make any oaths, and if I give my word then I keep it. The tingling weakened, but I just felt displeased. Sword, it seemed to whisper, okay, use it. Unfaithful, but I will keep an eye on you. Look, I in any case. The sword was not initially hostile to me, Ben. It was more like a displeased reproach. Nevertheless, it was worth it. The characteristics of this weapon were simply monsters compared to what I used before, and I was simply breathtaking from this mysterious feeling. The light of the blade Pulsating system, how did you do it involuntarily, asked I. Was really interested in what Ashbourne made this sword from, and it was as if created to kill monarchs, the greatest creatures of chaos that when preta erna, but in any case. The shadow monarch was in no hurry to give me an answer. I pretty much spun the sword in my hand. Cut through Vita. Nearby Igris had already appeared, throwing several heads of especially powerful demons at my feet. Well done, Lord. He looked at the sword with a strange look. You recognize this weapon? Yes. Igris shuddered. This is the sword of my former owner, so this weapon used. Ashbourne General obediently bowed his head, confirming my assumption. Okay, then the next reward is stat points, and I spent them on increasing strength and dexterity. Intelligence, I have enough for now. Especially with this sword, it will be more profitable for me to increase physical data so that in the end I can effectively use this weapon against future enemies. Magic, although interesting, will clearly not be as effective against monarchs as I would like, especially against the strongest of them. And the last reward in my hands appears a scroll. Recipe: Holy Water of Life. Holy Water of Life. Rank C. Mysterious potion that cures any disease, and any effect will only work if all of it is drunk. Potion for creation requires 3 ingredients: fragment of the world tree that I got for killing the volcano, spring water of the forest of whispers that fell from Meta SA, and the last ingredient, purified blood of the demon king. You don't need to be a genius to figure out where you can get it, and in general, this potion can cure sleeping sickness. Maybe not out loud, but I promised the genie that I would take care of his mother since I now occupied his body. Okay, and now I climbed a particularly high monument of the demonic graveyard and raised my hands to the remains of the undead army rise. Wincing from a series of multiple messages, I looked at the rare warriors that rose, gaining new flesh from pure darkness. I could not raise the demon even if he became undead, but in the army of Meta SA there were not only demonic undead. Several knights' death became ordinary shadow knights, clearly belonged to some other race in life, and among ordinary soldiers there were other creatures that I could raise with my shadows. Now let's go further. I was going to go through this tower to the end, and the demons on the floors became more and more angry. Weaklings were still encountered, but at the same time more and more powerful. Higher and ancient demons appeared when we got to the 80th floor. For the first time my army was given some kind of rebuff. It's not even about strength. Coordinated attack of demonic knights caused damage to the weakest army, but seeing that my servants, having received mortal wounds, and attack in response, these guys immediately retreated. This behavior was completely uncharacteristic for the half difference of demons in flight, but in general I expected something like this. Far away, a detachment of knights, not old Barak, secretly pursued them, and through him I could track the movement and direct my troops. Thus soon a whole group of demons with rank was surrounded, and I personally went out to them. At the head of this detachment stood the archdemon, armed with a spear. Looking around, he made a sharp gesture, and at the same moment the demonic knights rushed towards me. I did not use the shadow blade, I simply squeezed my new sword in my hand and gave the demons a fight. The weapon did not create any additional effects like invisible energy blades, only a shining blade that simply destroyed demons. One blow was enough to cut the IS rank demon in half. The archdemon wanted to attack me under the cover of his subordinates, but seeing how I dealt with them without even straining himself, he shuddered. But still, even overcome with fear, he attacked, and I just intercepted his spear with his hand, pressing with his physical strength and squeezing with the power of the monarch. The demon's weapon simply split in my hand. I raise a particle of light and surrender. The archdemon took a step back and raised his hands, and of course it was a pleasant and young female voice reaching out to cringed. From under the helmet also appeared long dark old hair braided at the back in a braid. You attacked my soldiers, guilty, but you would also attack the one who invaded your domain. I surrender. The girl looked at me tensely and even tried to portray a friendly smile. Nevertheless, from her everything still emanated a sense of threat. Need a pass to the next floor, and The girl was surprised. Yes, the pass is under the protection of my clan. If you let me go, I can get it for you. Sighing, I looked at the body of the demonic knights without saying a word. I direct dark power to them, trying to raise these creatures, but the effect was still the same. Mana infected. Shadow extraction is impossible, but this time I decided to try something new, reaching out to the dead man. The demoness took advantage of the fact that I was distracted from her and attacked, snatched out the one hanging on her belt at the back. The next moment the weapon flew out of her hands, when I grabbed her by the forearms and abruptly threw her over myself. Imprint boot stood on the chest plate, pressing her to the floor. What was that? I bring the blade of the shard of light to her neck. Sorry, the demoness squealed in horror. The blades did not touch her, but the light of the blade burned the skin of the noble demon, causing her pain. Please have mercy. I will do whatever you say. You need a pass? Yes, I will also show you where to get the rest. The girl spoke quickly and I took the blade from her throat. If you show, it means someone is guarding them too. Yes, starting from this floor, on each next floor demonic clans guard the passes. I will show you where they are. Just have mercy on my house and you will know longer. Try to stab me in the back. I lightly poked the sword into the demon's breastplate, but I almost stabbed her and barely managed to pull the weapon back. How? The demoness exhaled heavily. I won't dare anymore. I swear I won't dare attack you. Then get up. I retreated, and while the demoness was getting up I returned to the corpses of the demons, directing ordinary uncorrupted mana into them. I tried to fill their bodies with magical power, atomically tried to raise them as a shadow. The mana is infected. Shadow extraction is impossible, but this time I felt the failure a little differently. It was interesting, but while I was thinking about the feeling of this experiment, wild demons began to arrive to us. However, my guys easily dealt with these guys. Shadow soldiers. Demoness cautiously looked at one or the other. Intelligent demons clearly did not make friends with wild ones. As for the demoness, what is your name? I asked, and at the same time helped her up, taking her hand and simply lifting esil. I am the eldest daughter of the clan. For the sake of, she looked at me in surprise while I took her by the chin and examined the girl's face. Really just like real soft skin, clear scarlet eyes, and the demoness herself blushed, embarrassed by the touch. Well, enter DD. You won't touch my house if I give you a pass. I won't touch it if you don't give me a reason, I promise. Although there are so many high class demons in one place, I could raise a couple of levels on them, but honestly this girl Posey, she seemed very funny in the comic, and she is the first demon in this dungeon who spoke to me and generally tried to resolve the matter peacefully and not through a fight, but perhaps I will not be so lenient with other demonic clans. My goal here is to go to the very top as quickly as possible and destroy the Demon King. However, I did not quite understand what the local monsters were, because Ashbourne had already killed the Demon King and destroyed his army. Did this mean that everything in this dungeon was just an illusion? However, all my senses told me that this was reality, even supernatural senses. They showed me that demons were somehow fundamentally different from ordinary monsters, their magical power and how their mana interacts with their bodies. Please stand here. And stopping the girl, I put my hand on her shoulder, after which under us and the walls began to rise a titanic figure of my most massive servant. At the same time, the other soldiers in the shadows and left. What is this? She was taken aback. A monster of disasters. This is the Titan of the Beast Army. You will recognize this creature. The girl nodded excitedly. I saw she winced, and now I very clearly felt in her the threads of the system, not like mine, more rough and living much deeper. Meanwhile, esil showed the way. Tone quickly us delivered to the castle of her house. And aren't you filled with anger? I killed your servants. These are demons, knights. Their life belongs to the clan Dar. They should be happy that I survived and can return home without a shadow of shame. The girl spoke about her dead subordinates from afar, disdain in her, and really did not feel hidden developed. And while we got to the castle and Thon began to lower his head, allowing us to descend on the fortress walls. Stop! Exclaimed and forcefully stopped the demonic guard that was already ready to attack. This is our guest. I apologize, Madam, bowed one of the knights. And they obedient. I appreciated. Of course, I am a demon of a higher rank. Lifted her nose and sill, and soon she led me into the castle itself, to the throne room, where on a luxurious royal chair sat a dark-haired demon, Va claws in the mean He was somewhat stronger than himself and Sil and much better felt my strength so much that he even got wet from the tension and a feeling of threat. Hey Sil, who did you bring? He said in a trembling voice. This is the master of the army of shadows, father, the girl answered excitedly. He is a guest in the army of shadows, so the archdemon on the throne shuddered. I need a pass. Took the floor and at first wanted to nod, but then I remembered that the guide would not interfere with me. I also take with me, put my hand on my shoulder and Sil that. The archdemon frowned. She promised to take me to the next castles of the demonic clans. The head of the house Radiru exhaled tensely. Da. The girl nodded. Oh. You are a guest of my house. The archdemon hesitated. I apologize for such a reception. I'll order the servants to set the table for you right now. You shouldn't. I shook my head. Although I have longevity, which neutralizes the effect of poisons, I don't feel like eating in the demon house. I'm not going to stay long and don't waste too much time getting ready. We'll send you when you're ready. I understood. He swallowed nervously, even more tense, but at the same time, he was now impatiently waiting for me to finally leave his territory, and then the pass. They brought it to me quickly. Perhaps I should allocate it to you, accompanied by my guards. The demon said, don't worry. I don't need it, and I can protect your daughter along the way. I only need her to show me the way. They will fight. I felt the demoness' awkward gaze. I looked back and saw her. It was simply amazing that even I myself found myself in such a strange situation. The demoness, looking down in embarrassment, came closer, carrying a bag of things on her shoulders. At that moment, the archdemon's servant appeared, bringing the pass. Thank you for your cooperation, I said calmly, taking the paper. And without lingering in the castle for the sake of I headed further. I go hurried after me and Sil. Then the message of the system appeared. Archdemon and Sil wishes to join your squad. Only creatures in the squad can follow the player to the next floor. Experience for destroying an enemy will be distributed between the squad in proportion to the contribution made. Exactly, but I have never even checked this function and it immediately interested me. No, I was not going to assemble a team of players and pump them up by sacrificing experience that could go to my own strengthening, but the way the group functions allows me to take a new look at the very structure of this system for now. And Sil, you do not need. We'll join the battle. If you notice danger, just tell me. Battles I will take on. Grandfather, the girl looked away embarrassedly. Well, yes, for her it sounded like I will protect you, but I did not begin to clarify that it was a matter of the experience distribution system and my greed. Please, Lord, give me back my daughter alive, the demon admonished us. Lord, of course. I waved my hand and soon we with and Sil went into the furious stream of flame that transferred us to the next floor. And Sil looked dumbfounded at the burning castle. Yes, another castle of demons in a demonic castle, only this time I did not negotiate with anyone, but simply unleashed my army on this house of noble demons. Thon simply demolished part of the fortress wall and then pawed it with his paw. The bloody mess that held the defense on this wall. Here on the back of Thon ran Igris and broke into a swift jump, colliding with some noble demon, but he was mine. The strongest shadow the marshal of my army possessed, and the corresponding power that surpassed the ordinary archdemon. A quick collision ended with a cut by the lord, and the marshal went on there. On one of the walls, iron collided with Gru knights, and under his cover the monsters were attacked by Baruka. You watched so quickly and powerfully enchanted as the demonic castle in a matter of minutes turns into ruins, and finally Igris returns, throwing the heads of noble demons at my feet. Archdemon. Noble demons, each of which has a minimum of rank representatives of the ruling families of demonic houses, and the higher the floor the stronger the houses were. Although this does not mean that all the archdemon of the higher floors were stronger than the archdemon below. There were simply more of them, but there were also especially strong demon lords. On the next floor. Igris, bring me one alive. Yes, the lord bowed his head. Marshal, then Baruka appeared handing me a pass from the local demos and we immediately sent. On the next floor was just as simple. I did not even participate in the battles. With such weak opponents will not make me stronger in terms of skills. I got experience from using shadows, and here Igris brought to me not some random demonic knight but the archdemon himself, lord of the floor of Theta. The demon hissed furiously, "How dare you my house? Who are you?" I didn't talk to him much but just started the experiment. The demon's eyes bulged when he was doused with my magic. Aggressive mana just wg haul into the body of the demon, making him twitch in agony. I displaced his native infected mana from him, replacing it with my own. Temple roaring in pain, the demon from his eyes beat magical light, and the next moment my hand pierces his chest and I pull it out. That's how dumbfounded the fallen demon looked up at me. At the same time his body relaxed and fell to the ground. Igris let go of the Lord when he choked on his last scream. In front of me now stood on his knees an elite Shadow Knight, quite strong, ready to go into wounds at any moment, but he was clearly weaker than in life. My way to bypass the mana infection, although it allowed to create a new shadow, but it clearly wasted some of its strength, and now I felt it even more clearly. That this demon was no longer the same Lord. I finally understood how my servants rise from the darkness. The skill of shadow extraction uses the mana remaining in the dead body with O creates something like a soul cast. A form that the darkness fills and takes on flesh. While I was in some kind of stun to his new master, you tore out his soul dumbfoundedly. Exhaled and almost whispered his soul. I also felt at the very moment when the shadow extraction tore this cast from his soul, the soul itself slipped into oblivion from her outer memory, almost all the forces leaving only the basis which disappeared from me. That means, how does it work really? Such a method spends a lot of energy, like a dozen powerful spells, but here everything depends on the strength itself, how much mana it can contain. Nevertheless, after training in the Red Gates, I myself now had enough mana to already on the next floor turn about a dozen more demons into shadows, and then having drunk the elixir of mana I went further. Really, here is another inconvenient moment. Several times to replenish mana with the help of potions. It is still normal, but already on what law begins unpleasant heartburn and such a disgusting viscous feeling in the stomach. So for some time I stopped raising shadow servants, simply rising up and allowing my shadow army to resolve emerging issues on providing me with a pass up. Combining this with the destruction of bags of experience in the person of the archdemon and demonic knights. In addition, on the floors there were still plenty of strong. You are already completely destroyed. 13 demonic families. With a tremor in her voice, Esil noticed, and you brought me to them. I grinned. Demoness excitedly swallowed. Why did you spare my clan? She forgot about our agreement. I still need a guide on my own. Of course I will find these castles, but it will take more time. Nevertheless, I just liked you. And Demoness cutely looks away. I thought about whether it is possible to take her from here as part of the squad. She can travel with me between the floors of the demonic castle, but can I take her with me to the world of people in the same way? I feel that I simply have to check it out. Demoness just cutie. I want her for myself. Probably it's because I've been without female affection for almost a week now, and my thoughts started flowing in that direction. You get used to the good quickly. As I finish with the demonic castle, I'll have to meet with heejin. In the meantime, we were climbing higher and higher. When my mana was restored, I experimented a little more. And it hits. This spell is not far away, but how cool it is to control the flow of flowing plasma in your hands. Like a sparkling white flame. An earthquake also turned out to be an interesting spell. I could just burst into a crowd of demons and create a shaking. The earth is torn apart by deep crevices. The demons fall into them, and when shaking, these crevices also erase the monsters into a bloody mess. They are pinched, and even those who manage to avoid falling are stunned by the strong shaking. At this moment, the disoriented demons are just asking to be hit with something else. A vacuum explosion, a fireball. What is better for an area attack? And yet, approaching the top floor, I decided to finish with these games on the dem. We met The strongest subordinate house there is also the house of the king of demons himself, but of his servants these demons were the strongest. Go painfully groaned the Cyclops. Destructive ray simply evaporated on the crown. Frightening horns. Igris discontentedly flashed his gaze and quickly climbed into the hand of the X-Tone VLV beast to throw it at the enemy. Yes, Marshal, it turns out I have a desperate swordsman. Listen, why did you climb up there? Well, come on down, I scream. Archdemon Iron stands in front of me, putting up a shield on which the scarlet sphere will kill and a powerful explosion split the shield threw back my tank. Yes, so that you fire arrow. In an impulsive impulse I created 3 spells at once, tensely squeezing them, as if in my hands get a flash of black fire. Flaming spears flew up. The demon tries to dodge, but I still feel control over magic and I direct the spears straight at the target with a furious dark flash. They simply burn through the enemy's wings of the archdemon, his legs and the left half of his chest, but he is still alive, only now he is unable to stay in the air. Igris wanted to catch the falling demon with his sword, but I went out myself to finish off the enemy, since I myself knocked him down, especially for raising the shadow. I need a still living demon. The Lord growled furiously. The archdemon using magic, he managed to wing and tried to regain control of the flight, but now he was close enough. I simply crushed his wings with the power of the monarch, after which the monster fell right into my hands. You will still be useful to me. Smiling in the face of the demon, his eyes burn with rage, but how? Only my mana burst into the monster. These eyes flashed with blue fire, causing the demon to take out and scream in pain. Corrupted mana oozed from his body in a crimson haze. The transformation process itself took about a minute. This archdemon was much stronger than those I had raised earlier, and it took more time to transform his mana, during which I spent almost half of my remaining energy. But the moment came and I simply rip his shadow out of the enemy's body. Ha! The Lord exhaled. He immediately. The general grinned. I name you Adder. The eyes of the demon's shadow flashed with purple fire and his strength increased a little more. It is happiness for me to serve you, the Lord said with inspiration. He sighed. I also walked across the battlefield, Thon pressed to the ground from the wounded prince, another archdemon who became my servant, but he was weaker than my father. With one acquisition he became a strong demon knight. I did not have enough for more mana, and I just finished off the rest of the demons. You will rest with excitement? Asked Esil. I stretched my neck and took out a mana potion from the inventory. There is no last spurt and you can already go home ahead. Only the Demon King. I hesitated. The girl is no longer needed by you and looks at me with such an expression of an unhappy puppy. This is the last floor. The battle with the king can be dangerous for you, and I will still easily find him. Please let me go with you. I want to see the outcome of this fight again. Do you want to poke me in the back with a knife when the opportunity arises? Yes. I squinted. No. The demoness flared up. I won't dare you. Come on, don't worry, I'm just teasing you. Kalite retreated. Esil. Well, such an expression. I tease in general. I like to watch you get embarrassed after such a phrase. The archdemon blushed desperately. At the same time the shadow of the local lord looked in surprise at the demoness from the weakest clan. He still could not understand what was happening here. And yes, you can go with me further, but just stay away. I don't want you to get hit by a random attack. I understand. Nodded the demoness. Let's go. I sighed. The soldiers disappeared into my shadow and we headed with strength towards the fire tower that was supposed to take us to the top floor. My heart was beating vigorously in anticipation of the fight, although the Demon King is unlikely to be as strong as he should have been in the past, but still I expected that the battle with the monarch would not be easy. But with my current strength and the support of the shadow army, too difficult this also should not be. I was ready to face this test. The portal led us straight to a dilapidated, burnt castle. This place was much smaller than the previous floors, although here too there was room to turn around and flakes were flying in the air. Ashes like gray snowflakes high in the sky. There was a clap, and looking up we could see the approach of a winged monster. It even felt different in all the previous floors. I seemed to be moving through real worlds that lived by their own rules. Here even the very appearance of the king was like a script in a game. Preceding the final battle with the main boss, a large wyvern crashes its claws into the dilapidated back at me with furiously flaming eyes, the king of demons. Ram, his name is sonorous, and now the mouth of the demon illuminates a predatory grin, and the girl retreated, and the king of demons raised his blazing white fire sword and roared. I myself felt how from this roar reality shuddered, and around the castle numerous gates began to open from which hordes of demons immediately poured out. Many dilapidated further. Slender rows of shadows sharply struck from the darkness. Strung up, the wyvern breaks off from the tower so that the king of demons could attack from the air, but the monarch couldn't fly to the ground with steel. My order rang out, and metal fingers squeezed the wings of the wyvern with the power of the monarch. The demons squealed plaintively. He himself jumped off the wyvern, attacking me in a jump with a raised sword that was engulfed in sparks of lightning. He looked very epic, and the next moment the sword of shadows with a base from the greatest fragment of light grooved the il line, and the decapitated body of the monarch fell to the ground while his horned stump rolled further. The sword fell from the hands of the demon, and a painful silence hung over the battlefield. The demons, roaring in rage, suddenly fell silent, but my servants continued to cut them out with silent inevitability. You killed the king of demons, Ram. Your level is increased. Ha 1. The task of collecting demonic souls is completed. Reward: the skill of exchanging shadows plus 30 points of characteristics. The title of Demon Hunter. The demons finally came to their senses, but they no longer even think. Both monsters tried to escape by running away from me and my army, but the shadow soldiers whispered esil in a muffled voice, so with one blow I calmly put the sword tip on the floor. It seems I overpumped in the red gate. Now it's boring. I killed the demon king with one blow, but this is even good. It means the fight with real monarchs will not be much more difficult. Although the living colleagues of the Ram should be stronger, he turned out to be weaker than I expected, and without leaving, cause even though the moment was missed, I directed my mana into the body of the monarch along with the darkness. But here my tried and tested method of raising demons was clearly not suitable. Even without mana transformation using the shadow extraction skill, I felt how my power seemed to cling to the soul of the target here, as if there was something other hand gesture, and the demon king's body rises into the air. His armor is torn apart. Flesh is torn and bones come out. The monk's power simply tears out of his body, a pulsating heart oozing white flaming plasma. You have extracted the heart of the white flame monarch, the immortal heart containing the essence of the monarch. I did not quite understand how to use this thing, and the system did not give any hints, but I clearly felt the main soul of the demon was concentrated in this heart. That is why I could not extract his shadow, and for now all I had to do was put this thing in the inventory where it fits easily. Attention: the heart of the monarch was extracted. After the dungeon was closed, it will be destroyed. This is that if I had not taken the heart, I could return to this castle and go through it again at the same time. Only killing a ram gave me so much experience that with melodically tray the system gave me a new message: you have reached level 100. It's time to meet your destiny. The gates will be opened in 7259. Received a reward: the key of the temple Cathinone. Rank C allows you to open the gates of the temple Cathinone in a secret dungeon, and here is the architect inviting you to his dungeon. Also I looked at Lud, the sword of the demon king that fell from the king of demons, the sword of the demon king, the blade of the demon king. X2 Ram's Doom. X2 Purified blood of the demon king, the ring of the demon king. I only briefly examined the characteristics of the items. The ram's weapon was of no particular interest to me. It was not even close to being comparable to the greatest fragments. Nevertheless, I found a use for these swords. The bloody one appeared in front of me kneeling, and I handed him the thunder sword, in which the magic of the demon king was still flowing, sparkling along the blade with white discharges of plasma. Take it. The marshal respectfully extended his hands, accepting the weapon in them. The blades of the king were handed to one of the shadows by the archdemon, who just specialized in fighting with two swords. After I put on the king's ring, which also gave me a full bonus on the set, I add another 10 points to the characteristics. Well, It's lovely that this ring was equipped through the system and did not interfere with putting it on the same finger and reel. Magic ring from Hunter's auction. Also I distributed all new attribute points and admired my updated statistics. Dream Jin Woo. Level 110 Specialty Lord of Shadows title. One who seeks easy ways. Health 100% mana. 100% attributes. Strength 350 plus. 57 agility 350 plus. 53 endurance 320 plus. 54 perception 261 plus. 50 intelligence 387 plus. 69 skills. Passive endurance UR 9 two-handed blade UR dev ant strength UR dev dagger skills UR 5 active sprint 9 UR suppression de UR ruthless / UR dev robe de UR monarch power dev UR shadow extraction 9 UR shadow storage dev UR monarch's domain 8 UR fireball 7 UR fortification 4 UR furious /5 UR vacuum blast 6 UR fire arrow n UR minor healing 3 UR earthquake 4 UR lightning strike 4 UR freeze 3 UR wind blade 3 UR critical strike 2 UR disappearance 4 UR. I became even stronger and the equipment bonuses gave a very significant increase in characteristics. I also checked the new title, but it only gave a bonus to the destruction of demons. My current title, which doubled my defense with active robe. I liked it much more. Oh, by the way, I looked at the remains of the wyvern. The fall, it did not survive the uprising and engulfed in dark power. A winged monster rose before me. I name you Castle. Now I have a car returning to the dungeon. Extracting the heart of the monarch led to the fact that the energy of the demonic castle came into a chaotic state. It began to close like a normal dungeon, and Sil also felt it, and her face turned pale with horror. The girl understood that this world would soon die. Sir, please take me with you, she blurted out. I will serve you faithfully. I extend my hand to her. I also had a flash of an idea to try to take her entire clan with me, but considering how quickly the dungeon is closing, we simply won't have time to go down 20 floors. You can only move directly to the desired floor when entering the dungeon, but not in it itself. Besides, I wasn't sure that transferring an entire clan of demons to the human world was a good idea. Now are behaving docile. They can throw out at the top, and even Sil, it seems she likes me. But no matter how you twist it, she is a demon, and at the very beginning of our acquaintance she already tried to kill me after she gave up, although she can still be understood. But in the end, you can serve me as one of my shadows. Demoness, who was about to take my outstretched hand, hands suddenly froze like a statue. Nervously she raised her eyes and came across a cold look. She had already seen how I turned demons into my servants. It always looked painful, and the risen were only similar to those whom I raised. Nevertheless, I wanted to try something, and in terms of this experiment, Yesel was just perfect. You will become my eternal shadow. Yeah, I agree. Sighing tensely, she took my hand. If you really want to leave with me, then you should want it with all your heart. Reach out to me. Haha. Painful impulse seized the girl. Scarlet in flashes of distorted mana burst out of her body, and at the same time my mana filled her, touching the soul demonesses. But if usually my magic just rips out a cast from the soul, then here everything went the other way. Already understanding how shadow extraction works, I expected a similar result and was not disappointed. I did not rip the shadow out, and Sil darkness itself began to cover her, turning the girl into a shadow demon. Her body itself changed, and all because I did not rip the cast out of her soul to fill it with the power of darkness. Her soul itself reached out to me and plunged into the darkness. A voluntary oath filled her body with the power of the shadow monarch, turning the girl into a servant of the highest class. She did not lose a drop of her own strength, but only reached her possible limit and overcame it. During her life she was a maximum strong elite knight, but now Esil was reborn as a master from the converted shadow. A breath of sincere happiness blew, and in a fit of feelings she knelt down and bowed her head. Esil, your name? Esil clarified. Yes, sir, but this was not ordinary exactly. We fix The demoness did not lose her name when turning into a shadow, so now nothing has changed in her status, and the general. By this moment the chaotic energy of the collapsing dungeon was becoming more and more unstable. Scarlet discharges. A lock splitter, a key to leave the dungeon, while the key itself crumbled. In my hands the fiery gates closed behind my back and I found myself in Korea again. Night reigned around and I finally breathed in clean air. Well, not such clean air in the city, but compared to the viscous air of hellish hell permeated with the smell of gray and ash, the city seemed simply the ideal of cleanliness itself, where you can freely breathe deeply. Castle exhaled. The shadow beneath me spread its wings, and the next moment I found myself standing on the back of a shadow wyvern that flew into the air. The vestment of the veil of darkness connected me with the shadow, allowing me to stand calmly without fear of falling from the flying monster. Smiling beautifully in the face of the night sky behind my back, there appears one shadow that sat down on one Kolya Kyle. Thank you, my the Lord who accepted me. Exhaled happily. Esil. Now she was dressed in her royal armor painted with shadow, but from the eye sockets of the helmet the eyes of the girl shone with delight, radiating otherworldly light. I am glad that you decided to follow me. I smiled. Grandfather, and yet now I have a girl shadow. Some thoughts creep into my head, but for now I just shook my head, now a little not up to it, still being in the air. I opened the function of the system for creating items and used the existing recipe just in the inventory. There were all the necessary ingredients. A little waiting and please creation successfully. Holy water of life X9. To my surprise, 9 whole bottles of Sir were created at once. A real Jin in my place, I would have already rushed to the hospital at full speed, but I decided to put it off for later, and for now, having activated the new skill, I decided to move straight home. Castle and Sil instantly melted into a shadow, disappearing into my storage. And I immediately found myself at home, while in my place there was a shadow warrior, but then he disappeared, returning to me. No, wait until the towers take away the creep's health and just finish him off, the girl grumbled irritably. Their carry is already ahead of you in level. You managed to get into a team with bronze. Having appeared from the shadow of the Jin, I found my sister playing, wrapped in a blanket, having laid out a board with a keyboard and mouse in front of her. She also held snacks and a bottle of soda nearby. Absorbed in the game, she didn't even notice my appearance. You yourself are a support. And already 6 murders. A turn. Hiya, the girl squealed, jumping off the couch. While all the arranged decoration was destroyed, a bag of chips fell on the floor and its contents scattered. Soda spilled and a mouse fell into a sweet puddle. Jin Woo exclaimed furiously. Jinah, realizing what was happening and what is happening anyway. It's already 3 o'clock. Why aren't you sleeping? What is this? Couldn't you really fall asleep without your beloved brother? The girl stamped her foot. You're a fool. Because of you I'm losing here. Coming to her senses, she quickly settled back on the couch and somehow arranged the mouse and keyboard. Moreover, she somehow didn't even pay attention to the fact that there was a mouse, and immediately went home worried about you, whether you had died of hunger while I was gone. And you've become completely lazy here. It seems I'm not lazy, objected Jenna. Yes, you're not lazy, you're just too lazy to fight laziness. Mind well, if you look at it like that. Okay, you're finishing the skating rink and the bathhouse. Yes, the girl smiled and sighed with relief. She imagined that I would tear her right away from the game and put to bed, but I'm not a monster. Let her finish the match in peace. Although her team still lost, though I didn't follow it after that raid on the demon castle. I myself was terribly tired. There was a thought to check what I could do with the strong now, but once in my room I just collapsed and fell into the world of dreams. The united army of demons and monstrous animals leading a fierce battle with the army of shadows. Only the demons and beasts were dying, and the shadows even having received mortal wounds continued the battle. Moreover, the fallen beasts also rose as shadows and joined the battle against their former comrades, fighting in the name of their new Master, and in the very center of this carnage they clashed in battle. But having received a serious injury, one of them fled and the second was too proud to retreat, and in the end, "Why did you betray me?" the ram rang out with steel and ominous voice. For Atkalov, the whole part of the helmet seemed to be the familiar face of the monarch of the white flame. The demon king grinned evilly in the face of Ashbourne. Antares, he uttered one single name, and in anger the shadow monarch crushed the head of the demon king. Lowering his hands and catching his breath, I retreated from the dead enemy and looked at the sky messengers. They are the rulers descending from heaven. In me stirred up anger, the desire to tear apart the traitors that so meanly to guess weaknesses when I was weakened by the battle with the monarch. But contrary to expectations, the angels did not attack the greatest fragment of light. Flapping his wing, the majestic angel descended to the ground and knelt. "I ask your forgiveness," and after him the others began to descend. In my head a bright flash of pain sparkles, and I realize myself in a completely different place in the middle of an empty scorched plateau. My father's sword falls out of my hands and my gaze falls on the dear face of the arch enemy, the dragon monarch on the rock rejoicing in victory. My servants disappear into oblivion, and then behind the dragon king the gates open from which his troops appear at the same time. When messengers descend from the sky, you have lost the dragon god in human form is already dimly grinning. As if through a fog I see a messenger with a cup in his hand leaning over me, and the next moment I suddenly woke up in my bed. In my chest, Yano's heart is not my human heart but another dark heart pulsating. The system received the effect of black heart plus 1000% mana. What was that? I remember the first part of this dream. Ashbourne's memory, his fight against the monarch of white flame and the beast monarch. But what happened next? Jin Woo's memory. What was that? Ashbourne whispered. There was no answer, but instead I felt a crazy force pulsating in my body. The system, everything still works, but it no longer rigidly restrains the forces of Ashbourne, but as if dangling on me as ballast. Practically all the power of the shadow monarch is built on my body, filling it with power. The effect speaks only of a crazy growth of mana, but I feel it otherwise. Such an amount of magical energy in the body simply cannot but affect its strength, even if it is not reflected in the indicators of the system. I feel it every unit of any of my characteristics. Now it means several times more power of the monarch pulsates in my eyes. I feel it in my muscles and nerves, and that's not all. I feel that I can at any moment throw off the shackles of the system and enter into full force, but at the same time a slight feeling of disappointment comes. Is it really still one step and I will reach the top without the ability to pump further, or not? My new shadows are still getting stronger, gradually extracting more power from the darkness that beats in my black heart, and this power seems simply endless. It is limited only by my body, my ability to direct it into this world, and this 1000% bonus to mana is very conditional. The power simply overwhelms me, and it seems no matter how much mana I spend it will immediately recover. And nevertheless, what kind of vision was that? Jin Woo fighting Santa and losing to him? It was a cup of rebirth. A particularly strong impulse of beating of a black heart was my answer. That is, it turns out that the cup of rebirth has already been used in this timeline. The real genie in with the power of the monarch of shadows could not cope with Antares and was sent back. But why not for 10 years? And why did I take his place? And do the monarchs themselves remember what happened there? No, if they remembered they would have already killed Jin Woo before he became dangerous. Then I return again to the question of what it was all about. They don't remember. I hear a familiar voice, the same voice that you heard in your dream. Looking back, I see myself sitting on a chair at the desk my double was sitting with, eyes shining brightly with purple fire. Ashbourne, perhaps to some extent. He answered, not very confidently. Well, yes, I understand. The reincarnation cup was used for the last time. This is the last attempt, and you became our advantage. I don't quite understand the genie in us to himself from this world to completely destroy the lost future. That's why the monarchs don't remember him and don't know about you. The architect, he doesn't remember him either, confirmed the monarch. Only I remember. Oh, by the way, since we can now talk, why exactly I ended up here and how it all happened. By chance Ashbourne simply answered, no one chose you but the genie and saw how you died and thought that you could take his place. His potential was combined with yours. You had to become stronger than he ever could become, and you almost achieved it. I know that we will never have another opportunity, and I gave you the VE that I had you. You want me to protect this world from the monarchs, Jin Woo calmly answered Ashbourne. But I don't care what you decide to fight them to protect people or run away. I forged a sword from my heart in which my essence of the ruler is contained, and I gave you my second black heart. The Creator endowed me with. I gave you everything, and now I'm too tired of all this. I'm leaving. The last phrase is filled with discontent. It just knocked me out of the image of an ancient dark deity. I opened my mouth from shock, and the room suddenly plunged into darkness, and I wake up again in my bed. You know that weird feeling like you dreamed, how you wake up in bed and then you actually wake up. Such a dual feeling, but at least I knew it wasn't a dream. Ashbourne's last words, he really left. The black heart was still beating in my chest in unison with the human heart, but in NM. There was no longer an alien feeling of the monarch's presence that I was looking at. Even more weakened, I have already squeezed out of her almost everything that she could give me. She will not give me any more tasks, although leveling up is still possible also. The system store, while it is still quite useful in the end, this thing can still pump my human body, but it seems that now it will be harder. The first thing when I came to my senses, I found the parts of the system responsible for limiting my skills and simply tore them to shreds. They were needed earlier to limit the power of these abilities, otherwise they could simply destroy my body, but now I could withstand all their power, and the system limitation became ballast. The storage of shadows as well as extraction, these skills no longer have a limit on the number of shadows. 10,000 shadows, 100 million, all of them will be able to hide in my shadow. Also with other skills, some used to have a rollback. I could not use them several times in a row, only with some frequency. Now this restriction is also removed. The new skill of shadow exchange also had a rollback of several hours, but from now on I can move with this power more freely and not necessarily to my other shadow. I can freely disappear and appear within the monarch's domain, which is now capable of growing. How much more powerful this skill has become, but even so I did not destroy the system completely, although only the basic framework remained from it, only what I need, and along the way some new memories popped up in my head. What Ashbourne left me, his own understanding of magic and the power of shadows. And also I felt the deep surprise and admiration that he experienced when he saw what I did with his powers. Ashbourne, and it never occurred to him to try to raise demons with shadows. He did not think about why he can't do it, but just accepted it as a given. Actually, like the genie with ordinary magic, he did not at all used, and was again surprised by how I strengthened the spell with the power of shadows in addition to memories. Ashbourne left me his confession, and in addition, my understanding of the nature of the gate was supplemented. I had previously tried to look around the dungeons better, tried to understand how the gates themselves work, and now I knew exactly how to open my own gates almost anywhere. The Lord spoke. Igris, rising from the shadows. Did you feel it? Yes, my former master left us. Lowered his head. Bloody. Perhaps you already know your army is waiting for you. Yes, I muttered, although the monarchs will definitely feel if I call them. They have already waited so long. Let them wait a little longer, soon they themselves will come to this world. He spoke of the old army. Ashbourne, shadows of dragons, and also the Grand Marshal in the army of chaos. There can only be one Grand Marshal, its supreme commander, above only the monarch himself, the master of this army. But actually the monarch can have several armies in general. I have only one, and that's a lot, but each monarch has his own army, and if Ashbourne has long stopped replenishing his troops, disappointed in the war, then the other monarchs continue to accumulate strength. All this time there will be millions of them, and even if I kill the monarchs, their armies will not disappear. Command will pass to their Grand Marshal. Even with my current forces I simply cannot overcome this invasion. The threat of a clash. Rem in Vergive horror. I really don't want to fight with This dragon god, although in general I have just the perfect weapon against him, nevertheless such desperate battles at the limit of strength with stubborn overcoming is so not my style, but in general I already have some thoughts on how to cope with this situation. Maybe Genie was right when he chose me for his place. To some extent I really could think broader than him. Where Genie in saw a narrow straight line, I saw a forked road with hundreds of possibilities, and by the morning in my head there was already a rough plan how to resist the monarchs without much haste. Calmly stretch, I was about to go for a run but slapped myself in the face and just went to the shower. Yesterday I didn't wash myself after the dungeon, too tired, and immediately passed out when I got to bed, but now I washed off the sulfur and ash, wiping particles of the underworld from my body, and how cool it was. Almost the same way I felt after the raid in the Red Gate when I also returned home and just washed myself. So stop, I felt something strange, a demoness looking askance with strength, peering out of the shadows with delight. Well, how did she peer out? Just on the floor in the shadows, shining eyes appeared that looked up at me. What are you thinking of? A surge of panic and the eyes disappear. And the feeling of a gaze disappears. Even after becoming a shadow, she remains the same awkward person. Oh, but it's funny. I grinned, and actually, I had already finished, satisfied and fresher. I left the bathroom and began to wipe myself with a towel, when the doors suddenly opened. A yawning macaw entered the bathroom. The girl's eyes widened. She looked at me with such panic, as if trying to force myself to look away, but it didn't work, and it continued to slide over my body. Well, okay, look, I shrugged my shoulders, and then the genie shuddered, and yet I was freed from the stupor. TTU pizza, the girl exclaimed, embarrassedly red like a tomato, after which she immediately ran away, slamming the door. In the bathroom I was leaving the auction office already in a new suit. My order was finally ready, and in addition I acquired a couple more new skills while I was busy in the dungeon. Rune stones appeared at the auction I especially liked. The rain summoning spell itself, it doesn't cause any damage at all, but it makes the environment simply ideal for a lightning or freezing spell, significantly increasing their effectiveness in general. Such skills: rain summoning 2 creates many drops of moisture around the caster. Protective sphere 3 erected a protective barrier around the target. Mystical channel 1 increases intelligence by 5%. 2 active skills and 1 passive increase in magical powers. I'm already used to it in my mind, replacing intelligence with magic. This characteristic didn't make me particularly smarter, although my memory became a little better. But at the same time, with this characteristic, my ability to conduct a huge amount of mana for my spells grew, as well as control over this very magical energy, both my own and that around me. In this regard, the power of the monarch really feels like something special when other creatures somehow control their own mana. Monarchs are unquestioningly obeyed not only by their own magic power but also by the neutral mana spilled around, as if the universe itself recognizes their power. Actually, this is the essence of the skill. It can be called ultra-precise control of mana. And here in a new suit I arrived at the gate. The territory was cordoned off by people from the Hunters Guild. Somewhere to the side, workers from the mining squad were tensely watching the situation, and at the gates themselves the best hunters of the guild were actually preparing for an emergency raid. Just approaching the place I already felt 2 powerful auras of S rank. Forgive me, who were perplexed. The guard gave me the way, but actually my appearance already felt the elite hunters. Mr. John Kin looked around in surprise. Another guard. Here came a young guy in glasses. His chestnut hair sparkled with fiery highlights. The hunter himself was dressed in an exclusive enchanted suit. It looks like me. He made a custom order, but also now on there was also a cloak, it seems from some dungeon, on each finger. And actually I had already seen it earlier when I destroyed monsters in the dungeon of this guilds. It was he who led the squad that came to sort out what was happening. Hunter dreamed. Jin Woo, I suppose. He said, yes, I heard you had problems with the gates. Mac grinned. It seems rumors spread quickly. Nesta You want to offer your help? Yes, I think an extra Mac of the C-class will not be superfluous. I shrug my shoulders. That's just half the price of a standard raid contract. I'm not here for the money. The hunter looked at me in surprise. So you just want to help? Why? What does it mean? Why are we people? They are monsters, guilds, government, free hunters. We are all on the same side. I see the magician sighed with relief. I will be glad of your help, and extended his hand to me. Now there is no time to draw up a contract, but I promise that you will receive the payment. Do you believe my word? Will do. I shake his hand, after which the two of us pass through the cordoned off territory and approach the raid group. While on the way I took out a witch's cloak from my inventory and threw it over my suit. There is quite little information about you. You managed to become SS rank and avoid attention. Public don't like attention, don't strive for glory. I see John Kin looked towards the portal from which powerful energy was blowing. This is the BC, still the Gate of Orin, but one of the SAH in its class. So what happened to you in general? I decided to clarify. Our auxiliary battle group has not been in touch for 5 hours. Which means the danger of this gate turned out to be higher than expected. You decided to help us. A surprised girl came up to me, another IS rank hunter, blonde in light armor, armed with a rapier. Yes, thank you. Gratefully bowed her head. She it's not worth it if you yourself are ready. Maybe it's time to start. We were just about to nod John to. In general, I found out about this incident after I took my suit. I wanted to meet with Heejin after that, since there was still time left before the appearance of the Architect's Gate, but then it turned out that the battle group of the hunting guild in the dungeon, the first group, had already gathered strength and was preparing to rescue comrades. Well, I decided to join them to refuse help. In such a situation, they did not already entering the gate. I noticed that the girl looked at me strangely. By the way, it was the same one. I don't remember her name, but in the comic it was she who became Jin Woo's love interest. Maybe I should take a closer look at her. Although, to be honest, I'm not at all sure that anything will work out between us. Besides, I still have Heejin. It's a pity that Juhi and I broke up, so to speak. Let's go in, John Kn said clearly, and we entered a spacious cave. By the way, what's interesting is that while we were walking, the swordswoman approached me and continued walking next to me. Doesn't trust, wants to keep her finger on the pulse so she can attack right away if I pull some trick. Although it seems she also had a strange feature with her sense of smell, namely, she could smell the smell of magic, strong hunters and monsters. Smell unbearable to her. The stench. In the comics she was interested in the genie because he smelled delicious. It seems it also works with me, and it's generally interesting here. The body, exclaimed one of the scouts, are dead. The magician exhaled. There was a fight here. We came out to a spacious cave where the body of hunters lay in different places. The high orcs, the swordswoman said, covering her nose with her hands. 6 dead hunters and 1 high orc whom they were still able to kill. The scarlet wolves in collars, but they were clearly killed without any problems. Where the rest? Frowned John Keen. It was a strange place, although I could assume that the rest were simply captured. I remember the local boss must be a very eccentric character, but hunters do not often encounter intelligent monsters that can not only kill but mock victim before this. So for the group of the Guild of Hunters, everything here seemed very strange. Just let's go further and see. Calmly I said, and the magician nodded tensely. When the group went further, I wanted to linger and raise the dead, but the swordswoman was nearby and did not let me out of sight. Ahead we did not find anyone else's bodies, so we soon came out not to another cave but to a spacious hall which was filled with a whole crowd of monsters, muscular red-skinned monsters similar to people but with protruding lower jaws and long fangs. The body of most of them was decorated with tattoos, and although most of the armor did not use at all, some orcs were dressed in real armor. At the head of all this, on a massive throne, sat the orc sorcerer in the center of the hall. There was a platform with a wooden floor like a lists. Here and there on this field lay the bodies of hunters, but a small group was still alive and fought with one Particularly powerful orc, and it looks like uninvited guests dropped in on our holiday. The sorcerer asked, quite thrown. Che what bulged his eyes. Our mage, he says. Impossible. Org raised his palm and the battle began. Froze. The orc champion stopped and lowered his axe, and the hunters took advantage of this to catch their breath and do not even think about attacking their opponent so as not to provoke him. Mr. John Kin, Mistress Hein, one of the surviving hunters, truly cried with relief seeing the strongest people of the guild, and so I have two options here. I can calmly fight together with the group as an ordinary mage ES rank, or while they still distract, quickly attack the boss and destroy all the monsters. What will I choose? And Sil, yes, owner, cheerfully responded Demonis. The next moment org sorcerer rose, preparing to say some. Hunters were a little taken aback by this. At the same moment hundreds of my soldiers attacked the mass of orcs. Knights pierced his sword like a spear, and with spears the demonic guards attacked under the command, and Sil, it was to her that I entrusted the command of the demonic part of my troops, and although in their world at Adder had a higher rank, but now the Demonis was stronger than her. Voluntary oath and appeal gave her much more than an ordinary shadow could get. Well, and in the end I just liked her. How even hunters of rank S almost dropped their jaws. These are shadow warriors. In shock, said the highest org. So you are the monarch? Why are we fighting and you don't remember? I asked. I really became interested in how well this creature understands what is happening. That what concerns you if you hear so your army lost the ruler? No. This org retreated from me in horror. I saw how his face distorted in painful bewilderment under the skull mask, and the next moment his body trembled as if in interference. The pathetic little man roared furiously. The humanoid, that's how. Having sighed, I struck just one blow, and the head of the highest orc flew off, separated from his body by a lightning-fast cut. Looking back, I look at my servants. Igris again dragged the heads to my feet. The champion of the highest orcs in a large red-skinned humanoid, but this time you were also perplexed. I iron also threw someone's head at my feet. Esil brought it in her hands and carefully placed it on the floor in front of me. These were the strongest warriors from this rabble, she said sweetly, smiling. If you want them in your army. And still so awkwardly sweating, her eyes looking away from the gaze in embarrassment. That's how I concluded. I sitting down on the boss's throne. At the same time the energy of the dungeon was already coming into a chaotic state, causing the hunters to have a crushing feeling that the gates were closing soon, but they just stood there and looked at me with reverent horror. Sit on the throne and hundreds of shadows that kneel before me, although in general there weren't even all my soldiers. And what about Hein? Closed her eyes and then widened her eyes again. John Kane stood with his mouth open and still stands. Well, in general the job is done. I got up from the throne. My shadows began to disappear, although not all of them went to my storage. Some disappeared into the shadows of the hunters, and a few more remained in the shadows of the hall. The magician came to his senses. Faster, let's take the body of our comrades and go get resources in the closing dungeon. He did not become even more so at such a moment when almost the entire battle group was destroyed. How strong he was summoned so many monsters, and they dealt with the high orcs so quickly. The hunters were still whispering about what had happened, but they were already leaving, picking up and carrying away the bodies of the fallen guildmates. And just when the hall was empty, I still separated from the group to return. Moved immediately to my soldiers. Rise up the scarlets and ghosts through darkness on myself. Rose to serve me, and although even the boss of this dungeon remained just a strong elite knight, and I no longer care about weak troops since my army was no longer limited by the limits of the skill. And a little later I repeated this with the bodies of the fallen hunters when they were left unattended. Actually, I was not going to declare to the whole world that I do not just summon monsters, but namely raise dead creatures as my servants, both monsters and people. Of course, when a full-scale war with the monarchs begins, this is most likely it will become clear. With ants I will raise them after all, so this ability will probably become known, although there are some conventions here in general, and in fact it is not so important even if people find out that I raise the shadows of the dead. It will not play a special role, I just did not want all the oncoming scythes to look at me as a proctum. For now I have transferred the payment to your account. John sighed. And Hunter Jin Woo, I am also ready to offer you an even more profitable contract. I could only shake my head negatively. Sorry, but I am not interested in guilds. I am not going to join factions. It is clear. I checked the message on my smartphone about the transfer of funds. There is more than we agreed on this. My gratitude, nodded the magician. Thanks to you, we finished quickly and avoided even greater casualties. The amount he transferred was 10 times more than we agreed on as payment to a hunter with a rank for clearing 5 dungeons. Orango. Well, taking into account the fact that even ranked hunters do not clear such dungeons alone but act as part of GRU, no, even so they get the biggest share. Okay, if you have similar problems again you can call me. I'm always happy to help. I hope I won't have to take advantage of your kindness. Again the hunter bowed his head in a polite bow. The magician, well, with that I'll take my leave and retreat, leaving the hunter's camp, after which I disappear into the shadows. Disappearing from their sight, it seems the swordswoman still wanted to talk about something, but I didn't linger for her sake. Instead I immediately headed to the hospital where mother of Jin Woo was kept. There I did not officially visit the woman but secretly made my way into the ward so that later her recovery would not be associated with me, and one of the miraculous elixirs was used, but I also did not wait for Jen to wake up and simply left the ward. But after thinking a little I called my sister and asked her to visit my mother. I think it would be better for her to see a familiar face when she wakes up, although so much time has passed, but I hope she will recognize her own daughter. Instead I simply headed to the abandoned area, the very place where I got into the Red Gate. This part of the city has long been abandoned by residents due to the fact that it is here that the frequency of opening of new gates is very high, and thanks to supernatural senses I could easily sense the most powerful of these gates from a great distance. Therefore, ignoring the gate of save rank, I immediately headed to the gate of Orango, recently opened. I whispered, the Hunter Association has not even discovered them yet, so I did not even have to disguise myself just to enter them. As a result, here I encountered 2 types of monsters, poisonous centipede and fast praying mantis. The path to the boss's hall was cleared for me by servants, so I didn't even take my hands out of my pockets when we reached the lair of giant centipedes, among which the boss had wormed himself. I held back my army and went forward myself. The disappearance skill was different from disguise and camouflage even in that EL, and if I attacked the enemy I could only be detected with specialized magic, and if she was skillful enough for this. So I didn't even reveal my presence, having decided to try out new spells. The centipede didn't even get alarmed. More humid, but the next moment freezing, a wave of fierce cold with a sharp impulse spread from me in all directions, almost instantly turning water into ice. The monsters were covered in fragile ice, and the weakest couldn't even withstand it, frozen like dead sculptures, while thin ice needles formed from those drops that had just appeared in the air and began to fall from this double attack. Most of the monsters simply died, but the boss and his strongest relative survived, breaking the ice, binding them, and what a temple rose up here. My ears just got blocked. However, before the monsters came to their senses, I again bound the call of rain, and then Chandra Zero with lightning white sparks broke off from my finger and danced between the particles of water, a stream on the wet icy floor, breaking the dead sculptures and burning the surviving monsters. For a short moment the whole cave was filled with a bright blinding light, and then rise up. I just replenished my army and moved to the shadow left outside the gate to go further to the next gate. I moved on my new car, spreading my wings. Kyle carried me to a new goal, and I didn't even really care that it was still daytime and other hunters in this zone could see me. Well, they'll be a little scared, not scary, but closer to the evening my sister called me and I went to the hospital. Mother Jin Woo woke up and I'll still have to meet her, although I wasn't really afraid that she could figure out that I'm not who I say I am. For too long this woman was sleeping, and therefore any changes in my behavior are more than understandable. My son exhaled. She saw Me in the doorway of the ward. Shifted to the side, but I don't have much water of life and its replenishment is not planned in the near future. So I have neither the opportunity nor the desire to heal all the suffering. Hello mom, have you already slept? Jinah, who was sitting next to me, I agree, not the best greetings, but Geihai could not hold back a joyful smile. Yes, the woman grinned, and I also could not help but notice that the elixir had a more extensive effect on her. She didn't just wake up from a coma. The woman's gray face had acquired a healthier shade, wrinkles were smoothed out, and a sparkle of life appeared in her eyes. Now she looked younger. You've already grown up so much, she sighed. She had become quite an adult. I just shrugged, and here I stayed for a while longer, talking to my mother and sister. A few more days would pass before he would be discharged. But no one would dare to keep her here longer than necessary, considering that she was the son of a hunter, Aaron, and even less so. We weren't allowed to stay here for long. Visiting hours had already ended, and so the Jin had run out, too. My sister just sighed. Mom woke up, this is for real. Yes, I nodded, XX, but when we were already returning home, Jinah remembered one detail. Wait, today, when you asked me to visit mom and she woke up, I always visited her myself before you never asked. I just wanted her to see you when she woke up, so you knew. I nod accordingly. In the dungeon I found the potion. Having already entered the house, I show my sister a bottle of water. Life, it can cure any disease, but I have only a few of them, so I didn't want to advertise the fact that I have such a thing. This potion disappears in my hands. The girl continues to look at me, razzing in the mouth from shock. Okay, let's have dinner. Yeah, anyway, today I wasn't going anywhere, so I spent the evening with my sister. Brother, do you think mom will come home soon? Yes, I nod to the girl. If anything, I'll take care of it myself. We ate together, talked and watched a movie before going to our rooms. Jinah still. I needed to comprehend my recent experiences. She was glad that my mother had woken up, but she was also very confused. I stayed at my place for a while, checked the hunter's website, the auction catalog, and in general I didn't find anything particularly valuable. Some of the trophies from the demonic castle, I sold some of them at an auction in the system store, so my wealth had increased significantly, but overall my equipment was already excellent, especially the part that was equipped through the system. Maybe heejin would call. An image of her excellent body popped up in my memory and my pants immediately felt tighter. It was already too late though. I didn't want to disturb the girl in the middle of the night, and then I decided to show attention to another person who was now firmly connected to me, and the girl appeared from the shadows and immediately knelt down. It seems you feel good as a shadow. Yes, I'm happy that I can continue to serve you, Lord. Can you tell me what it was like? What you felt when new I saw the darkness, Lord, the nothingness in which souls disappear. I saw that it wanted to absorb me, but your power tore me out of this darkness and gave new life. I feel how connected with you, and it fills my heart with sincere happiness, she said in a fit of inspiration, raising an enthusiastic gaze to me. It is clear. Then another question. What do you feel for me? Not in the sense of a servant in a dungeon. It seemed to me that you were interested in me. This is how I. Grandpa shuddered Demonis and immediately looked away, succumbing to panic. Still, even as a shadow, she remained charmingly awkward. Girl, show your face. Excitedly nodding, and Sil took off her helmet, and that rather quickly grew me like a blot, disappearing into the shadows. And looking at, I reached out to touch her, the girl's skin emitting her the appearance of a ghost, but I really could touch her and feel the warmth of her body. Ge sir, awkwardly whispered Shadow, come to me. Sil hugged. I pulled the girl to me and touched her lips with mine. Sweet kiss did not last long, but it already made me ask myself, why do I need ordinary girls at all when I have shadows? Out of love for beauty and less hot chap full on busted Jin Woo already for the third time shares with yogurt. In any case, I spent that night just fine and even slept a little, so in the morning I felt well rested and completely satisfied. Jin Woo, brother. Jinah burst in and froze at the entrance. She Stared with wide open eyes at the violence that was lying in my bed. Yes, at least she doesn't need sleep. She preferred not to go into the shadows but to lie next to me in an embrace. Ae koem. Well anyway, yes, Jinah meet. This is Sil, my girl. Dra innocently muttered the demoness and darted into my shadow. And what she said took my sister by surprise. Of course Jinah didn't understand what the demoness was talking about, and Sil only knew the language of chaos, which I was familiar with thanks to the Ashborn legacy. Wait, you sleeping with a summoned monster? Blurted out Jinah. What kind of rudeness? Sister frowned. She is a very beautiful and sweet girl. How can you call her a monster? Yes, it turned out somehow it's not very nice that you caught us here, but it's not her fault, it's just that someone has to knock. Jinah widened her eyes. Like that you were talking about her? She asked. When talking about his girlfriend? Well, in fact no, esil appeared with me quite recently. I used to date a huntress, but and now I seem to be dating someone else. And what? The girl exhaled in shock. Oh, it's complicated. I waved my hand. Don't worry about it. My brother became a womanizer. With feigned horror stretched out Jin and wait, stop. Taking a deep breath, sister tried. Remember, why did you even come into my room in the morning? Mom, with the help of a potion. Then everything is fine with her now. Yes, you saw her now. Her health is even better than it was before the illness. The girl swallowed, nervously nodded, and her gaze swept over my body while the girl did not turn away. Get dressed already, and if everything is fine with Mom, maybe we should take her from the hospital. I think so too, but in the end we were able to take Mother only the next day, even though I had to put a little pressure in a conversation with the head doctor. But under the pretext of returning Jen, I managed to persuade my sister to clean up her room and then the living room too. And she helped her with this, and I also asked the demoness to participate in the cleaning. I hope that this will help her get along a little with Jinah. Of course they are not friends for one joint cleaning, but at least my sister now does not stare at her with such a shocked expression now, and here everything is also with a strong feeling of nostalgia, said Jen. She walked into the house looking around, and I just felt such a strange thing from her, a feeling of frightening bewilderment. You understand that you haven't been home for a long time, that everything could have changed, but here everything is exactly the same as before, and it's actually confusing. Take a little rest and cook something in the meantime. I say to the woman, you learned to cook? She smiled. Well, someone had to feed Jinah. Jin Woo, the woman's voice trembled. Mom, were you able to take care of the genie without me and Dad? I'm sorry I left you for so long. Hey, it's not your fault. I shook my head. You became a hunter? Well, yes, I shrugged. Jen pursed her lips. Mom, you don't need to worry about me. I know the limits my strength and do not risk at all. Immediately came to mind those moments when I took unnecessary risks, but my mother did not demand that I quit my job as a hunter and accepted this news quite calmly. But later I still cooked a family dinner. Judging by the expression on the genie's face, I would be more happy to eat, but Jen Haya was just happy to eat at home, but it was already dinner. She decided to cook herself. Esil, and do you know how to cook? I asked. Sorry, sir, the shadow muttered guiltily. I see you are a princess after all. The servants probably cooked for you. Sighed. Nevertheless, I decided to look for cooks among my other servants. I did not have to expect high culinary skills from various monsters, but unexpectedly I did not have to search for long. The Lord attracted the attention of Igris. And what can you cook? Yes, the knight obediently bowed his head. Well then, tomorrow you will do something for me. You do not mind? I will fulfill any of your orders. Is a request. The Lord, raising his head. Igris stared at me with a confused look. Okay, sighed. I rolled my eyes. Let it be an order. Yes, cheerfully responded Marshal. Thus breakfast for me was prepared by the commander of the powerful shadow army. Jinah was still asleep, but Mom woke up early and went out to the kitchen in shock. Stared at this scene. An elegant warrior in gloomy plate armor on which a ghostly flame was built, carefully cooked right in plate gloves, and with an apron over the armor at the table. I turned my gaze to Jen. Yes, I understand you, Mom. I'm also in shock and Dumbfounded, she stretched out, What is this, my servant? I have a specialization of summoner mage. Igris, previously so confident in his cooking skills, now suddenly realized that he completely does not understand how to use modern household appliances. With ever-growing excitement, he looked at the stove while he desperately did not want to admit that he could not carry out the order. Oh, okay, Igris can help you, Lord in the Steel. The knight's voice rang, poorly hidden panic. I understand that this technology is new to you. Sorry. He lowered his head. No, don't worry about it. If you want to figure it out quickly, let me help you. In the end, we cooked breakfast together, and Jen joined in giving advice. By the way, don't you want to have breakfast with us? Asking the shadow. When the food was ready, Jinah showed up, just washed up but still looks sleepy and disheveled. Just charming. I don't need food, Mr. calmly answered Gree, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy its taste. After all, if you want, you can eat with us. I'm not only if you want, I don't mind. Igris was just in a panic. Brother, this is another monster of yours. What kind of monster is this? I was indignant. Igris, don't listen to her. You are a good guy and not a monster. Oh Jinah, why are you so rude? Igris himself looked at me somehow confusedly, in his gaze some kind of contradiction was read. Sorry, muttered the sister, guiltily bowing to the knight. He simply silently waved his hand with a gesture showing that he was not angry, and there was no need to bow to him and ask him for forgiveness in general. If you would like to have breakfast with us, I will only be glad. But now he has really perked up, and so we sat down at the table. I was already getting ready to eat when suddenly Igris took off his helmet and my eyes bulged. My family was also surprised, but maybe not so much. How am I a good guy? Yes, smirked maliciously Jenna, who also noticed my shock. Brother, who is the real monster here? So it is you who call such a beautiful girl a guy? And I was still dumbfounded. Igris, bloody scarlet knight, the strongest of my shadows, a faithful follower with whom we have already been through so many battles. He turned out to be a woman, and now she also looked away so embarrassedly and awkwardly adjusted her bangs with such a feminine gesture. I was simply overcome by the strongest cognitive dissonance. In the end, I coped with surprise, but still it was shocking news. Bloody woman, I always perceived him that is her as a guy. And then she also spoke. Lord, quiet deep voice before she sounded completely different. Well, not much different, but the helmet distorted a little. Only it dawned on me, I remembered that Sil in armor has almost the same graceful silhouette as Igris. They have a very similar build. And the gender of the demoness is also difficult to determine while she is completely clothed in her armor. Just an elegant warrior of the speed type, but her voice is not distorted as much under the helmet as bloody. And Igris is also much taller. If Sil is a little shorter than me, then Igris, on the contrary, is taller by as many as 2 heads. Looking at her, it is easy to believe that she is not a person but some kind of humanoid creature like ice elves. Oh, I'm sorry. I said all this guiltily. Time I took you for a guy and did not suspect that under this armor there was a beautiful girl. Igris awkwardly looked away, and now I myself felt awkward. Koha, oh. Well, I'm going to visit the architect. I'm with you, Lord. Darkness stirred and climbed up the armor. Igris covering her face with a helmet, the girl herself already so habitually knelt. Igris sighed and stretched out my hand. Put it on the knight's head. Thank you. She looked at me in surprise. Regardless of your gender, I really appreciate you, and I'm glad that then you chose to come with me. I will always follow you, sir, and your loyalty is one of those qualities that I especially value in you. The light in the eyes of Igris flashed. Good. Let's go. Leaving the house, I only warned my family that I might be delayed in the raid for a while. Neither my sister nor my mother tried to persuade me to stay, although they both clearly did not want me to continue to risk my life in the dungeons. Jinah is now a little better aware of the danger of such places, although clearly not fully. But and Jen, she has already lost her husband in the dungeon. She has reasons to worry, although this also applies to her sister. Her father disappeared behind the gates, but then she was very young, and 10 years have already passed. In any case, leaving the house, I moved to one of my shadows in the city and called Kais like this calmly in the middle of the city. Of course, this caused general excitement. Someone even screamed, but I did not intend to sacrifice Comfortable flights for the sake of peace of mind. The citizens will soon get used to it, at least I do not do this near my house, and so I came to the recently appeared gates. In appearance the most ordinary, from them did not emanate the power of a terrible place that promises death to anyone. To the one who entered here, only information about the location of these gates was revealed to me only today, but the gates themselves seem to have appeared 2 days ago. There was already a cordon of the association here. A typical employee in a black suit with his mouth open looks at how the castle majestically descends, preparing to land. Well, I just jumped off and landed smoothly. Stand in fear exclaimed the association employee. I calmly showed my license. Inside they have already sent someone, and yes, the guy glanced sideways at my license in surprise, after which he again stared at the wyvern that did not become an eyesore to people and dived into the shadow. Yes, these are double gates. Inside there are lands of the ES rank. What? Don't let anyone else inside. Having said this, I just walked forward to the gates themselves. The association employee came to his senses at the last moment and wanted to stop me, but did not have time. When I disappeared in a whirlwind of energy inside, I passed through a spacious cave, finding bodies of weak monsters along the way and raising them into my shadow army. The reserve does not pull the pocket since recent, so I got to the massive stone gates where a group of hunters were crowded. The guys didn't understand at all what to do next, since they couldn't open the gates, but then they noticed me. What are you even? Who is this? Our dungeon. I just went up to the gates and touched them. This is a double dungeon, I explained to the hunters, taking the key out of my inventory. You should go back. Yes, you were taken aback, warrior. We paid for these gates and they are ours. Who are you anyway? And again I just show my errand license. Yes, and so are the monsters behind these gates. I can open them, but are you sure you are ready to face them? What are you talking about? This dungeon is a Diren by the code of eyes. I just used the key and with a stone crash the gates opened, and after I let the warrior go forward but grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and would have pulled back the blow of a huge sword with which a 5-meter statue was going to hit him. The guy stared in horror at this monster, and the golem, on the contrary, lost interest in the hunter when I pulled him back. Exactly do you want? Looking, the hunters unanimously shook their heads, expressing denial. Well done, and now go back, I said, and went through the gate myself. The statue didn't even try to attack me, but what I didn't expect at all was that 3 hunters would run after me. Hey, if the SNK thinks you are the main one here, he exclaimed indignantly and shuddered, hearing the crash with which the gates closed. Why, I will not protect you, I calmly say to this freak. At the same time I looked around the temple hall. Many giant statues, but I felt life in them. Even the statues had no magical power, they were not golems. But I could also feel the threads of magic that the entire room was called. They clung to these stone dolls, and they all reached out to one single creature. An impulse of magic passed through these threads, and several statues made their move. Giant warriors seemed clumsy. The hunters behind me did not even have time to react. The blow of the giant sword did not even cut, but simply crushed 2 people. And the third was stepped on by Kai, the warrior, with his foot. He. I invited only you. The voice of the angel statue rang out maliciously. It seems that even you do not have all the information. Yes, the architect said, looking at him. The most powerful puppet in this hall, but it was radically different from all the others. The figure of the stone angel was bound by the threads of spells. This is also a system, but he used it more in order to completely control the puppet, filling it with his mana. But it is worth understanding that mana is not just some impersonal energy. Mana of each living being is unique in its own way and carries the imprint of its soul. Oh. The statue sighed in shock. You have already been reborn, sir, and his voice immediately began to sound respectful. Let me express my respect to you. The stone tablet in the hands of the architect split, and taking a step forward the monster knelt in his Eyes greed flashed vague Ashborn memories allowed me to learn much more about this creature than I had hoped, and coming closer I struck a lightning strike piercing the statue's chest with a particle of light, the center of the spell through which magic penetrates this artificial body. What bulged? Eyes architect, you were wrong. I squeeze my fingers free hand and the monster's body begins to crumble from the titanic BL from the thread cracks, and the stone mask of the architect reflected his agony. Even if this body was not real, he felt such pain as if he himself was being torn to pieces. Because you invited me to kill, and it is impossible, the monster exclaimed. But I will fulfill the contract, Ashborn. You will receive the immortality that you so desired. Even in agony he understood everything, and the sorcerer's eyes widened in horror. No, he tried to pull the strings of the system to deprive me of strength, but froze in shock, feeling how the weaves of his spell were torn. The next moment they tried to attack me, statues, but bah. Gur, with a guttural growl, Thon rose from the wall, intercepting the stone warrior. Scarlet rays from the eyes of the statue of God burned through the translucent shield that appeared in front of me, breaking it, but the volley itself stopped behind my back. Gorg tensely retreated. Such a name I gave the rebel to the highest. The orc sorcerer and also the rest of my servants rose from the shadows of the architect, and the force at the head of the demonic squad attacked one of them, simply smashing the statue with a furious stream, and so powerful shadows no matter how you twist it. But it was under her command that the most combat-ready part of the shadow army was now, well, not counting the fact that as a general she still obeys the marshal. You are a pathetic person. The voice of the architect izh from rage, he almost screamed, and his voice began to sound more feminine, and at the same time his stone mask almost completely collapsed, exposing the face of a magical ghost. Divided by his dual nature, the left half of his face is clean with graceful feminine ami and descending light, and the right half is a gloomy disfigured skull with a furiously blazing red eye. And at that moment, realizing his situation, he tried to break the spell connecting with this body, where he ran even more tightly, squeezing the grip, breaking the stone body of the architect, and intercepted. Much more skilled than me in sorcery, but on my side there was simply an irresistible force. Darkness poured into the artificial body of Right with his mana, and along those very threads of spells darkness flowed to his very essence, hidden between dimensions. No, 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 in panic screamed the architect. Somehow he found the strength to attack me, more focused on getting to his enemy. I loosened my grip a little, and now several stone hands are already trying to cling to me. Armor of darkness covers my body, after which a counter punch simply smashes the architect's hand. Stick it into pieces. Stop, wait, you won't get away. I minted, and you have little choice. You can continue to break free, and I will tear you to shreds or not. I grabbed you. This is out of my hands. Pathetic man, you will know death. Monarchs will die. The architect suddenly relaxed. He resisted until the cold claws of darkness cut into his soul, and from that moment his resistance was already useless. The magician himself understood this perfectly. He did not want to become a shadow, but he wanted to be torn to pieces even less, and therefore when I pulled his soul, filling it with my power, the architect himself headed towards me. The threads of the spell weakened, and the stone body of the puppet began to crumble, and in his remains the gates flashed with purple light. Another moment, and from these gates flowed the mysterious power with which my new servant entered the hall. Give orders, Lord. The new general dropped to one knee, and he also lowered his wings to the floor. The shadow of the architect, the same appearance that the statue had, 6 wings and 6 arms. In the distorted feelings of this creature from now on, boundless devotion reigned, and it only showed how terrifying the power of the shadow monarch is. Great, I will need your knowledge of magic, but for now let's finish with this dungeon. Yes, Lord. Architect snapped his fingers, and the magical energy of the dungeon came into disarray, after which the magician went into the shadows, and I went to the exit, leaving the gate. The doors of the main hall opened in front of me again, and soon I found myself outside. The association agents wanted to question me, but I just ran away. I'll jump on the back of Castle, who soared into the sky. There was still time, so removing from the city, I opened the red gate. Any monarch or lord can open the gate, including the monk from whom I inherited a lot, and Hiding in the interworld where time flows. Otherwise I again took up my development, only now the system no longer allowed me to pump up as before. My characteristics practically did not grow, but the architect himself, an unsurpassed master of magic, began to teach me. Earn's memories allowed me to take a sharp start by leaps and bounds, mastering the new arts, and every day spent in the interworld I understood better and better what I could do with magic. With the help of the architect I also improved his best creation, the spell weaving system that were connected into this complex structure were strengthened and more firmly connected to my body. If the original function of the system was to pump up my body and adapt it to the use of the power of the Shadow Monarch, now it was completely sharpened for the pure strengthening of my physical body, and the stronger it is the more magic it can withstand. With this skills I also only had to call them, that's not quite it correctly, passive skills were complex structures that merged with my aura and made me stronger, and now understanding how it works I could create my passive skills and improve them. Thus I got a whole bunch of new properties and the old ones were changed and improved. Passive skills: resilience, weapon enhancement, magic enhancement, sense enhancement, strength increase, dexterity increase, endurance, magic defense, physical defense, mental barrier. Passive abilities became much larger, but this was practically my limit. Such an accumulation of complex magical structures in my aura created a very dense layer of magical effects. A few more skills could simply overload the entire structure that would have already passed through my body with recoil. Also, the skills no longer had a level indicator, it was simply unnecessary. These skills were created in their most perfect design, and the same with active skills, they were improved but remained in the form of ready-made spell structures that I can use. This is useful because in this way I can quickly use magic with the desired configuration. Do not bother yourself with weaving the spell itself. These skills can be called forms of spells through which I use them, but I also learned to create them all without the necessary skill forms, simply by weaving the spells themselves, and this required significant concentration and diligence as well as time. In fact, even an architect could not weave a spell instantly. Thus, for a real mage, one of the most important details of witchcraft is preparation for various situations when he creates such forms of spells in advance for all occasions. After some time my own skill increased so much that I could already weave spells faster than the architect. This does not mean that I became better than him in magic. He was still much more skillful, but I had the advantage of enormous magical power on my side. Mana simply obeyed me more willingly, and a little later I finally found a use for one of my trophies, and the shadow moaned sensually, feeling how the threads of char were squeezing it. I also strengthened my best shadow servants with the help of a similar system structure, and this allowed me to grant one of the shadows even greater power. I had the idea of granting power to Igris as one of the strongest and most faithful, but I decided that this a specific gift is more suitable and strong for Bloody. I will find a more suitable one later. Extracted from the inventory, the flaming heart of the Demon King was connected to the system and strength by body. The girl's passed brightly glowing lines and her mystical light became stronger. I also felt her growth. The monarch's heart has not yet taken root completely, but even this was enough for the demoness to immediately reach the level of a strong martial. She immediately became powerful Igers, and over time she will become even stronger, reaching the power of a real monarch. Haha, I can't make a monarch my shadow, but I can make my shadow a monarch. All I needed was to improve the architect's system and then process the ram's heart knowledge, but this is already very good, and she is exactly the creature to whom I could entrust such power. Although if it were possible I would prefer to introduce this heart into my own system, but unfortunately, although this is possible, but two monarch hearts beating in one body will not make me stronger. On the contrary, they will interfere with each other. Even now my heart beats at full strength because the human one interferes with it, and I was just about to fix this. My body was already ready for this, but everything had to happen quickly. I had to spend some time creating spells called Secure My Rebirth, and although the easiest way was to just Die stop the human heart. I went more complex. I begin. Excitedly extended the architect, pointing his index finger to my chest. The impulse of power went through my whole body. My breath caught and I felt how life was being expelled from my heart. The shadow trembled but did not disappear, continuing the operation. The power poured out of me in a powerful stream, destroying the very space around, but it was not yet critical. All the essence of my life spread through my body, while the architect with a sharp movement pierced my chest and simply tore out my convulsively beating heart. The feeling as if cut off. I was no longer breathing, and then in the place of the torn out heart, a purple flame lit up. Darkness built up along my veins, and even through the skin you could see how my veins turned black. How the architect pointed his palm at me and light broke off from them, as well as I myself, the current of mana in my body accelerating. Recovery. The hole in my chest itself began to heal, and I felt better and better with every second. And when my red heart in one of the architect's hands stopped beating at the same moment, I entered into full force. Now you are the true monarch. My lord bowed her head. The shadow in front of me, the lord exhaled with delight and with all she could, only with concern for what was happening. The force dug out of me with powerful impulses, causing the space to tremble, and closing my eyes I suppressed my aura, not allowing it to exhale from me with a raging stream of chaotic mana at the end. After all, the black heart is different from the hearts of ordinary monarchs. It was the secret weapon of the Creator, which he entrusted to his most faithful servant, the greatest shard of light, Ashbarno. Naturally, this heart was much more powerful than other fragments of light or the hearts of other monarchs. Only the heart of the dragon monarch could compare in power with the black heart, but the potential embedded in the black heart was much higher. It was truly limitless. We are returning calmly, I said. Yes, master. So I left the red gate. While on earth not a day had passed, I was able to return home in the evening, straightening my tie. I leave the house of Heejin, deciding to unwind a little. I invited her on a date, and we had a good time together. Took a walk. I rode the enthusiastic girl on my wyvern. After that there was dinner in a restaurant, and everything ended in her house. It was not bad, but lately I paid little attention to her, more busy with my own affairs, and during this time the feelings that arose between us and the red gate faded somewhat. And now I also had a strong pocket. Girl is much more convenient than a selfish sorceress. Nevertheless, there were no good reasons to stop meeting with heejin, yet returning to my affairs from the moment I let the architect rip the human heart out of my chest. Almost a week has passed, and during this time not much has changed. I have already cleared quite a few dungeons, both in South Korea and in North Korea. Just by closing almost all the gates of Arango, I suddenly discovered that one state was not enough for me. I didn't want to disintegrate into a dungeon of a lower level, and in general in this way I increased the number of my army quite well, and slightly increased my own characteristics. Earlier, for such activity I would have received levels 20 at least, but having completely appropriated the powers of Ashborn, I stopped growing in levels so quickly, especially, and my characteristics also changed. Dream Jin Woo class, Lord of Shadows, Title 1, who seeks easy ways, health 100%, mana 100%, characteristic strength 1602. Plus 512, agility 1552, plus 354, endurance 1252, plus 300, perception 1002, plus 300, magic 1502, plus 567. Yes. In the Dark Monarch's rebirth I had a very significant increase in strength, and I even felt completely different. My own body was no longer human. The system itself characteristics were somewhat changed. In particular, I changed intelligence to magic, which was more in line with the truth. The level indicator I generally removed as unnecessary, since it does not particularly and specifically reflect my strength of monsters. I still slightly increase my characteristics also. The structure of the weaving of my title was improved. To some extent this can be called a separate inner layer of the soul corresponding to the interweaving of passive skills, but the title is as if outside, merging with the outer level of my soul and intertwining with the emitted title gives a more powerful effect than any of the passive skills, but I can only use one. There is another level of the soul between the outer and the first that surrounds the core, which is the concentration of power directly connected to the black heart, and it was on this Middle layer that the magical structures of equipment items turned out to be actually they themselves ended up being more magical weaving than real items, so I was also able to improve them together with the architect and add several new ones to the bonuses from these structures. Bonuses from real equipment are also added, but the latter do not directly concern the magical structures. At the soul levels, the power of real things immediately enters my aura, strengthening it, and here on the very edge of the outer level of the soul, in fact already in the aura itself, on top of the weaving of the title, the structures of active skills are located. It is generally easiest to work with them. And in general I have significantly increased my strength, not only because I completely dropped the limitation of the system and freed my current body, here also played a role synchronization of all those numerous weaves that surrounded my soul. Previously they were more chaotic and acted as if on their own, but with the help of the architect I turned all the machinina of weaves into something harmonious and more perfect, and now I was ready for many things. I was already thinking that it was possible to try to look for other monarchs while they were hiding and trying not to attract attention. While Antares had not yet come to this world, I can destroy weak monarchs. Perhaps through them I can get to the dragon monarch himself. The fact that he has not yet begun to act means only one thing: he is not ready yet. His current vessel, the new body, is simply not able to withstand all the power of the monarch. If I destroy the vessel, then although I will not kill the strongest monarch but delay for 10 truth, I was not sure that even now I can cope with him. Even if we are approximately equal in strength, he is much more experienced, and under his control the powerful armies of chaos. Just when I was thinking about all this, a meeting of representatives of the Korean and Japanese had already taken place, Hunters Association, and in connection with this, Cole contacted me and said that the chairman of the association, NHI, wanted to meet with me, and soon I again found myself in the already familiar office. Hunter Son Jin Woo greeted me. The chairman shook my hand. Did you want to see me? Yes, please. Have a seat. However, I already knew what is the reason for this meeting. You know about the breakthrough of the S-rank gate on Jeju. We were never able to close this gate. I nod to him. Several raids were carried out, but they all failed. That's it, the old man sighed. Look, he handed me a tablet. Taking the gadget, I was able to admire the photo. Those monsters are red ants with wings, but the hunter should be more wary of the area where these bodies were found. This is not Jeju, where the monsters were supposed to be isolated. They reached the Japanese islands. The chairman confirmed if they had flown in the other direction, it would have been even easier for them to reach Korea. A new raid is planned. The Hunters Association has approached us with a proposal to conduct a joint operation. We have already assembled a group, but it was a little difficult to contact you, my super sensible ones. I need my help, of course. The chairman nodded in agreement. We can count on your support. Of course, your help will be paid. I am in business. The chairman noticeably perked up. You still haven't given any comments regarding the double dungeon that was started a week ago. What do you want to know? It was really a dungeon. How did you deal with it? I think you understand how I squinted. The old man's eyes flashed with golden light, and his figure gave off a threat. Ashbourne rang out an otherworldly voice. Lux grinned. The impulse of the black heart colored my eyes purple. Whose side are you on? The brightest fragment of light was extremely tense. His mortal vessel was not ready to withstand the power of this creature. After all, he is the strongest of the rulers. He was even stronger than Ashbourne until he awakened the black heart, and he was the one who first rebelled against the creator. He led the rest of the rulers and they overthrew their master. Ashbourne was the only one who remained loyal to the creator, and for this reason he went over to the side of the monarchs. Although I can fully understand these guys, but for Ashbourne this betrayal was extremely painful. I am on the side of the people, calmly said. I say, Lux, you can still use the cup from where the Lord recoiled from me. Clear. Then you two were deprived of their memories and the cup became useless. What do you know? We lost again. Region, this is the last attempt, and I will need your help to destroy Antares, and we have little time left. Do you forgive us? The voice of the fragment trembled. No, I shook my head. I am the heir of Ashbourne. He gave me his Power, but I will never forgive you. Your enmity and betrayal do not concern me. That he plunged into eternal sleep. Gay covered eyes and the oppressive presence disappeared. The old man himself, when he opened his again gray eyes, looked exhausted expression. So you understandably sighed. Grandfather Association will give you any support you need. Marvelous. I somewhere in the shadows blew. The pride of Barak just triumphed over the fact that he infected me with this expression. How much time is left? The old man sighed tiredly. Maybe a few more months. Nodded I. How strong they are. No one can handle the monarch even with the power of a shard. And you think I can do it? Time to prepare. He sighed and took a more relaxed pose in the chair. Although from this his appearance became even more exhausted now. A raid group has gathered in the training room. You can look at them. Yes, we have to work together. I nodded. In any case, now I knew for sure that we are on the same side with the Lord. New options. I had a few more ideas on how to destroy Antares. If first destroy the weak monarchs, then after uniting with the Lord we could attack the strongest monarch in the interworld. Yes, there he will not be limited by the power of his vessel, but the overlords will be in full force at the same time, and I will be there too. Antares is strong, but we can simply crush him with numbers. Even if his army is larger, but without other monarchs this is not enough against the overlords. Okay, I'll go look at these hunters. I stood up, stretching my neck. Let me take you. Hunter Jin Woo, the chairman, decided to accompany me, although it is quite possible that he himself wanted to look at the joint training of hunters. So the two of us left the main office and headed to the training hall. This place was clearly created with the help of magic, that is ordinary construction, but with magical reinforcement, which makes the structure much more resistant to damage. And here, by the time we arrived, there was already a team sparring. Two groups of Korean and Japanese hunters fighting hand to hand to assess each other's strength. Passing a glance at the other hunters, I also noticed that the mages do not participate in duels, and it seems they were not going to fight anyone at all. Mr. Chairman, Hunter Jin Woo, John Kn approached us. This guy immediately headed here as he felt my presence. Good afternoon, I nod to him. So you decided to join our raid, perhaps? Then I can be calm about the success of this operation. I sighed after he saw with his own eyes what I was capable of. The head of the Hunters Guild was filled with considerable respect for me. Meanwhile, the duel between the teams became more and more fierce. Although it is worth noting that the hunters of Korea behaved more restrained. Yunho fought somewhere at half strength. His body had already begun to transform, acquiring animal but he was still far from a full transformation into whom he could become at the same time. Hahen confidently dreamed of a hunter from the Japanese team with some surprise. Watching their fight, I noticed that the plasticity of both girls corresponded to the movements of the fighter, who was more accustomed to relying on the sword. Surprised me that I was able to determine such details at all. It seems that the experience of fights with the game affects, and now the Japanese swordswoman herself understands how to cope with Hain, after which she immediately charges with another fighter from her team, but it happened somehow clumsily. The guy with a mask on his face hesitated, which the Korean swordswoman immediately took advantage of by delivering a series of quick blows. It was even a slightly stronger onslaught than should have been expected. Perhaps she got angry because of the change of partner, and as a result the Japanese man's face was broken into blood. The next moment an impulse of lethal force hit him. He was not stronger Hein, but the guy just blew his mind, and he recklessly rushed into battle with the intention of killing. The girl was not at all in the mood for such a serious fight, and found herself caught by the opponents. Ha roared and tried to destroy my fighter, but the bloody one without any problems threw the guy over and drove him into the floor, putting her foot on his back and crashing into the team duel. About the hunter, Jin Woo was surprised. Yunho, noticing me, I did not answer anything, only looked at Igris, and she retreated back into the shadow. The Japanese hunter just came to his senses and no longer tried to kill everyone around, and although I could stop him myself, but decided to use my warrior for this, although many of my strong shadows But perhaps only Igris could do it so quickly and demonstratively. In general, the strong elite knights of my army could well cope in a one-on-one fight with a hunter of the rank of general could generally kill all the hunters present here, unless the chairman had a chance if he turned to the power of the shard. Igris, my marshal, she is on a different level, and these hunters for but what harmless kittens. Nevertheless, using it I also showed that I am summoners prefer to avoid direct confrontation personally, even if my servant causes concern. The Japanese will be sure that destroying me myself will not be a problem. Hunter Hein, are you all right? I asked, approaching the girl and extended my hand to her to help her up. Yes, everything is fine. Somewhat awkwardly she answered, thank you for your help, Hunter Jin Woo. You're welcome. I myself did not participate in the fights before me, and no one persuaded me. In fact, after this incident with training of this type, it was decided to end and not to pit S-rank hunters against each other anymore. Their abilities in themselves are extremely deadly at half strength, not particularly effective. Such a format does not allow to determine the potential of hunters in any case. A little later, Inspector Cole also decided to provide me with information about the operation plan. Everything had already been planned and organized. I only briefly familiarized myself with this plan. My forces in any case are quite enough to clear the island and alone while using the army of shadows. Remembering the course of events in the comic, I hope to use this raid to strengthen myself. The enemy will be stronger than the association suggests. If Jin Woo had not intervened in this story in the comic, then the entire raid would have been destroyed. I suppose with my support the Korean team will have a better chance of surviving, but the Japanese, some of them will join my army quite fairly, considering that they planned this joint mission precisely in order to simply destroy the S-rank hunters of Korea. At least that's how it was in the comic, but looking at these guys in real life, and especially at their leader, that the Gryuma stood aside and assessed our colleagues, and I felt more and more suspicions about these guys in particular. That's why I planted several of my spies in the shadow of the Japanese hunter, and from him they moved to other Japanese as soon as such an opportunity arose. Actually, even the leader of this group, Ryujin Goto, did not feel the presence of the shadow spy at all, and through him I learned about the plans of the Japanese, but I was not going to do something about it since their villainies only play into my hands. In the remaining 4 days before the start of the operation, I decided to clear a couple more red gates. Only I did not even look for them. Instead, I independently opened such gates in the suburbs and immediately S-rank inside one of the legions of the fallen army of chaos that was captured by the Lord of Esil was waiting for me. My shadow stirred and flowed forward, and at the same time a powerful demoness turned into a shadow marshal with the heart of a monarch began to rise from it. The Lord looked back. They bowed before you and will enter my army. Nodded I. Yes, I will bring them to you. She went forward and my other demonic shadows followed her. And only then all the other shadow wars began to come out. I decided to entrust it to her for the simple reason that in this dimension the broken remnants of the Ram's troops were locked. The lords were preparing them to release them in the coming months, but I reprivo, and I will do the same with the other legions chaos that were captured by the rulers, and they would open these gates in different countries in the hope of preparing people for the threat of a collision with a real invasion. But it will be much more effective if I just deal with these forces myself. So I myself will become stronger and significantly expand the number of my shadow army. Well, as for the demons, they are ready to swear allegiance to you. My lord bowed respectfully and strongly put her palm to her chest. Behind her lined up the remnants of the defeated legion of demons. It is worth noting that the demonic legions are a slightly smaller number than is usually imagined. In such a formation, if we focus on the troops of ancient Rome, there were hundreds of demonic knights and several dozen archdemons. They also pressed at the ready. Several thousand wild demons subordinated to magic, and all of them recognized the new king in the person, and, more precisely, now she is their queen, since the heart of a demonic monarch beats in her, and bowed before his new mistress. They were also ready to recognize me as their master, although my Vassal's vassal is not my vassal, but here the situation is a little different, and thus hundreds of powerful monsters let darkness into their souls, and now I just had enough mana to cope with so many demons. I still need to purify their magical energy to transform the demon and how and power. Voluntary oath was much more effective. Knights rose as elite knights and archdemon became powerful generals. My army became even stronger and especially strengthened in the esil group. Over the next 4 days before the raid on Jeju Island, I also cleared several more S-rank gates, noticeably increasing in strength and expanding my troops, except that after the demons I had to completely destroy other armies of chaos before I could raise them. With shadows in this way my strength grew day by day, although my army has not even compared in numbers with the old army of Ern, but I have definitely become powerful. Smiling face of the operator a little unnerving. Broadcast of what is happening so that everyone can see the progress of this raid in the end. It was an important event for all of Korea, a new attempt to recapture their lands from the monsters. Now washed in a transport helicopter and prepared to land on Jeju. The Japanese were on their transport, we were on ours, and if only hunters of the rank participate in the raid itself, not counting the operator, then around the island many military ships had already gathered, on which there were hunters of the rank of Ave, ready to intercept the monsters that would try to escape from the island during the raid itself, and also in Korea itself. Many hunters were called to protect. I suppose the Japanese did the same. Yes, and the Chinese, although they were not participating in the raid, also had to prepare for the invasion of insects. In the end, we were preparing to turn around this anthill. Bengu still decided to join Yun, who turned to the healer, and this guy looked very tense. He clearly did not want to participate in all this, but the hunter was led forward by a sense of duty. Yes, without me you are the first and will die. You will definitely be the first to get into your head. Why is this? The head of the white tiger was indignant. At this time the swordswoman furtively glanced in my direction. Her attention was becoming more and more obvious. Did you want something? Cha Hein and no. Nothing. The girls looked away embarrassedly. Pour the hall in place, but she did not even think to move away. Hey, with a squint the operator looked at us, and just at that moment a powerful aura blew from the island. The impulse of power emitted by the Japanese hunters was simply impossible not to feel. It began immediately. Concentrated John Kn. From the mountain that became a refuge, monsters felled a whole swarm of flying giant ants. Feeling a threat on their territory, the entire colony began to move. Get ready. Soon the helicopter doors opened, but we were in no hurry to leave the transport. First of all, the magician had to clear the way. A familiar spell of fire arrows was used to attack several monsters, and here I could not help but notice that John in simply masterfully used this magic. It was like mine, but more skillful in its execution. But even so, I felt in this witchcraft a lack of understanding of the magic itself as such. The hunter simply used the skills he received upon awakening, either from the rune stone, the healer said impressively, watching as fiery explosions blossomed in the sky. No. The magician frowned. This is not enough. Something burst out of the smoke. Earlier they would not have been able to survive this. The magician was about to use a more powerful spell, but here I myself approached the edge of the hatch. Let me point my palm at the monsters, and dozens of copies of black flame covered the insects with a furious clap. The force of the shot forced the helicopter trembled, but the insects didn't survive it at all. The magician grinned. Not bad, but it's better not to waste mana in vain. Trust the magical attack to me and save your strength for your summoning. Don't worry about my mana, it was a drop in the ocean. Kaka hesitated. The sorcerer, the helicopter was just flying over the monster's lair. Let's jump. Yunho commands. The very moment has come. While the Japanese are distracting the monsters, our team penetrates their lair, although in general I must say that the plan was not particularly good from the start. The point is that the Japanese are distracting the monsters and the Korean team destroys the queen, after which we all must evacuate. The worker ants and warriors live no more than 2 years, and without a queen they will simply die out. But there is no guarantee that in the absence of a queen any other ant will not be able to take her place, or independently lay several eggs, among which a new queen may appear, not always in nature. The death of a queen means the death of the entire colony of ants. Much also depends on the specific species, and these monsters also evolve constantly when the gates first opened. The ants were different, but over time they had to change and become stronger. At least some plan is better than none at all, and this tactic it may well work. The interference generator is running, which means ordinary ants will not hear their queen calling for help. At this time we were just landing in a new cave. No one used parachutes. Hunters of our level and such means they simply did not need. Everyone had their own way. LCD from a great height, and here we immediately had to face a small group of ants. Mac created a fire net to cover the exit through the mouth of the volcanic lake point, and where now Yunho looked around in confusion. Many dark tunnels did not give an idea how to get to the queen, and there were no signs here. Perhaps the sorcerer has an idea on this account, but I immediately used my shadows for reconnaissance here, after which I pointed to one of the passages. In general, I discovered that you can get to the queen's chambers through several passages, but in the end they all come down to one tunnel, although it would be easier to go another way through the ovipositor, but then Zhang Injek would have the whole brood, and it would be more profitable for me to let them hatch, get stronger, and then put them under the knife. As this raid progressed, I generally had a strange thought, considering that the canonical Ant King was one of the strongest warriors of the Jin Woo. Would it be reasonable to save the life of the queen so that she would create new ones? And actually, as for the king, while our group was going through one of the ant passages, the strongest monster of this region, together with the colony's Aspen forces, came to the surface to encounter Japanese hunters. But if our team also had a hunter operator who filmed everything on video, then the operations of the Japanese team were not monitored so closely. Of course, the hunters had means of direct communication with the cordon forces, but only using the sense of shadows could I see how the Japanese healer suddenly lost her head. I could not even track the enemy's movement connection with the shadow, somewhat with my senses to the level of perception of the shadow warrior himself, and only when the ants stopped I could see him, a humanoid figure, slightly hunched over and covered in black chitinous armor. This guy looked more like a human than any other ant in this colony. He walked on two legs and actively used his two upper limbs as hands with long sharp fingers. But he also had another pair of short paws that could well be called rudimentary, although they still retained some functionality that Shimizu two guys had not even had time to get their bearings. Destroying relatively weak monsters, they relaxed, and now another moment and the second S-rank hunter lost his head. And the last blow, the king of ants seemed to evaporate into thin air, and the next moment I found him already in the sky with a human head in his claws, and a little later the strongest hunter in Japan, the one who was considered strong enough to qualify for the status of a national-level hunter, Ryujin. Goto was confident in himself, and even after the death of his subordinates he believed that he could easily cope with monsters. You are the king. With an ominous grinding sound, save the monster. The swordsman frowned. The monster speaking human language is a very rare phenomenon, but not so much that an experienced hunter would fall into a stupor. Yes, I am the king, grinned Goto. In some way flattered him that the monster took him for a ruler. He was already ready for a fight and carefully watched every movement of the ant with his predatory shafts, and the next moment Ryujin suddenly realized that he was looking at his decapitated body. The lightning strike of the insect knocked off his head. Threw up dismissively, clicked the jaws of the ant. Meanwhile, our Korean group went to the heart of the swarm, and immediately passing into a spacious cave we encountered a large group of ants. These were even Vo and the guards. The queen's guard, who does not leave the lair for me briefly through a tank, putting up a growth shield, after which several of my shadows stood next to him. Titan, who in itself was a powerful elite knight and served as a tank on the other hand, a demon knight also specializing in defense and wielding a shield of silt. Eysae vrem dersh, noticed I. Yes, exactly, nodded the healer. He used his artifact in the form of a magic book to strengthen a series of spells, and I really felt how Magic engulfed me, filling my body with power if the other hunters under. The influence of support magic had a visible aura, then my veins darkened under the skin. Dream Jin Woo, what about you? Worried the healer. Everything is fine, grinned I. Black heart beat faster and my radiation of power became more intense. I now feel so that I can tear apart even their entire swarm. Yunho responded cheerfully from the side of the queen's chambers with a threatening clicking. The guards advanced well, not the entire swarm, but about 10. For sure, the hunter hesitated. The tanks threw back the onslaught of the guards. After which our mage carried out an attack with several fireballs, and only after that the melee fighters entered the battle. Here I also sent forward several more demonic knights specializing in attack. I myself did not enter the battle, I just looked closely. The swordswoman, the blonde huntress, fought beautifully. Her movements were graceful, deadly beauty. Behind each of her blows, one could feel not only monstrous strength, but also considerable skill, while the other fighters seemed simply strong, self-taught, who dominate the battlefield only due to strength and experience. This girl also had honed skills, and at the same time I would not say that in pure strength she was inferior. Even someone in the group, well, not counting me. This exhaled the operator behind the guardsmen, the main boss. The queen herself decided to join the battle, feeling that her children were not coping. And she was smart enough to attack not the tank, but a more vulnerable target in the form of a ranger. It was simply impossible for her to break through to the healer and the mage. We were in the rear guard and were separated from the queen by a powerful group. Not so quickly. The tank got its bearings in time and intercepted the queen, and although she was a monster of the highest class, but in strength only slightly surpassed the guardsmen, this seemed strange, since an extremely powerful aura emanated from her. But it seems that most of her magical powers were directed at reproduction and not at combat abilities. Nevertheless, it was thanks to this that she was able to create a king who was superior in strength to both herself and almost all the hunters in this raid taken together. I sharply ordered back that several dozen demons under the command of my marshal came out of the wall, pushed back with spears. The insect had an instinct self-preservation that did not allow her to break right at the peak. What are you planning? Frowned John Kn. Leave it to me, grinned I at her from behind my back and took off, weaving powerful magic in his hands. Our Mago hunter caught his breath and he simply clung to my servant with his gaze, and the next moment a stream of dark flame poured out on the queen, devouring the remaining guards. The queen, engulfed in flames, screamed piercingly, but suddenly this scream simply broke off. The stream of flame dried up, and in the clouds of smoke the hunters could only see the ashes of the settled Kn. Even his magic could not turn the ants into piles of ashes. The fire burned the insides of the ants, causing them to explode naturally. Well, in my case, everything was about the same simple. In reality, I did not incinerate the adder, blocked the view for the camera and other hunters, and then I opened my gate through which the queen was transferred to the space between the worlds. Nevertheless, I decided that she would still be useful to me. The queen is destroyed. It's time to leave. I'm making a statement. Yes, exactly, nodded Yunho, and in fact it was at that moment that they contacted us from the ship. Faster retreat, the ants are returning. What are they after? All, we are leaving quickly. The interference generator was turned off. I suppose this was originally the plan of the Japanese side, to let our group destroy the queen and then allow the ants to tear apart the strongest hunters of Korea. In this way they eliminate the threat of insects and weaken the political opponent. D countries have a rather long history of enmity, but it is also worth considering that North Korea could well take advantage of the moment of weakness of the South side, and if ordinary ants did not even understand anything, they simply did not hear their queen, then the king seemed to have a deeper connection with his mother. He immediately understood that something was wrong, and it was he who called the rest of the ants to follow him into the lair. I can't hear. Le painfully creaked his voice. A stream of wind doused our group when an ominous figure appeared in the passage. In the dark mouth that Nelia, the black armor of the king Merged with the darkness surrounding him stood out only glare of light walking on his high-tie and flaming red eyes where the tank stepped forward, but the next moment the insectoid rushed to our healer. He immediately identified the most profitable target naturally. While the healer is alive, the whole group becomes almost twice as dangerous, and maybe I could let the ant kill this guy. A strong healer in my army would not hurt, but Beng was a good guy in general. He had already retired and ended his career as a hunter, but for the sake of this raid he again clouded in armor and took the weapon. Still in the helicopter, he tried to stop shaking, and until now he has all the time fought with fear to fulfill his duty. It commanded respect, and in the end I had already received one healer of the S rank here. A deal with conscience was waiting for me which I was not ready to conclude, and therefore the king of the ants stared at me in shock when I simply intercepted his hand a moment before it would have healer's body. You are strong, squinted the ant. Was generally quite strange to see how he can cover his head with chitin segments. It looks as if he is squinting, although in principle these segments can be compared to eyelids. He clearly uses them to protect his eyes, but this can make things worse for him. Review G. Speaking dumbfoundedly, exhaled X and didn't even pay attention to her. Are you the king? He asked me directly, and the next moment the impulse of power simply brought him to his knees. Not only his hunters also retreated, feeling suffocated when my aura covered the entire surrounding space, but this power only touched people in passing while all the pressure was directed at the king. All his will to fight was suppressed, and yet even though now this monster couldn't even move, he was still the best acquisition in this company. Where did you come from? I asked. The king's chitin crackled, but he couldn't or didn't want to answer. We don't have time, there are still ants there. Sighing, I took a shard and simply blew off the king's head. Then we're leaving, and then at the exit we had to face the monsters again like an endless avalanche. Worker ants poured through this tunnel, blocking it. The hunters wanted to fill the tunnel and retreat, but I told them that from the other side a horde of monsters was also moving towards us. However, the ants themselves did not feel very comfortable in these dungeons. These tunnels were created by the first generation, which were more like ordinary ants, but now the colony consisted mainly of winged insect fighters. They felt constrained here. In addition, the lack of orders from the queen confused them, but at the same time ants by their nature strive to systematize their activities. Even without the queen they will continue to live in a colony, and now they are determined to destroy strangers. We break through. Wait, I held back the tank and he was already going to carry it through the tunnel with a shield at the ready, but instead I stepped forward myself and stretched out my hand forward to release. Together streams of wind and water rushed forward, and then a wave of cold turned the drops into ice needles, and the wind stream turned into a deadly blizzard. If I had used fire magic I would have simply burned all the oxygen here. This passage was too tight for the free use of such spells. How much mana do you have at all? John wondered. Kn enough. Esil. Hold back the enemy on that side. Giving the command, I led my demons to destroy the Rav side of the tunnel so that we don't have to worry about monsters that could pursue us. Excellent, now we can go. In general, getting out turned out to be not particularly difficult, although I must note that without my help everyone here would have died. Maybe they would have killed the queen, but then the king would have torn them all apart and then would have flown off to terrify all of Korea, where there is not even anyone who could resist. Of course, later national level hunters from the USA could most likely intervene in the situation, but until then the king could bring real ruin to the whole country, and then even having coped with the crisis, Korea would be left without its strongest hunters. But no one cancelled the appearance of new gates. Only Japan has already lost its strongest warriors, not Class C hunters, but now it will clearly be harder for them. Haha. Finally exhaled happily Hein, seeing the light ahead. However, it didn't end there. Even our group wasn't given a rest. We were recalled to strengthen the blockade against the scattering forces of the ant colony, but it was even interesting. Let me step forward. I stood on the back of the castle that rose from my shadow. I will destroy as many monsters as I can. Those who haven't seen my Wyvern yet were now looking at this scene razzin in the mouths, and I calmly rose up. So high that it was no longer easy to keep track of me after that. Adder remained on the Wyvern having received the task of destroying insects, and I returned to the island of Chi-Judo, and here in the Queen's chambers the servants of the shadow of the demonic knights brought me here the body of people and monsters rise up the caves announced the triumphant temple with which the shadow of the Ant King rose covered in mystical fire. He approached me and dropped to one knee. My king exhaled. I bow before you. He was strong enough to immediately be reborn as a general, and of course I could only give him one name. Nothing else would suit him from now on. Your name is Br. The impulse of power raised the monster, but not enough for him to be able to move on to the next rank. He still has to gain experience, and for now I turned my gaze to the other risen a huge number of winged ants, and separately to the side stood the shadows of Japanese. Oh, they bowed respectfully, but none of them could speak. They still needed to grow in strength to reach the rank of general, although perhaps this can be decided right now. You two girls' shadows stepped forward. Your name is Akari Shimizu. I point to the healer. The huntress with a huge axe inspiredly sighed. Lamb skin flared up brighter and hair built up ghostly. Ogm Lord exhaled. It was the utterance that allowed her to break through to general. And now you Kane Veda looked. I at the swordswoman breakthrough in strength repeated, and so I got another general. Two girls stood together when I paid attention to the next one, got his human name back and became my new general. And the same picture repeated with other hunters, though only the first three were able to become generals unfortunately, after which I sent them all under the command of Igris. Br was appointed commander of my air force, heading all winged insects, and then went into submission. And Sil, what? Now let's see what can be useful. Queen, I stretched my neck and opened the gate. It's time to deal with this acquisition. Actually, I was already going to visit the Queen of Ants when one of my shadows reported a threat. My friend with whom we seemed to have parted was in danger. Of course, as a healer of rank, she was mobilized to protect the city along with other hunters, and although we were already as if in the shadow of the girl vs still hiding one of my servants whom I ordered to look after the huntress, and now looking at how Juhi's group was practically destroyed by the invasion of insects, and only the backbone of experienced hunters remained alive, and the monsters seemed to have not become much smaller. I thought about why this girl never appeared in the comics again, although most likely the author simply did not have time for her, but here she could well have been killed by insects, and when it already seemed that there was no salvation from the Skyro shadow Wyvern, it seemed that I was just flying by and noticed that the hunters needed help, but in fact I made the shadow keep an eye on Juhi retreat to the roof of the nearest building, and already there I used shadow exchange. Now fiery spears rained down from the sky, piercing those giant ants, simply tearing their bodies to pieces. The monsters burst with a deafening pop from the explosions. The eyes of the insects exploded, splashing the ichor of the monsters, and then I hung in the air for a while looking at my ex-girlfriend. I wanted to say something, but somehow nothing smart came to mind. And therefore, swallowing a lump in my throat, I gave the command to the Kaisel to take off. Here my help was no longer needed, but just in case I sent several stronger shadows into Juhi's shadow, after which, gaining altitude and hiding behind the clouds, I open the gate right in the air and fly into them. Hey, calm down. In an artificial dungeon, the queen immediately tries to attack me, and in what shocked she retreats when Ber stands between us along with a whole squad of powerful ant guards. These guys differ from the workers in that they do not have wings, while these monsters are larger and stronger than ordinary winged ants. They were born to protect the queen in her lair, while the task of the workers is expansion beyond the island, for which wings are needed. The queen of the ants makes some kind of hysterical grinding sound, and in response Br threateningly clicks his mandibles. Do you know the language of chaos? Asking already, I step forward for a moment. The queen freezes and then turns her head, clinging to me angrily with a look. Although she did not have any facial expressions at all, I just felt her mood and the impulses of power emitted by her. You monarch king of shadows, Zeradal, tense voice of the queen. It seemed that it was just hard for her to speak correctly. Why did you take my children? Expelled from our earth, took our home. The queen was angry, but having already entered into a dialogue she began to calm down. In fact it was my land, I just did not pay attention to you for a long time until you began to cause problems. Land of the monarch. In the voice of the queen there was surprise. Yes, you invaded my land, killed my people. It is quite natural that I will react to you or not, but you lost and deserved my anger. No, what do you want? The queen began to carefully back away. The anger in her voice finally gave way to fear. She knew who I was and how strong I was now. Her life was in my hands, as was the life of her people, although I suppose she does not perceive her colony separately from herself. But I can very well leave you your life. I show mercy, but with some conditions. The queen bowed her head and I put my hand on Bera's shoulder. You can press more of these. The biggest ant mother somehow went crazy. Click. And in general I thought it would be more difficult to negotiate with her. I assumed that she would be upset that I wanted to replenish my army at the expense of her children, but the queen did not have any special maternal feelings for her descendants. They are just tools for her. Yes, she was upset that I killed and raised Bera, but it was not the grief of the mother of the child who was killed. She is angry at me because I took away from her most powerful weapon that she spent years creating. Not in the sense that she created this particular egg for years, I mean the entire process of evolution of her colony, when she began to create new ants so that her swarm could survive and overcome the isolation of the island. Nevertheless, its shell closer to the body. From now on you will serve me. I conclude I will find land for you where you can settle, where there will be plenty of food, and you can expand your colony, but I will also set boundaries beyond which you should not increase the number of your people. After all, the interworld has such a name for a reason. This quasi-space is connected to many worlds. The peculiarity of the Earth in this whole series of realities is that it was deprived of magic and could be destroyed simply by the presence of monarchs, but thanks to the influence of the rulers who open the gates, this world is gradually filled with magical power and grows stronger. Nevertheless, I did not personally search among all the diversity of worlds suitable. Instead of doing it myself, I met with the chairman of the association, and through him I contacted the ruler, and they already suggested which world is better to use. A place where there are no people and the mind is RA, but there is enough vegetation and ordinary animals. Such worlds usually become just a snack for monarchs whose purpose of existence is the destruction of worlds, but there are many similar realities. So if these guys get there, this may not happen very soon. This world will be yours. I open the gates for the queen. You can use its resources now, but for now it is worth staying here. Why? The queen of ants clearly wanted to quickly go to the new world. Your children are needed by me to defeat other monarchs, and the faster I get replenishment in my army, the better. Time. She understood it is here. That time flows differently and I want to use it. You will have a week to collect as much food as you need, and then I will close these gates and separate them from the time flow of real worlds in general. In this way I got my own ant farm, and while the queen was busy creating new superpowers for me units, I myself opened other gates and decided to return to my own pumping. So through the interworld I penetrated into the dungeon of giants, one of the most powerful dungeons that the lords prepared, and here I only go into the huge hall as I was immediately attacked by several monsters, humanoid giants the size of a building, even a cyclops. Their tone in my army is somewhat short of forward. Allow me to envelop me in impenetrable armor. In my hand from light a blade is formed which immediately becomes covered in darkness. A sharp movement forward and the shadow blade cuts the monsters that attacked me, and now rise up. Continuing to move forward, I also exterminated giants and replenished my army with them. They rose already as generals, although they could not speak for a long time of imprisonment. These creatures lost the remnants of their sanity, turning into aggressive animals. So I soon came out to the main hall where the boss of this dungeon was waiting for me. This you grinned tiredly, giant chained. He had no shadow captive. The monarch looked at me with blood-red eyes in which it was easy To read hope and impatience in me, he saw a chance to free himself. From here perhaps I could even make him swear allegiance to me, but he can be used in another way. In the end, this guy is definitely an enemy of the rulers and accordingly of people. In addition, he is already bound by a magic stone, which requires him to destroy humanity. Leejai nodded. I greeted the monster as a sign of greeting. You are resting here, he Ashbourne grinned. Giant, free me. Sorry, but we are not on the same path. Shaking his head. I am already close enough. No wait, I will serve you. Serve, nodding to him, and with one blow snow half of his head, and after the monarch's heart burst out of his chest and flew into my hand, a scarlet lump of power pulsating with dark energy. Enormous power emanated from it, even more than from the heart of a ram. Thus I acquired another heart of the monarch. It remained only to decide which of my shadows to pass it on to. I hesitated for some time between Ton and Cyclops, but still Ton with his size belongs to the army of chaos beasts, while Cyclops belonged to the army of giants, so I chose him as his new pocket monarch. After the transformation, Cyclops broke through to the rank of marshal, but like strong, he still needed some time to adapt to the heart of the Legion also. Now the command was not only earth golems but also new giants. This army was small. Also closed a few more dungeons after that, giving Cyclops a little to get used to the new power. And finally I just returned home. Now I could slow down the pace of my raids and let the monarchs make their move. It was time for action, the usual MO. Even if they attacked me all together, they would be killed. The only threat was the Dragon Lord, and instead of looking for these monarchs, I decided to wait until they themselves began to act. Then it would be possible to catch these villains. After all, their primary goal is known to me. First of all, they will try to find and destroy the users of the fragments. Well, in the meantime, how are things at school? I asked my sister. Jeannie rolled her eyes discontentedly. Everything is fine, you know yourself. I have the best grades in the class. I involuntarily smiled. After all, this girl to some extent understood that Jeannie sacrificed his future for her, and under such conditions she simply could not afford to study poorly. However, she was really talented and studying was easy for her. And now you have become popular. Yes. The girl grinned. What did not understand? I am a sister Ferk 0. About you now, all the news is talking about a new hunter of the S rank that with one blow turned the Queen of Ants into ashes. It was done by one of my servants, but it was you who called us away from this conversation. Igers. She appeared in her armor and with an apron, putting her hand to her chest. The warrior bowed. Dinner? Yes, the Lord quietly confirmed she. Under the supervision of Jen she has been improving her cooking skills for some time now. Actually, she was already a good cook, she just didn't quite understand how to use modern household appliances in the kitchen, in which my mother, or rather mother, helped her. Jin Woo. Yes, I have already gotten so used to the role that I almost believe that Jen and Jinah are my real mother and sister. Returning to Igris, she has already become a regular guest at our table, although it is probably wrong to call her guests. At least for me, she has become even closer than Jin Woo's mother and sister. What is interesting, watching everyone. Sil also suddenly became eager to learn how to cook. Mrs. Igris, please teach me. Respectfully, she turned to the bloody warrior, but somehow awkwardly she looked at me, and I just shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Igris agreed to teach and Sil, but she also taught me. I also devoted time to training with the bloody one, behind the red gate. After accepting the Ashbourne legacy, my sword skills also evolved somewhat. Some kind of internal understanding of this weapon appeared, and it was as if I had not even studied, but was remembering under forgotten skills. But even so, Igris was grafted onto the family. Jean, keep an eye on my shadows. Well, I was also interested in something. Having felt the scream of my sister, I came back home. What happened? Jinah. The girl looked at Br dumbfounded, and he guiltily lowered his head and fell to his knees. Sorry Lord, did he do something? Asked. I held back my laughter. My sister widened her eyes. It was this thing. I woke up here, and she pointed to the sofa, and he was standing over me. Br, why are you scaring the girl? Sorry, I didn't mean to, guiltily mumbled the Ant King Jinah. Look at my sister, don't be afraid, Br is one of my strongest shadows. I left him here so that he would protect you. I was just scared from surprise. She crossed her arms over her chest. So Br, and why did you leave the shadow? The general looked away. He was ashamed to admit that he got out of the shadow only to watch TV while Jin was loosely on the sofa. Nevertheless, he couldn't lie to me either. I studied human culture, gave out an insectoid. You see, he was just watching TV, I explained to my sister. The next time Br was no longer hiding, I carefully sat on the sofa and watched historical dramas together with Jen or played with Jinah, who handed insects to Shu Jim under and ordered to entertain her. Girl quickly assessed the speed of the king's reaction and realized that if he was trained, then after playing a little and gaining experience, he would become just a monster in games. Thus Jinah decided to educate her faithful partner who would lead her team to victory in almost any game. True, when the girl had not seen Korean dramas, not only Br was watching, but also 4 more ants from his squad. It seems that Korean television has a new target audience. Meanwhile, the one who declared in Hunters Association office, I met with other Korean hunters with rank, who are also the heads of their guilds. Well, except for In, she is the deputy of Jong-in in the Hunters Guild in general. Earlier I contacted he and asked him to arrange this meeting. Hunter Jin Woo greeted me cha Hein. It was hard not to notice that the girl was really cheerful and looked very happy. Maybe I should invite her to have lunch together. Hein, I'm glad to see you again. I smile at the girl. It looks like you were the one who asked for this meeting, John. KN noticed. Yes, let's go to the conference room. The chairman was already waiting for us there with his confidant Hunter Arango Cheol. Maybe he is not as strong as the others present, but this guy is seriously involved in the association. Ga Uhi himself, the first thing he did after leaving his seat, greeted me with a handshake. I suppose if you decided to gather them here, we don't have much time left, he asked. Yes, that's right, I nod to the chairman. The hunters looked interested. Yunho frowned suspiciously already because the chairman understood that the topic of the meeting should be very serious. There was little time left, before which John became wary. I ask. Sit down now, I will explain everything. Exchanging glances, the hunters took a place at the conference table as well. The chairman sat down. Chul remained standing behind his boss while I just walked behind the hunters' backs, not getting ready yet. Being seated. What is happening with our world? The nature of the gate. The swordswoman was surprised. Why did they even appear is still an open question. The magician noticed we use the resources of the gate, but no one yet knows why they suddenly began to open all over the world. Preparation. I explained this is a test of the overlords, that the overlords open the gates so that we learn to fight the creatures of chaos, and so that their blood spilled in our world gradually saturates. What kind of overlords are there? Creatures whose power is too great for our world. Their very presence will simply destroy the earth. These are monarchs and overlords. Hunter Jin Woo, are you serious about these statements? Why such information? Doubted Yunho. I will explain. There is a way for these creatures to show their power in our world. Monarchs find a vessel among people and capture its body. Over time, a person can adapt to the power of the monarch and become his avatar. The lords do not capture the body of people, but share their power with them. The lords created hunters, they gave you power. What for? So that you can survive. When the war between the monarchs and the lord begins, everything is quite simple. Their conflict does not have any special meaning. They were simply created in time immemorial. Some were created to destroy worlds and others to protect. The ultimate goal of the monarchs is the destruction of all worlds. The overlords in this case are our allies, although they are the ones who create the dungeon that brings so much trouble to our world. What kind of allies are they then? I already said this is a test training. When the monarchs come, their armies will number in the millions of creatures of chaos, the same monsters with which we fight in the gates. Where did you Find out all this, almost screamed Yunho, and here everyone just grinned. Yana, this is known because I am the heir of one of the monarchs. What, although this is not entirely true with some doubt, I said. Ashbourne was an exception to all the rules. He is the overlord who went over to the side of the monarchs but was betrayed by them. Now he is no longer on the side of the monarchs and not on the side of the overlords. He is on the side of the people. Do you have at least some evidence? Frowned John. Here is my evidence. I snapped my fingers, and the next moment several gates opened at once. In the conference room, hunters naturally eyes widened before this. Gates were considered to be essentially a natural phenomenon, natural anomalies. The idea that someone opens them on purpose seemed absurd, but here I am in front of the strongest hunters of the country, opened my own gates. Before I was more secretive, fearing to provoke the monarchs, but folded my hands in a lock. Chairman, but the time has come. We don't have much time left before Antares comes to this world, the strongest of the monarchs. He is the dragon lord. Kamish remembered Yunho. Yes, the dragon that brought ruin to many cities until he was stopped, and in the army of Antares there will be hundreds of such, and he himself is so unimaginably strong that you can't even touch him. An impossible. Tank's voice trembled. It was a massive man, the head of the Glory Guild and one of those who were in the group on Jeju Island. If this is true, frowned John. Kn, why are you saying this? We now, as I said, there is little time left, and I want to prepare you for the decisive. In my hand a bright sphere lights up. This magic allowed me to very quickly achieve sufficient strength to withstand the full power of the Shadow Monarch, and now I grant you this spell. With its help you will be able to become much stronger, and when the time comes you will have the strength to help me. That this is a system created by one of the arts of chaos magicians. To clarify, that this system has been significantly modified compared to the one originally created by the architect, although the general is very similar, but here there is also another small addition. After their death the owners of this system will eventually become my shadows. Not to waste good things from the conference room, I sent the hunters straight to the dungeon Aaron, one of the legs which was still accessible, and here with the support of my shadows they began to gain experience in order to level up as quickly as possible. Well, and of course I also kept an eye on John, and something like I nod to him, and on this account I have a favor to ask you. People looked at me suspiciously. If during the war with the monarchs you die, can I summon you to this world again? What can you do? And people hesitated. Yunho, yes, and then for the demonstration and wall appeared assassin Te Sheik. My king bowed. That this guy was a hired killer, explained I. He also wanted to kill me as a witness, as well as several other people, and in fact this is no longer the person he was in life, rather his copy created with the help of the monarch's power. Hey, indignantly exclaimed Yunho, what are you carrying us? It's not that easy to kill and perhaps you just don't quite realize the power of the monarchs. I shook my head. When we finish I'll show you what we'll have to deal with when I clear this dungeon. But for now the hunt lasted much longer than if I had cleared it myself, but now my task was to strengthen the allies to the minimum level where they would be able to resist the armies of the monarchs. But I wasn't going to spend too much time on this. First, I'll help them get used to it, and then they'll level up themselves. In addition, they still haven't fully extracted the power of their sources. The hunters were connected to the lower-ranked overlords, but after leveling up, they might be able to extract the power of the fragments. The Gi chairman is the bearer of the strongest fragment, but he's simply not able to withstand all of its power. Perhaps soon one of these guys will be able to bring the power of the fragments of light into this world. As for my promise, it happened right here when we defeated the dungeon boss. But contrary to the hunter's expectations, the dungeon didn't begin to collapse. On the contrary, its energy went into a special state. Lock the gates. Red gates. Yes, I promised to show you what the monarchs are capable of. First, I need to put you in order. Br. The hunters shuddered when they saw a familiar monster. This is yes, and he also has the skills of a healer. He got these skills when he ate the head of the Japanese huntress Shimizu. One of the features of the King of Ants is that he can adopt the abilities of those he devours. More precisely, he could do this while he was alive perfectly, and now I have summoned my demoness. When the hunters were healed, my call one of my strongest shadows appeared. Lord, show them your power. No one kill but wipe the floors with them. Yes, bloodthirstiness demoness. What kind of Yunho hesitated for a moment, and the next moment he was pierced by a spear. With me Sil behaves quite softly, even affectionately, but she is a demon. And now the girl revealed her bloodthirsty side. She did not seek to kill anyone, but her attacks were harsh and traumatic. The leader of the tigers began to turn into a monster after he received several spear pricks through his armor, although his organs were not affected, but he was already bleeding, turning into a semblance of an anthropo. This is not training. I decided to give an explanation. I just want to show what we have to do, and when fighting with Sil, keep in mind that she is holding back, and even with all her strength she is weaker than the monarchs, although the latter was somewhat deceitful, since Sil very quickly masters new powers and will soon equal the Ram in power or even surpass him. She is so strong, the tank screamed. He tried to push back and Sil, but the demoness carried out a furious attack, having broken through several of the hunter's joints. His right arm was torn to shreds and was now hanging on in tatters, collecting fire in his hands. Sil even allows him to finish the spell, but when a fireball flew at her, the girl lunged, creating a stream of furious white plasma that split the hunter's fireball, after which the demoness broke through to him and spun him into a spear with a deadly mill, cut off both of the mage's hands with the blade of her weapon. The swordswoman was the last to get hit, but even she, having put everything on speed and agility, could not keep up with the demoness, piercing her stomach. The spear passed right through, and Sil raised her opponent up. The girl coughed up blood and could no longer continue the fight. Not only she, all the hunters received serious injuries and wounds that could lead to their death in the near future, and none of them could fight anymore. Br, heal them. I listen and obey respectfully, said the insect. And now, after the healing, the hunters looked at me with much more apprehension. One of my shadows turned them into useless pieces of meat in less than a minute. As you can see, you are not able to resist. Even one commander of the army of chaos monarchs are much stronger. What is this? Hoarsely exhaled Yunho. At all, and you do not fight with monarchs. I will do. Your task will be simply to survive and save as many people as you can, so that by the end of the war of monarchs at least some people remain to revive human civilization. The tank gaped in shock. I just threw up my hands, and since then I must note these hunters began to pump up much more persistently, and after through them I also passed the system to others, to strong enough hunters of their guilds. Thus, while the strongest hunters are pumping in high-ranked dungeons, in weaker dungeons weaker fighters train. Not that it would greatly affect the overall picture, but by the time of the invasion the Korean group of hunters will become somewhat stronger, which will play its role in the war. Nevertheless, they are still people and they still need rest. You did a great job, I noticed, turning to the swordswoman. Thank you. Awkwardly she said, looking away. Not mind if I treat you to lunch? Hell yes. And it seems like an adult girl, but she is embarrassed like an innocent schoolgirl. It was even interesting. Some of Hein's habits somehow reminded me of awkwardness and strong, but in any case, while we just had lunch together I was rushing things, and the girl herself was not ready for something more, although she seemed interested in me. By the way, are you not against joint training? The girl was surprised. Yes, you are probably one of the best swordsmen in Korea. Even though I am a summoner, I also use a sword in battle. I'm not against it. Is worth noting that she really was good. I surpassed her in strength, speed, endurance, reaction, but not in skill, although here not everything is so clear in one-on-one fights. We are technically Rav. Training with Igris made itself felt even more than the legacy of Ern, but in a mass slaughter when Thea is surrounded by many opponents, here I am stronger than Hein at the same time, and the girl herself surrounded by monsters felt more confident. Such fights are more in line with her experience. Nevertheless, her sword technique itself is not particularly designed for such battles and is more focused on one-on-one duels in general. We had a good time, and I also decided to pay attention to my girlfriend and one other person. The meeting was scheduled in the park. Jin was clearly glad to see me. "How are you doing?" I calmly asked. "In the last raid my level went up several times." "Thank you." With gratitude she answered. As part of the White Tiger Guild she also received a system from me, and perhaps for the chance to increase her own strength. She was especially grateful to me for this opportunity. She valued more than the status and money that she could get from our relationship. Jin Woo. The voice of another girl who had just come up to Juhi trembled. He smiled weakly. "I'm glad you came." She frowned, looking at my brunette companion with resentment. The sorceress herself looked back at me somewhat confused. Okay, heejin, this is Juhi, my ex, and..." The sorceress was confused. "Nice to meet you." Her voice sounded confident, but she remained polite, making a welcoming bow. Juhi responded with the same, but her gesture gave off a chill. "Why did you call me?" She frowned even more, although I admit I was a little touched by the fact that she immediately agreed to this meeting and came as if on a date. Perhaps she believed that I wanted to revive our relationship as it was before, and given her character it would have been quite likely if I had simply broken up with heejin. But in any case I invited them both. Not for this. We have something to talk about. This is not about our relationship. Except that a little now the best guilds are busy training together, and it is not for nothing that soon we will face the strongest shock since the opening of the first gate. Heejin frowned. Yes, the hunters from the guild are now also leveling up, but they do not yet know all the information, even though we are no longer together. But I am still worried about you, I say to the blue-eyed brown-haired girl. "That's why I invited you. This is not a date. I just want to protect you." "What are you talking about?" raised her eyebrows Juhi. "Let's walk. I will try to explain everything to you." And in fact I told them the same thing he told the guild leaders. Perhaps in a few months there will be an invasion of the army of chaos. Hordes of monsters even stronger than those in the gates will burst into our world. This can well be called the end of the world. The world as we know it will be destroyed, and few will be able to survive. Can't we do anything? Worried. I'm trying to prepare. I also want to strengthen the other hunters so that they have a better chance of surviving. I had an idea that it was possible to blow the trumpet. Darrows could open the gates to safer worlds to evacuate people, but such a large-scale operation will weaken me, and the monarchs will definitely take advantage of this, and if they defeat me then they will get to the rescued people sooner or later. In this way I can evacuate only relatively small groups of people before the day of judgment, and try to minimize losses by strengthening allies and replenishing my own troops. But this is all true. Showed skepticism. Heejin. Yes. The gates are opening behind me. Let's go. I opened these gates so that you could stand before the invasion, so you will have a better chance to survive. And Juhi, I stretch out my hand to her, and a stream of dark threads of spells breaks from my palm that weave. The system was created by one of the best chaos magicians. With its help you both will be able to become much stronger in record time. And now let's go. For the first time I did not arrange a marathon for the girls for several months. Although heejin was ready for this, she already has similar experience thanks to my training in the red gates of Juhi. You could already notice the system allows you not only to increase your strength but also to direct it development. You can master both support magic and attack spells and warrior skills. I hesitated. Girl, yes, I remember. For you all this is difficult. I don't want you to fight in the front lines, but I will be calmer if you become stronger. And before we continue, I used my new spells to attach new weaves to the souls of the girls through the system. Passive skills, magic equipment and titles that will make them even stronger. Other hunters also have similar gifts, but each has effects of different strength. In the end these skills feed on the energy of the player himself, and therefore the stronger the hunter the more powerful his effects will be. Lady of the Shadow grinned. Heejin. Well, what if I don't have a particularly rich imagination? I shrug my shoulders. That was the title that The sorceress received displeasedly at me. Juhi, you have the same one. The brunette became interested. No, everything is also displeased, the healer muttered, and what is nothing, she has the title. I explained, PFF smiling cheerfully. The sorceress approached me, embracing tenderly. Thank you, she whispered to me on the lips. After which she thanked me with a kiss. My hand already habitually grabbed the girl by her graceful waist. We'll leave all the tenderness for later, I said, tearing myself away from the lips of the sorceress. Otherwise it's somehow ugly to caress in front of Juhi. She looks like she's about to cry. Even heejin herself felt a little awkward. I'm sorry for this, I said guiltily. Let's continue training. I'll help you now and then. You'll be able to develop yourself in the dungeons or contact me and I'll open the gates for us again. And although it was practically a real raid, just not for the sake of resources but for leveling up, I felt like I was on a date with two stunning beauties. Still, both girls looked simply amazing. Their leveling up was going at a pretty fast pace. Their bodies were quite ready for development, so I gave them a task to destroy monsters, and when the quests were completed, both girls immediately received a lot of free points to distribute between their characteristics, even having a specialization. I advise you to distribute the points more or less evenly. Yeah, nodded heejin. I think we can finish for today, and you are probably tired and hungry. Should I treat you, or can I give you a ride home right away? The gates that opened right in front of us immediately returned us to the park. And a shadow began to pulsate under my feet. Black claws appeared nearby. And Castle generally showed that he was ready to flap his wings and take off at any moment. Juhi began to murmur, but fell silent when a hungry rumbling was heard. Forgive me. It's nothing, it was I who called you and made you train. There's nothing surprising in that. That you're hungry, let's have a snack then, and then I'll send you home. Dinner at a restaurant with two beauties at once, smiled slyly heejin. I just shrugged my shoulders. Juhi, I'm not calling you names, this is not a romantic dinner. Caring about your fellow hunter's grandfather, okay? The girl nodded. At the same time the sorceress continued to grin contentedly. Her gaze said, of course, I believe you, and poured out tons of sarcasm on me at the same time. But one way or another dinner took place. And I brought both girls to eat at a restaurant. It was not bad. Juhi, accustomed to home cooking with pleasure, la ran dish, and I, on the contrary, began to miss home cooking a little. When I get home I need to ask Igris to cook something. Sighed I. Noticed my sigh. heejin, I just remembered how amazingly Juhi cooks. The healer herself could hardly hold back a smile remembering those days, and in any case for now we limited ourselves to this only. After dinner I, as promised, delivered the girls to their homes. Was scared, Juhi squeaked, sitting down and grabbing the horny protrusions on her back with her hands. Castle, haha, this is incredibly funny, heejin exclaimed. Yes, perhaps I have the coolest car in Korea. That's right, Juhi, don't be afraid, nothing will happen to you. Sitting down next to her, I stroked her shoulders, and then I helped her get to her feet, hugged the healer, and didn't think of breaking free. On the contrary, she felt much calmer in my arms, and soon we could already see her house. If you don't mind, tomorrow I'll also take you for a new training session. I don't mind. Juhi sighed. That's where our meeting ended today, but only with the healer, because after I left her at home, the sorceress was left alone with me. I also brought her home, only I looked in on her myself. Jin was in a great mood, having received such a gift as the opportunity to become even stronger. She was determined to thank me with all her passion, so we spent the night together, which we were very pleased with. The very next day, our training was repeated again, so, for a whole week I accompanied the girls in the dungeons, helping them become stronger, simultaneously increasing the number of my own shadow army. Separately there were meetings with Hein, with whom we had fights and fought purely on balls. I must note that during this time, our relations with Juhi also became somewhat warmer, although we broke up. But she was clearly glad of my attention. And even though I sometimes repeated that I had no claim on her and simply wanted to sincerely help her out of old memory, which was partly true, this did not stop me from starting again. To take care of her after training, I took both girls to different restaurants for a joint dinner, and once I arranged a dinner right inside the gate where Igris and I cooked meat over a fire. Perhaps this dinner was the best. We even drank a little and the wine helped Juhi to relax a little. And not only her. Heejin watched quite calmly and even with some interest as I pressed the healer to myself in a rather intimate embrace, and with what pleasure I again caressed her body. My ex was still just as beautiful. Jin Woo was excited, the girl exhaled. We did not discuss the state of our relationship. Perhaps it was too awkward for her, but throwing aside the words, she graciously accepted my affection, and when I leaned toward her lips to kiss her, the girl herself clung to me. At first, my caresses were softer, but gradually they became more powerful. Juhi shuddered sensually when my palm passed up her body, stroking her and eventually grabbing the girl's elastic breasts. And after Heejin, I called the brunette. Fourth group only on Boost. What can I say? Waking up in the arms of two beauties is simply amazing, twice as good as if there was only one girl nearby, and enjoy these hugs, stroking Juhi's leg, which the girl threw on me. In a dream I began to get out of the girl's clutches. Sweet bolt. Heejin pressed herself closer to me and she almost woke up when I slipped out of her arms, but the girl quickly found the warmth of Juhi's body. The healer also reached out to the second girl, and here are my lovers pressing against each other in their sleep and calming down. Jin Woo happily muttered, the brunette poking me in the shoulder. I retreated to the kitchen where together with Igris I started preparing breakfast. When the cooking was finished and the spicy aroma began to wake up the girls, they were already pressed closely against each other. Their intertwined body looked excellent. I would have admired this picture. Good morning. I noticed that Heejin finally opened her eyes and she razzin-mouthed dumbfounded stare. Juhi, but it is worth giving her credit. The girl quickly pulled herself together and already contributed to the speedy awakening of the healer by stroking her on the shoulder. Jin Woo, what was the beginning? She was you, and recoiled, realizing that in the hot embrace it was not me who was clinging to her. Hey, we have prepared something for you to eat. Get up. Today I had breakfast in the company of two of my girls, and I was just a respirator too. It was not even love for the girls themselves, but a certain sense of my own achievement. The feeling of success was stronger than my affection for any of these beauties. However, this does not mean that themselves girls are not important to me. They are both madly like me. Perhaps today we can take a break, I suggested. Juhi shook her head negatively, trying her salad. Yeah, you yourself said that we have little time. Noticed Heejin. Then I will open the gate, but not right now. Before continuing to pump the girls, I played with them a little more after breakfast, and Juhi and I did not discuss it. It just all happened somehow by itself, and now she is mine again. Together with the hut during the following days I also helped them become stronger until the time came for the planned replenishment of the army. Then my servants were sent with the girls and I myself went to my ant farm. The queen did a good job. The Lord's 7 princes bowed before me. The promised elite wands, which the queen would sacrifice for the sake of her colony and the new world, each of them was almost equal to me in strength. Maybe they were only slightly inferior to him, because the queen had to give birth like from a machine gun, although this is not so to create these princes. She had to neglect the opportunity to lay regular eggs with ordinary worker ants. Now her colony consisted mainly of those ants that had hatched already after her defeat, because those whom she had created earlier were killed during the battle on Jeju, and replenished my army. What now? Accept the darkness, I said, and the darkness poured onto the princes, absorbing them. From the darkness my faithful shadows came out, after which they again knelt already under the leadership of Bara. You will give them names. I decided to entrust this task to my general, although in general Bara was already Close to becoming a marshal in Baisu, he pointed his finger at the nearest. Prince, now your name is N Baisu, and then he began to calmly name the next ones. Bara did not even have any doubts, he immediately picked up an ant, quite Korean. Names Huang Bain Wa Asanu He Su Helyu. Whether something in these names made me to be wary, it seems I have enough about Marinov in Korean society to understand the pattern. Br say these are female names. Yes, my king confirmed. Murash, that is, they are the beautiful daughters of the queen, enthusiastically declared Ant. So and you, I was a king, hesitated Br. I gave the queen the seed of a new generation. And stop, that means these princesses are your daughters? Taken aback. I am so, my king. It was somewhat shocking information, but there was something else, and I have already heard these names somewhere. Hey, these are characters from the drama that my mother watches. How about Scarlet Heart? Br embarrassedly clicked his jaw, turning away. Okay, I don't mind, I sighed. Anyway, my army was replenished with new strong generals, after which I went to a new dungeon to test these princesses in battle well, and a little more to replenish my army well, and also along the way I looked into my sister's school. What are you doing here, maid? Jinah noticing me and also so funny looking around. Did anyone see her? Running to my beloved brother. And what, really can't I visit my little cute sister? You flared up discontentedly and embarrassedly. The girl, how did they let you in? So now it was not a parent-teacher meeting, and even relatives of students are not allowed to just walk around the school. Did not ask permission, but just sneaked in secretly. They wanted to stop me. Nodding to the girl, but I said that I missed my sweet little angel, showing her our joint photo, the very one where she still need to draw on the ears. This photo I now have as a desktop background on my smartphone. And then they immediately let me in. Jinah took a deep breath and furiously bulged her eyes. And by the way, we are here at this moment. We approached one of the unused offices. It seemed that no one had been there for at least a week. After all, it takes exactly 7 days for the new gates to break through, and so, opening the door, we come face to face with a green-skinned orc who, seeing us, opened his mouth in surprise. The Yiddish took hold of him furiously. He raised his axe above his head, the orc's eyes filled with blood from anger, and the monster rushed at us. From such a picture, Jean's soul almost evacuated into her heels. She squealed in fear behind me. I didn't even take my hands out of my pockets. The darkness stirred, and Igris stepped forward, with a sweeping blow, cutting the orc in half. Due to the inertia of the blow, the upper part of the monster flew off to the side along with its axe. The orc itself was still alive at that moment and looked dumbfounded at his legs, which had been mown down and had collapsed to the floor. But when the upper part fell, the monster's skull was smashed by the blow to the floor, and the last remnants of life left his eyes. Weaklings shook their heads. I had, but still will come in handy. Igris cleared, respectfully bowed. Bloody went into the dungeon leading my troops. And you rise up. I extend my hand, crust, and from its upper part a shadow separated, rising to my new soldiers. You, so you raise killed monsters? Surprised Jean. I also looked at her in surprise. Didn't you understand this before? Well, when you saw the shadows of ants and pursing her lips, the girl turned her gaze to the gate. And this thing at our school, the gate can open anywhere. Shrug. And how are you? I am your older brother, of course. I keep an eye on the cute little sister so that nothing bad happens to her. The girl frowned. I patted her hair, but at that moment she began to snap like an angry sparrow and gratefully accepted Jean's affection and imagined what could have happened if I hadn't been here today, and even if only for a moment. But she managed to feel the fury of a monster. She saw the eyes of an orc who wanted to chop her into pieces. Don't worry, Jean, as long as I'm alive, nothing will happen to you. I'll get the girl. I press her to myself, so I earned some more points in my sister's eyes. Well, and I increased my army. Meanwhile, the world itself did not stand still, although I had to push it a little in the right direction so that the planet would spin where it was needed. After one of my calls to the chairman, a meeting of the strongest hunters of the national level was soon scheduled. All The carriers of the shards of the overlords went to America for this meeting, including me, the hunter Jin Woo. The flight to another continent will take some time, and I decided to take advantage of a comfortable flight on a small plane, although I could have sent the castle to America in advance and used shadow exchange, but it's better to do everything officially. In addition, it allowed me to solve another old problem and at the same time get new high-class shadows for now. Sorry, I frowned. Adam White introduced himself. The man was a neat brown-haired man with a friendly look and the same friendly smile. I am a representative of the American Bureau of Hunters, and what do you need from me? They asked me to convey to you an invitation to a meeting. My boss wants to talk to you. Let's see when I'm free. After the meeting you will find me. My answer clearly pleased the guy, although I only guessed what they might need from me, but in reality it was not so important, and for now the flight itself passed for me somehow, even unnoticed. Most of the time I watched TV series with Barrow. In fact, a little later I admired his eyes as the genie takes a shower before bed. Also, with the help of shadows to America, I arrived before the meeting began. There was time to walk around and stare at all sorts of sights. Well, I also deliberately shown my face in crowded places and used the castle for transportation as my favorite car. There were people here who really wanted to meet me. I was just leaving a cozy cafe, and on the go I was sipping ice cream from a cup when a black sedan appeared on the road, and it took me some effort to hold back my grin when a huge man got out of the passenger seat. His eyes were burning with scarlet fire, showing that his body was simply overflowing with magical power, and it was practically pouring out of his ears. Magic seethed in him with such force that ordinary people began to feel threatened and hurried to move away. Jin Woo grinned. The Korean Ika, let's talk. Coming closer, Don Soo clenched his fist. The veins on his hands bulged, showing that he was ready to strike at any moment, and barely restrained his bloodthirsty impulses. I don't think we have anything to talk about, and I don't give autographs. I waved my hand dismissively and pretended that I was going to leave. Already started to turn around, but Donsu abruptly grabbed me by the shoulder. You didn't understand. I didn't ask whether you want to talk or not. Now you will answer my questions, and if not, I will beat the answers out of you by force. Yeah, take your hand away. Hunter only strengthened his grip, and an ordinary person would have already broken a couple of bones. Take your hand away if you don't want to lose it. You killed my brother. Threw Don's and tried to squeeze my shoulder even harder. He didn't even have time to react. Somehow, when the greatest fragment flashed in my hands, the grip weakened and the chopped off Hunter, dumbfounded, recoiled in disbelief, watching arterial blood gushing from his stump. Of course I killed him. I'm answering the Hunter's question. You know yourself that your brother was scum. Sooner or later this stupid lizard would have died like a stupid and downtrodden mad dog. What could a man who throws his comrades into a dungeon rotten filthy death? I cut off this degenerate's head. I suppose I answered your question. It was an almost blatant provocation, but it also can't be said that I was wrong or exaggerated. The hunter, his blow was swift like a flash of lightning, but he was just an S-rank hunter, not even a national level. For me his movements were slow, and while his fist had not yet reached my head, I had already made a cutting swing. The blade, the hand with which they wanted to hit me, was in an instant. The eye was cut off at the very base where it connected to the body. Having lost his hand, Don flew forward from the inertia and fell a little to the side, and I delivered a kick to him in the calf muscle, forcing the man to fall to his knee. This was facilitated by my release. Like your brother, Donsu dumbfoundedly followed the blade of the greatest fragment when one quick blow separated his head from his body. The people who came with this guy in horror five from me, and no one, while in no hurry to call me to account. Despite self-defense I could well be held accountable, but the world has already changed. The ordinary police simply will not dare to point a gun at a hunter. Es rank in the eyes of ordinary people. We ourselves are monsters. Kais, I call the shadow of the wyvern rises from the darkness, and its impressive wings hide the OTC. And now rise, he says. Tall and broad-shouldered, a warrior with an outstanding physique stood up in front of me. His face was hidden by a mask, a skull, but devotion sparkled in his eyes. The name really suited him, greedy for power and money, and in the end could I call him anything else? But now get out of my sight. I obey. The general obediently carried out my order. This guy was strong enough for such a revival. Maybe if Don Su had been on Jeju Island during the raid, he could have dealt with the king of Murashiki. It's quite possible. For now I took out my smartphone and contacted the American Hunters Association to report that their hunter had treacherously attacked me in broad daylight with the intent to kill me. However, I didn't leave the crime scene, and soon a new character appeared on this bloody stage. I told him not to bother you. Thomas Andre said disappointedly. This man could well be called a giant. He barely fit into the limousine he had arrived in, and now Thomas was looking down at me while I was barely reached his chest with the top of his head. The short sleeves of his shirt did not hide the powerful bundles of muscles. This guy's arms, even in a relaxed state, were not the size of my leg but rather commensurate with the body. If you like mad dogs so much you could at least keep him on a leash. Dismissively I threw, when such animals climb on people, sooner or later someone will be found who will shoot the beast. Hey, the giant muttered offendedly. This guy was from my guild. And what now? Do you even know who I am? The hunter was surprised. It seems like someone who does not understand the state of affairs. I looked at him with an appraising glance. You have no right to swing here but to ask for forgiveness for your cur and bow at my feet. Ha! The hunter's eyebrows just flew up on his forehead. He was so amazed that your mouth dropped open in surprise. It seems you did not understand. Andre stretched out, hostilely, softened and stunned, retreated. When I picked up the greatest fragment, Thomas shuddered and his eyes flashed gold. Impossible! It rang out, an inhuman voice. Razel Usri, your champion, or he will die. Yes, I ask your forgiveness, humbly bowed the Lord, and to surprise nearby Thomas Andre knelt before me looking down. He will not dare to attack, whispered he, after which in such a knee of an inclined suitable place squinted I go. The hunter with some surprise followed me. I sat him on my back. Soon we rose into the air where it was possible to talk calmly. Andre himself looked somewhat hit, as if the Lord giving him strength spoke to him for the first time. You practically the strongest hunter, I sighed, but still too weak to resist. The monarchs of what are you talking about? Frowned that Roselle. Will explain everything to you before the meeting. I will tell you only the essence. The war will begin soon and your current you can only distract the monarchs, no more. They will kill you, but thanks to the creation of the architect you will be able to become stronger. You will become strong enough to release all the power of the Lord in my hand already built in. Streams, bundles of darkness forming a new weave of the system. Don Su was too stupid in my army. From him will be more useful that from you it is required to follow the instructions of the system and become stronger. I concluded, having lowered the threads of the spell. Thomas jerked and began to cover himself with armor, his spiritual form, but quickly calmed down, allowing the system to weave the shackles of his soul. I could provoke him in the same way as the Dinettes and kill him by making a shadow, but it would be much better to let him gain strength with the help of the system and only then get a warrior equal to the Lord, although my shadows are already pumped with the help of the same systems. But in Andre's case his development is nourished not only by the influence of my spell but also by the power of the master. The rest I will tell at the meeting, but probably Roselle will dedicate you anyway. And on this our conversation actually ended. Okay, and now let's go from my car. We were just flying over the suburbs and Jan sent the hunter flying. Uliu shouted, described the man. However, he didn't even have to use his abilities. His body, saturated with magic, was too strong for a fall from such a height to cause him any serious damage, and so far everything still seems to be quiet. But I already feel that we are entering the home stretch. We are all humanity. Monarchs will surely notice that the activity of the masters has increased. They can start acting at any moment, but I am already ready for this, and soon I will be ready for the battle with the Santa. There is very little left. The meeting went better than I expected. The first part consisted in the fact that the carriers of the fragments met in a small company where I laid out my plan of action to them. Some of them already had a connection with the master, and someone learned about the source of their powers only now, but in the end I received their support and they received from me the weaving of the system, and just like that, through them I passed on the system to their guild, which consisted of many strong hunters. Thus my influence grew, considering that I have considerable power over the system I created and can regulate its functioning. Only do not forget how to make a fool of me from the spell. You need to take this into account. Nevertheless, most hunters are not even close to inept mages, even those of them who have class of the mage, and eventually soon most of them will die in any case after which these hunters will join the ranks of my shadows. I did not even hide this. At least from the avatars of the rulers, they, understanding the current situation, did not particularly object. In the end, a serious threat loomed over all of humanity. And then a meeting was held with the heads of other powerful guilds and representatives of several countries where we laid out this information in a slightly truncated emergency pumping of hunters who received the weaving of the system for themselves, and a discussion began of the mass evacuation program in which I promised to take part and open the gates to a safe world where people can wait out the invasion, but at the same time I immediately said that I would not be able to maintain so many gates for too long, after which I was invited to the office of the American Association. We did not have a strong enough magic class hunter to give him this rune side. The deputy local chairman: honestly, we initially wanted to offer it to you in exchange for my loyalty and a change of citizenship. I chuckled, but now the situation has changed. We will need all the forces we can get. I was brought to a special underground, the room around which the office of the association was founded. It was here that the remains of the dragon porridge were kept, and the rune that remained from it, which contained enormous power, interested me both. Rise, I said, looking at the remains of the dragon at the same time in my hand. An impressively sized runestone was broken, the power to pour into my aura, creating a new design of an active skill and simultaneously crashing into my soul itself, feeding it with the power of a dead dragon. The king of shadows himself called changed. Vibrating with power, the voice from the bones of the dragon separated the shadows, merging into one huge figure. The dragon was 10 times larger than the wyvern and really inspired awe. In its appearance, I expected that there would be difficulties with its raising, especially remembering how it happened in the comic, but contrary to these expectations, everything was in order. Yes, pulling out the soul of the dragon was harder than any other shadow that I had already raised, but I did it especially since the Kamish himself willingly reached out to me, ready to serve. If only to return to this world again. Perhaps earlier there would be difficulties due to lack of strength, but now there were no such problems. Kamish nodded. I will have a new car. The dragon at that moment jumped up, noticing people behind the viewing glass who did not dare to act in the room during the raising of the dragon. Gur, calm down. I stopped the dragon, ready to attack people, and the monster immediately calmed down. Stepping forward, he lowered his head so that look at me, and then his tail began to sway from side to side like a dog. It is an honor for me to serve the Lord of Shadows, the dragon solemnly said. Yeah, I see. I continued to watch the movement of his tail in surprise. In this way I immediately got a new marshal in my army. Kamish was a very powerful creature, and after the rise became even stronger. On this my business in America ended. It was time to return home, but also other hunters also flew away to their homeland to continue preparations for the invasion in their countries. I myself am already an ordinary transport and just opened the gate well, and along the way again encountered monsters and replenished his troops. Sir, cheer up and strengthen. After clearing the new gates, her knight's spear acquired demonic war horses, and now the demon's knight ceased to be just foot soldiers. Battle on horseback was more familiar to them. Glad you like it. I chuckled. Along the way an interesting idea came to me, which I decided to implement as soon as possible, just to oppress me in the near future, to rush around the countries and opening the gates to evacuate people. To do all this alone will be somewhat burdensome, even if the lords help us, so I again turned to the magic of the architect. Together with him we concocted a spell of the gate that could be used as a skill, and later through the system many hunters received this ability so that they could evacuate people in their countries themselves. The skill itself was an incomplete creation of the gate and used an already created corridor between the worlds. Hunters could not change the coordinates of the world, and thus the guilds could also prepare in advance for the evacuation, not only in this country but also in another world. Nevertheless, the increased activity of the Association of Hunters around the world, as well as the collection of carriers of the fragments, clearly made the monarchs worry, and they made their move. Their first attack was Successful too quickly, and there are too many possible points of impact for me to keep track of them all. As a result, one of the carriers of the fragments was killed. The Lord, his shadow, appeared to me after death, who was the monarch of the monsters. Kirisha and the beast, 3 monarchs at once, they act for sure. And they also used magic to transfer the hunter to the interworld murders. Because of this I couldn't track them, but something like this was quite expected, so I didn't even put weak shadows on these guys for observation. The monarchs will simply destroy them. I won't get anything, will find out about me. Well, that's how they already know about me, but they're not yet sure who my loyalty belongs to. Now I put 2 of my strongest magicians, Architect and a knot to Andre's ears. They will be able to break confined space and contact me, and the next blow fell on the chairman Ga, but this time I arrived in time. The Architect did everything as it should be, and when the artificial dimension broke into pieces, returning the monarch and the chairman to the real world, I found myself right there. What was taken aback? Ice monarch, a tall elderly man with deathly blue skin and white hair. The influence of the monarch distorted the vessel that was previously a man. In general, they also need avatars like the ruler. Only monarchs subjugate the body of the carriers to themselves, when the rulers only share their power. So you grinned. You smiled crookedly in time. Ga, holding the wound on his shoulder, but it's okay to live. Ashbourne exhaled the monarch. Whose side are you on? He was scared, but in no hurry to attack. I just took advantage of the monster's pause to get closer to him. Grandfather already realized that it was better for him to retreat, but it was too late. Now I was already much stronger than an ordinary monarch, so he is trying to step back, concentrating mana to open the gate, but the next moment my hand squeezed his throat and the pressure of my power almost crushed him. The monarch had to direct all his strength to resist my power and not let my influence turn his body into a compressed lump of flesh. Traitor power. Old man, it's funny to hear this from you. Raising my hand, I made the monarch dangle in the air, kicking with my legs. You've always been a coward, you know. I'll even spare your life if you swear to serve me. Grandfather. Well, groaned the monarch, but there was no sincerity in his words, only fear and restrained hatred. Nevertheless, my grip weakens. Icy. The monarch falls to the floor immediately. Collapsed fighters, but not owners of hearts. I didn't want to reveal this trump card ahead of time, so now Igris and Br with his daughters appeared here. Even he here stared dumbfounded at the bloody monarch. The chairman turned to Gi. It's time to strike back. The old man blinked in surprise, seeing the system message: attention, emergency mission raid on monarchs. Targets beast 0/1 Kirisha, 0/1 monarch of monsters, 0 to 1 Guman, 0 out of 1. To complete the quest you will be transferred to the dungeon in 5958. All national level hunters and several more of the strongest S-rank hunters received such a quest. They were given an hour to prepare, after which I was going to attack our enemies. Antares has not yet come to this world, but the weaker monarchs have already found their avatars. They are already in this world and can be killed. Besides, they do not expect such an attack right now. I was prepared enough. The time was almost up. Gi managed to prepare, but he did not need no equipment. He is too strong for ordinary items. Armor and weapons that can be a treasure for ordinary hunters were useless for him. And finally, my old friend sighed. I again turned my attention to the ice monarch. The beast betrayed me, stabbed me in the back. It is time to pay for betrayal. Call him and the others too. Everyone should see how the court administers. So you were taken aback, monarch. Whose side are you on? Ashbourne. In my hand the greatest particle of light of the blades materializes, which almost touches the monarch's neck, and the mighty monster turned pale with horror, feeling the power restrained by the magic weapon. He felt this furious light and understood that one blow would be enough to cut short his life. That this is an unnatural thing. Where did you get this? It's none of your business. Carry out my grandfather's orders. Suppressed by fear, the monarch fulfilled my demand, and soon all the monarchs acting on Earth were called for a meeting, and they turned out to be surprisingly careless, so confident in their powers and not expecting an attack. And the monarch of monsters looked in surprise at the strange gate that appeared in the center. Of the cave, these guys chose a very funny place for their meetings, a damp cave well. How could it not be an ideal meeting place for evil? And here the assembled monarchs look in surprise as my strongest shadows come out of the portal in even rows. Open several portals and hunters come onto the stage. Beast with repentance, I also come out to meet you, the monarch of demonic beasts distorted. His face, shock and panic flashed in his eyes, and the other monarchs also trembled. Seeing the head of the ice monarch in my hands, naturally I was not going to let him live. You promised, in panic screamed from Santa Claus when I tore his heart out of his chest with my power. The greatest fragment was furiously burning in my hands. Ha, you know, I just wanted to see your face at that moment, and with one blow his head was separated from his body, a sword forged from the greatest fragment of light. Tempered in the hatred of betrayal, also hated deception, that's how it should be, but this blade turned out to be surprisingly contradictory. I didn't want to kill the monarch, so I immediately thought of letting him try to stab me in the back so as not to break my word, but I despised the sword betrayal as if with some kind of childish delight to egg on the ice monarch, although I suppose the fact is that the blade felt the insincerity of the monarch himself and his readiness to stab me in the back as soon as the opportunity arose, because he already considered him a traitor. Well, in the end the blade was imbued with the desire to destroy creatures of chaos, and now I finally caught up with you. Scowls looking at the beast, you ran away from me for a long time, and before it began fight, monarch of demonic beasts. The fear of the king was passed on to his vassal, making the entire army of chaos beasts vulnerable to me. In any case, the beast was unable to escape far from the shadows. The hellish cavalry emerged, delivering a crushing, ramming blow, and on the stria of the wedge was and strong that it pierced the monarch, sparkling with a thunderous spear. Impossible, this is the same white flame the curse also tried to leave, but the architect had already blocked this section of space. Even the monarch would need to make a lot of effort and spend some time to overcome these spells. They did not have such an opportunity. Will smear in a bright golden flash, his body was covered with spiritual armor. Lav impressed, one of the hunters stretched out, but the battle had already begun. Yoga Manda and the hot queen of insects I left to the rest when I myself jerked closer to the monarch of monsters. Yes, you spawn, already realizing that it would not work to retreat. He decided to enter the battle. His eyes flashed scarlet and he tried to dodge my blow in order to immediately produce after that counterattack, but I was already faster and also caught the enemy with my power, not letting him avoid the blow. The monarch's power is a very convenient ability that also allows you to compensate for the difference in speed. For example, if you are very strong but not fast enough to catch a fast enemy, but in this case I used this skill to inflict a more devastating blow. The fragment pierced the monarch's spiritual armor, weak and with its defense, after which the blade of the blade cut the monster in two. The vertical line of light was a dash. When parts of his body began to disintegrate, I picked up the still beating heart to put it in the inventory. It will still come in handy, but at least this fight was short. During this time, Gunt managed to kill one of the hunters, Asha, successfully. Advra are you? Nevertheless, my allies not only held back the monarchs but also gradually suppressed them. They could have coped without my help. Perhaps Ashborn screamed in rage. The monarch of changes, Yoga Mont, turned into a ghost, overcoming the encirclement to rush into a suicidal, but 100 blades of his fingers powerlessly carves out, so I grab him by the throat. His body is distorted, but he no longer has time to escape. His essence is attracted, and after seconds I only have to extract the monarch's heart more by the mucus that somehow miraculously retains the shape of a pulsating organ, while it oozes energy that takes the form of a substance that behaves both like a flame and like a liquid. Ashborn, stop, stand, why did you attack? Kirisha screamed in panic. Because I am a person. Calmly give an answer. What? Ha. Painfully coughed up blood. One of them tried to hold her back. Here I thought that I should have attacked her first. She was not as strong as the other monarchs, but her specialty is poison, and now almost half of the hunters who held back the queen of insects were poisoned and were already 1 foot in the grave. I will serve you. Have mercy, she blurted out. About forgive me, but this is not my plan. Of course she is a hot point, and for a moment I even doubted the need to kill her. But it would be much wiser to rip out her poisonous heart and hand it over to the faithful, I take it, than to hope for the loyalty of the monster. They do not give any shadows. No. In the eyes Kirker blazed horror. Yes, die already. A powerful blow GFA could have smeared someone else, but the body of the poisonous monarch was covered with strong armor of chitin, and yet she was sufficiently constrained by the fight so that I could calmly deliver my blow, and another monarch lost his head. The Lord and Sil joyfully brought me the head of the beast. The demoness was sincere, happy that I was able to get such a trophy for me. Mind well done. I stroked her head on the helmet in confusion in general. But the girl almost squealed with delight. So now I have 4 more hearts to elevate my 4 shadows. Poor Antares, he has no chance left. All the hunters who took part in the raid received their reward stat points, new passive skills and titles, although I would have given them something like this anyway before the decisive battle. Yuri, looked I at one of my new shadows, a national level hunter. A tank with fairly powerful defensive abilities, but he died at the hands of the monarch. Only 1 blow cut short his life. Nevertheless, now he has become even stronger. It is much more difficult to kill a shadow. Even fatal wounds are restored almost instantly as long as I have mana, and I also draw strength from the darkness, although my army is not the most numerous among the monarchs, but my warriors are immortal, and each fallen enemy replenishes my troops. Ha, all this is perplexedly said Andre. These were the monarchs. There was one more. Calmly I noticed Antares is stronger than all the other monarchs combined, and now all the troops of chaos of the monsters that fell here obey him. Mice of the poisoned hunters were healed by my shadows that had the corresponding skills BR and Shimizu, and although the plans did not change, but the hunters, in my opinion, were overly inspired by the fact that even this raid did not go without losses. On the other hand, they were the commanders of the invading army, so the players really had a reason to be proud as participants in the action. Architect, yes my lord, what can you do with their bodies? Nodding at the remains. Monarchs. Machouse thoughtfully frowned. You took their hearts, lord, but their bodies still full of powerful magical power. I can use them to create alchemical elixirs and magical items, so let us do. Some hunters wanted to dispute this, saying that in their guild there are masters who could make weapons using the bodies of monsters, but I just said that the architect is much better. After all, it was he who created the system. In this way I could further increase the combat capability of my army, and while the architect was creating new weapons for my strongest warriors, I decided to dispose of the most valuable trophies. Igers calmly accepted my gift, but I directly felt what she was holding back in her heart. Great joy was inspired, not even by the gift itself, but by my trust when I handed the girl the iron heart that previously belonged to the monarch of monsters. BR as planned received the heart of the monarch of insects, and the heart of the beast was transferred to X-Tan. The mighty Titanic monster received the power of the monarch, becoming another of my marshals. Or rather, each of them could already be considered the Grand Marshal, at least by the level of forces for sure, but in order to receive this title each of them also must receive under their personal control an army of shadows. There was also the heart of the Ice Monarch that was given to Baruki, so I still had the heart of the Monarch of Change, and I presented it to the architect. I thank you, Lord the Magician. Exhaled in shock. I will never forget your generosity and owe to your trust. With the weapon he just barely managed to, Igris received a new 2-handed sword created from the remains of the Iron Monarch, and the forces got a spear and daggers from the fangs of the beast. BR acquired hanging claws on top of his own, and also for himself the architect created a staff from parts of the body of Yonda. Along the way I also received the Fangs of Wrath, a weapon from parts of Kamish that was kept by Thomas Andre. This weapon was received by my new Ice Monarch in the person of the Elven Shadow Baruki, and just at that moment Antares decided to launch an offensive. Well, how to start? He opened Many gates around the world, huge whirlwinds of energy arose above megalopolises of many countries, but at the same time the dragon's monarch was in no hurry to attack, or rather he was not allowed to do it right away. The magic of the rulers sealed the gates, but it will last only 7 days, the very period that is necessary for breaking through the dungeon, and such a period the Lord set for their gates is not accidental. They prepared people for this day. And now people know that they have exactly 1 week left before the invasion, but we were already ready in theory. I should have increased the pace of clearing the remaining dungeons, but instead I did the opposite. Relaxed now, I spent more energy helping to evacuate people, and the rest of the time I rested. I would not like the invasion of Antares to catch me, tired hunter. Jin Woo awkwardly addressed me. Cha Hein, I met this girl in the office of the Hunters Association. I generally hesitated. Girl Koha, maybe you will have dinner with me, and at the table everyone tell me yes. The swordswoman was glad. Such an awkward girl, but it was even nice. Lately we met less and less. I myself had a lot of things to do, and in the end I already have 2 girls, but she herself is just asking to fall into my arms, so why not? Besides, she already knows about my relationship with 2 mistresses at once, so what did you want to talk about? While we were waiting for the order, I just thought we don't have much time left. The invasion will start soon, which you talked about. Yes, therefore, well, I just like me. You like me? Yn Nev pursed her lips and looked away. Ha, I see. And you decided to confess suddenly. There will be no other such opportunity, but you know, I have heejin and juhi, and maybe I want the same at another time. Maybe she wouldn't have decided on such a relationship, but now, on the eve of the crisis, she wasn't particularly worried about the future. She just wanted to get closer to me now, so this dinner quite naturally ended with an invitation, after which I visited Cha Hein in her house. Spacious apartments, in general, in a residential complex, expensive housing, but without pompous luxury, but a very practical large apartment in which it's simply convenient to live. MGGX, and we didn't waste time. It was similar to our meetings with heejin in her house, except that Hein was very shy and turned out to be a somewhat passive partner. The fact that she herself actually confessed to me was already a huge achievement, so she was much calmer when I myself took the initiative. Kisses, caresses. Yes, that's how Jinah, before she had time to pull up her shorts, I grabbed the girl by the hand and pulled her towards me, forcing my sister to get out of bed. What are you doing? And, clasping her waist, I press her to me to cover her lips with a kiss. The next moment, as they say, strike the iron while hot, and Jinah was now very hot, continuing to kiss her, stroking my sister's waist and lowering my palm onto her elastic nuts to squeeze one of her berries. The girl herself shuddered sensually, as if wanting to press herself even closer to me. She was shocked by what was happening, but this was what she secretly wanted, and now she didn't even think about pushing me away. On the contrary, Jinah began to respond to my kiss, our tongues intertwined in a sensual dance, caressing each other. But in the end the kiss was interrupted. Jin Woo, what are you doing? Stunned exhaled the girl. Only Atpa from me. She wasn't even going to Jinah. I slightly pushed her forward, throwing her on the bed, and I found myself on top looking into the girl's frightened and excited eyes. You know, I told you the invasion will start soon, and we have so little time left, brother. I just thought with whom I want to spend this time before the war starts. I hope for victory, but it may happen that there simply won't be another chance. If I don't do it now, then maybe I won't be able to say how much I love you. What are you, not only like a sister? I whisper, leaning towards her ear, and it looks like my feelings are mutual. Picking up her phone, looking at the photos in which she drew inspiration for her pranks. This is not letting her finish. I closed the girl's mouth with a new kiss, my hands already more confidently exploring her slender body, caressing my sweet little sister. Fifth throat only on busty again. Chap chap. Lord, a tall shadow warrior came out to me, chained in the armor behind his back. You could even see the marks of wings. Once this warrior was one of the generals of the troops of the lords and loyal Supporters of Ashbourne, after the fall of the greatest fragment of light into darkness, he followed his master. Billion sighed. I knelt down, putting my hand to my heart. Your troops, he said. Then next to us from the shadows came out my grand marshals Igris and Sil, Birchton, Cyclops, architect Baruka. And from each emanated a powerful impulse of force equal to the monarch. Billion, the strongest warrior, was inferior to each of my 7 generals. This exhaled the dumbfounded warrior, and together with my commanders my troops also appeared. After all the recent raids, now the number of my legions was no longer inferior to the returned army of Ashbourne, and although this is still much less than the forces of Antares, now he definitely has no chance. We were ready, although there was still one avatar hunter carrying the power of the fragment of the Lord. He saw and did not come to meet me, and this worried me a little. Father Jin Woo remained in the shadows, although he is not so strong that it made me worry. Lux claims that he simply acts independently, tracking down the monarchs, and most likely does not even know that only one Antares remained true. I directly felt that there was something else hidden behind these words that the Lord did not want to tell me, but there was no time to deal with it. The main thing is that the enemy is advancing and we are ready to meet him. The cities were empty. A huge number of people were evacuated, although not everyone wanted to leave, especially since the mass evacuation began after the appearance of the giant gate. Nevertheless, almost everyone. The hunters were preparing for battle. The Hunter Association wanted to split the forces and send the strongest hunters to different countries so that they would meet the troops at each gate, but I objected to such a plan. We do not know what forces will leave this gate. There is only one Antares and he poses the greatest threat. And what does this mean? We must keep the strongest hunters in reserve, and when the enemy attacks, send our best forces as a united force to decapitate the enemy army. I explained my plan. Then all the armies of chaos will lose their central control and leave the rest of the places unprotected, no matter how well they are protected. If we do not defeat Antares, the earth will perish. This argument lasted longer than I would have liked, but I had already earned some authority in the association, and it was here that I also received information that Sun Il Huan appeared from the gate in America after meeting Don Su. Father Jinhua was considered a monster, but he started a massacre and disappeared to an unknown location. You yourself know that Don Su was he called my father a monster just out of spite, so that everyone would be under. I don't give a. That was his essence. Yes, he says, from my shadow a massive warrior appeared dressed. Yes, Lord, he was stronger than me, but he is on the side of the people. This is, after all, waving his hand. I just sent the shadow away, and in any case Il Huan, since then he has not shown himself. It is not clear what he has planned, but perhaps he will join the battle when it begins. You will be able to determine where this Antares is coming from. Andre asked me the gates of the OTK. And at that moment all the strongest hunters were concentrated in one place. Now they were all looking at me. Yes. I use shadows to monitor all the gates. When Antares appears, I will open the gates. I see. Is it not better to drag out the battle? Asked another carrier of the shard. Do you think that the longer we fight, the stronger the army will become? Not understanding. Yes, we will be able to attack their weak point, and the longer this lasts, the stronger you will become. I shook my head. No matter how many troops there are, Antares will easily destroy them. But Dragon Cry, how many? The devastation brought by Kamish, and how much stronger will Antares be? One of his roars is enough for entire armies to fall. Then your task will not be to fight the Santa. I will do this. You will have to hold back his army. The dragons, just imagine yourself a few dozen pebbles weaker. Thomas frowned. What a devil. The hunters were clearly tense about such a prospect, although we had already discussed this, but perhaps not in such detail. They knew that our enemy would be stronger than anything they had encountered before, but in reality now the hunters understand that their lives depend only from that. Will I be able to cope with interest, and how much time will it take me for this to wait the last minutes before the gates open? And this time dragged on almost painfully, and the tension among the hunters only grew. Through the monitors we could see how the glow of the gates intensified, and I closed my eyes, concentrating on the feelings of my shadows. Flying ants were near each gate, and so I could feel the power emanating from them. It was A deception. I calmly tell the assembled that all these gates are just dust in the eyes. The entire invading army will pass through the gates in Canada. One of the hunters sighed tensely, and now they better understood that creating a reserve of the strongest hunters was the right decision. It would be even better if we could remove most of the hunters from protecting the cities of Europe and Asia to send them to America, but this will not happen in the end. The Hunters Association does not rule the whole world. What can I say if some countries did not even evacuate, denying the threat hanging over us? However, the USA just fully recognized the threat and provided maximum support, and it was in this branch of the association that the concentration was concentrated. The greatest forces are waiting, I said, after which all the hunters with the system received a new task, and they also had a new title activated. Paladin. All characteristics P100 damage against creatures of chaos, P50% defense, P50%. The team of national level hunters received another title, Dragon Slayer. All characteristics P300 damage against dragons, P30% damage against creatures of chaos, P50% defense plus 100% if it were possible. Then everyone else would receive the same bonuses, but only the strongest hunters could maintain such a weave. Let's show these freaks. Thomas hit his fist on the palm. Early calmly said I. What are we waiting for? Leof was perplexed. I need him to transfer more troops through the gate. I used the roar of the dragon to kill as many as possible. That rune, it was part of my plan. Antares made a mistake. Attacking the blow. The city under the gate had already been evacuated. All that remains is to wait until he brings even more monsters into this world, and despite the size of these gates to the king, dragons needed more time to transfer such a large force. The streets were flooded with monsters. Dragons flew in the sky, but it took them another whole hour for such a large force to be concentrated in the city under the gates that it became crowded. Their god, how many billions of them are there? Jin Woo. Yes, it's time. I nod. I go first. You will follow me. Disappear in a dance of shadows to appear on the roof of one of the houses. I looked at the gates from which the army continued its march. Chaos watched as hordes of monsters, elves, orcs, beasts, and even demons descended from there. The remnants of the Ram army that remained on the side of Chaos and were controlled by one of the demon marshals, my shadows, were now hidden. Taking a deep breath, I used the most deadly magic that was available to me. A stream of power gushed from the core of my soul, walking all its spheres and tearing out. My throat was burned by fire, and an otherworldly howl burst from my mouth. An unnatural sound was carried by magic for many miles around. I felt how darkness passed through me and spread throughout this world, and the invasion of monsters choked. Terrible dragons trembled, numb from my howl. Losing control of their wings, they fell to the ground. Other monsters were weaker, could not stand it, and fell dead. Rise up. Behind my back, the gates from which the hunters emerge open, and at the same time, hundreds of thousands of monsters rise as dark shadows from such a massive rise. My breath was simply taken away, and I could make everyone rise up. Dead millions remained lying, deprived of the mercy of darkness, and from the massive gates more and more monsters are drawn. Magi, I said briefly, and all the hunters who owned mass magical attacks directed their spells at the gates. Just like my shadow mages under the command of Anat, streams of fire flew like snakes upwards, twisting into a monstrous fiery tornado that devoured the invading army. Monsters that came out of the gates immediately burned alive. Only dragons engulfed in flames flew out of this disaster and rushed towards us. A mental impulse, and already my dragon shadows are flying to intercept, and by this time I had already caught my breath and rise up, and several 100,000 more shadows rose to oppose the army of chaos from which they came. At that very moment a heartbreaking howl spread over the battlefield. Its sound was different from my dragon cry, but the effect was just as destructive. Shadows simply disappeared, crumbling into dust. They did not go into my shadow storage, but they were sent into oblivion, disappearing forever. But this concerned only new shadows. My main forces were protected by the magic of the system. Although this attack hit My mana reserve which was spent on the regeneration of the surviving shadows ha. Under the sky's ominous laughter what a warm meeting under me stirred up the darkness and the Kamish soared up carrying me straight to Antares. It was a young red-haired guy whose eyes emit promising to bring destruction to this world. From him emanated the most powerful aura, such a strong impulse of magic that I had never felt before. An ordinary person next to this could simply die from the mere presence of the Dragon King. The hunters already clashed with the army of Mikhail S.A. that continued to penetrate our world. They followed me, but their goal was only to contain the enemy forces so that they would not interfere with us. Santorum, welcome to the land of it. I greeted the strongest monarch politely and sent the black spear to the monarch, and he simply waved it away with his palm. Haha, and I like you. The dragon grinned, showing his dagger fangs. The city had already turned into ruins, and although the hunters could hold back the pressure of superior forces for some time, Antares smiled smugly. His face was simply glowing with triumph. But you can still ask forgiveness for your insolence, Ashbourne declared. He bowed before me. And I will make you the ruler of this world. Oh, I would have thought about it if you hadn't set those idiots Beast and Ram on me. Oh, so you know. And I prepared myself. The skies darkened again and the smug grin on Antares's face faded. Monarchs, more precisely the pulsation of their hearts, but instead of the rulers familiar to him, my shadows and the sill of the Cyclops, Bircht and Barak and the architect appeared around us. You took their heart, the Dragon King extended in surprise, after which he shuddered, feeling the furious glow of the sword that appeared in my hand. The greatest fragment was eager to fight, demanding the head of Antares. He hated traitors, but especially wanted to burn this particular monarch. Interesting. The dragon exhaled. Perhaps this will not be as boring as I thought. Time seemed to stop. A stream of darkness enveloped my body, and at the last moment I managed to shift and parry Antares' blow in his hands. An ugly sword was already burning as if carved from bones and engulfed in scarlet flame. He wanted to kill me with one blow, but it did not work, and at that moment Antares exposed himself to the coordinated attack of my shadows. A wave of power, blow, retreat. A new skirmish swept through. In an instant my black heart pulsated as if ready to burst into pieces. Even with all my current strength, I was inferior to Antares in speed and physical power. At the same time, his furious roar created a monstrous wave of magic that simply my servants, not allowing them to succeed in the attack. I myself tried to go on the attack, but the Dragon King avoided a new clinch. Shifting to the side, he attacked. The Cyclops will slip past him with his head. Antares crashed his claws into the monster's eye and simply tore off his head while the giant regenerated. The ugly blade of the dragon pierced him in the very heart, burning the body of the marshal. A painful injection already in my black heart proclaimed the final death of one of my shadows. Several lightning fast movements. Antares tries to avoid the blow of my blade, and I really can't keep up with him, but using the power of the monarch I managed to hold him back for a moment, and even so the greatest fragment rusted flared up with a stream of darkness covering my blade. Antares could have been cut in two, but at the last moment he simply released his weapon from his hands and retreated. Only a long bleeding cut remained on his body. The dragon's gaze burned. The shadows are conducting a coordinated attack, but then a powerful wing throws back and forcing her to move back. The tail hits Bera's shell and dozens of spikes in his chitin high piercing furious temple comes from his mouth, and the king of ants digs his claws into the tail of the dragon that finally spread his wings. Antares took his true form and immediately received a blow to the head. Pause. Tones. How you angrily growled me. The dragon stepped forward and a stream of darkness overwhelmed me. Armor. I grabbed Antares by the horn and lowered the shadow blade onto his neck. The blades cut right through, so Thon grabs the monster by the wing, after which he sinks his fangs into the dragon's neck. The monarch's eye was pierced by one of the daggers the barracks took out. The howl. The monster threw my servant's back, only I remained in place holding the enemy tightly by the throat. My heart was beating with all its might. I used my vestments to the maximum, and it's just with the monstrous force of fat, my magical powers. The body weakens with every second, and to continue fighting at this pace I simply can't for long. In vain you came to this world. Furious light breaks through the darkness of the shadow blade. In vain you attacked me. The wrath of the greatest fragment descends on the dragon's head. The most dangerous blade in this world pierces the skulls of Antares. When his only surviving head flares up with rage, his claws plunge into my armor and Torment the vestments, tearing out clots of darkness from it, bang like thunder. And from the wound gushes shining ichor, sighing heavily behind my back the architect raised his hands, directing the current of his magic up. He began to close the gate, but for such a massive passage it took time to completely close it. Hey you! Still, grinned I, and to get to my prey, pulsating scarlet heart beating with crimson sparks bursting out to tear my hand into atoms and turn me into dust, directing the darkness from my black heart. I managed to restrain the power of the heart of Antares, but at the same time I understood that I would not be able to imprison it in my inventory and would not be able to transfer it through the system. The chaotic energy of the most powerful heart of the monarch would simply break the bonds of the system, but the vestment melts the armor of the Titan, disappears, and I bring the heart of Antares to my face to sink my teeth into it. And drinking the forces of his enemy, I give the hunter the order to retreat. They received a message through the system, after which they were sent away from the destroyed city, and now all that was left was to finish off the remnants of the invading forces. The heartbreaking howl of a dragon, the anger of a soul bursting from the depths, is carried by a deadly cry around the area. The power of destruction is woven into this roar, the history of the souls of monsters from their bodies. Finish off. This was an order to my dragons, whose task now was to find and destroy the remnants of the army of chaos, and I continued to drink the power of the heart of destruction. Jin Woo, Chav, and you. Just in time. We won, grinned I. Was standing behind me. Huan, you are not my son. The man sighed. I just shrugged. Well, yes, and with a chomp they bite off him. In such a primitive way I will not get all the powers of Antares, but this will definitely make me stronger. A primitive and wild way of development. Stop, frowned the man. You do not understand what you are doing. You say, why did you come? A person should not have such power. Koam, I am like a monarch. Well, somewhere more than half I can be enough, and he just stunned me. This fool rushed at me swinging his sword. I didn't even move a muscle to steal, and the sword of my father Jin Woo was stopped by the blade of Iger's. The whole fight with Antares she stayed in my shadow and watched my back. And what does this mean, Dad? The last word rang out. Even with some girl you can destroy this world for which my son fought. His eyes glow gold, and from the sky they beat. From the crowd of light the lords appeared in their true form. The one who betrayed once will betray again. I grinned, raising the blade to my shoulder. But recently you yourself bowed at my feet and begged for forgiveness. We asked for forgiveness from Ashbourne. You are not him, and what do you need? You cannot have such power. Lux pointed at me with his accusing finger, and the spear ready for battle. Igers raised the sword, and all the other shadows, the monarchs, prepared for the fight. The lords wavered. They clearly expected that the battle with Santa me with destructive energy. The lords understand that in this fight I will be even stronger than before the fight. Santa and the greatest fragment hisses with rage, emitting an ominous light. It is no longer just rushing into battle, it is void and screams, demanding the blood of traitors. But did they retreat? Jinvu, the cold voice of Hein, rang out. My girl came out of the gate with eyes burning with gold, and not only she meanly shook my head. Juhi, Hai, Jin, Jinah, and even Jen, 4 more girls came through the gate, and their eyes also burned with gold. Moreover, the body of the sister and mother Jinvu was covered with a golden web of cracks. Their body could barely withstand tiny drops of power. The overlords, should these creatures release a little more power, and the girls will burn in it, your power will be sealed. You will continue to live on as a genie. You will be able to live happily with your new family, Jinah said in a strange voice. Anger was slowly boiling inside me. Sorry, but I do not negotiate with terrorists. Having drunk the rest of the power of the Scarlet Heart, I throw it in Ilva's face. He reflexively covered himself with his hands, and in follow me the head which was cut off by the greatest fragment. This battle ended quickly. However, this battle cannot be called. The overlords were equal in strength to the monarchs, and even in their true forms they could only play with my shadows. But at the very beginning of the battle almost half of them died, those who were connected to the system. I simply tore out their souls along with the fragments. Genie, in a fractional voice, whispered Hein. Sorry, no, I am her shadow. Raised the sword. I am happy to become your sword. Inspire she. And also next to me stood Juhi and Heejin a little to the side stood up gloomy, he whose eyes glowed with an otherworldly, ominous light. Let go of the genie Aegon he, and then I will spare you, I said calmly, looking at Lux. They could no longer demand anything, and the strongest of the rulers with Gorich lowered his hands. You won. So the judgment day of humanity and the judgment day for monarchs and rulers ended. These people are just pigs. No, seriously, I gave them access to another world so that they could wait out the decisive battle with Antares, and in the end only half returned, the rest decided to stay in the new world. More precisely, the states began to develop the potential of new territories, especially Ariana in the new land of VG, small countries that could not boast of either lands or an abundance of resources. As for my family, even having retreated, the rulers left me a dirty trick. Jen looked at me like a monster, and the genie was confused and began to be afraid of me to the point of trembling for them. I became the monster that ate the soul of the genie and took his place, and the one who killed Ilva. Only my faithful shadows remained with me, even ordinary people for whom I was a hero looked at me as a monster in human form. They were scared by my power that was already able to stop the end of the world once, but the sun still. I would have lived calmly and peacefully in Korea or somewhere else. I would have been calmly accepted in any country, but after even Jinah turned away from me, even after I told her everything, I had a very strong desire to find the remaining rulers. The greatest fragment still longed to beat them to pieces, and for this purpose I opened the gate to step into the interdisciplinary, and I will make sure that they never interfere in my affairs again. And here is the end.